You ready, Councilwoman? Good evening. Council member, please take your respected seats so we could start the meeting. It passed 7 o'clock already. You ready, Madam Clerk?
President.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council of January 17, 2023 at 7 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, January 17th, 2023 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdulaziz, Councilwoman Cotton,
Here.
Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Mendez,
Good evening, Paterson, President and Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims,
Good evening, I'm here.
Councilman Udin,
Yes, I'm here.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Present.
Mr. President.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, this afternoon's prayer will be rendered by Reverend Yolanda Wirtz Debnan of the New Christian Tabernacle Church, Faith in Action Ministries. It's pastored by Reverend Donna Farrar Warren. Followed by the prayer, we'll have the flag salute, which has been led by Sanaya Barnes, a sixth grade student of the Norman S. Ware Public School and daughter of Reverend Yolanda Wirtz Debnan.
Everyone, please rise.
Good evening. Can we bow our heads? Father, we thank you on this evening. Thank you for another day of life. We thank you for what you've done, what you're doing, but most of all, what you're going to do. We ask you to bless this meeting on this evening. Bless everyone that is here. God, we ask you to bless our city, and God, we ask you to guide these leaders if they have to make decisions and do things that would help us to be better. And we ask you these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Our flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Everyone, please remain standing. Thank you, Sanaya Burns, for the courage of being in front of all of us and do the flag salute. It takes a lot. She's a sixth grader. Let's have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones. Thank you. Everyone can be seated. Madam Clerk, will you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law for 2022-2023. Meeting date is January 17th, 2023, and the time is 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2022-2023 on or about July 1, 2022. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2022 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, the Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcement of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. And 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's call for payment of bill for January 17, 2023.
Council President,
Council President.
payment
Councilman.
of bills to be paid.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say thank you to Yolanda and your daughter for, when I asked you to do the flag salute. I always like to showcase our young people, and every opportunity that I get, I do that. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you, sweetheart.
Thank you.
Council President, as the chair of Finance Committee meeting, I'm ready to
Yes,
do the payment
please,
of bill.
Councilman Mendez.
Before we move forward, thank you, Council President. The total payment of bill for this week is $9,252,899.27. To the mayor, par our general government with $3,894,476.50, and the sewer utility, which is $3,432,799.57. Let the record reflect, Council President, that last week we took over $800,000 out of the payment of bill, and those over 800 are included on the $9,252,899.27. I recommend this bill to be paid.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Any question? If not, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes,
Council-
Mr. President.
Council President,
Councilwoman Cotton.
I want to say to my Madam Clerk that I need to rescue myself from this vote
Okay.
here. Thank you.
She will recuse herself from the
Yes.
payments of bill.
Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $9,252,899.27. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So before I vote, last week in our workshop, there was this issue with the Adjournment system. So when we received the payment of bills, the breakdown, it was not clearly defined on some of the items as to what they were. It was identified as other expenses. So we asked until we received clarity that it would be removed from the agenda and placed back on for this week so that those bills can get paid. I'm glad to see that they are on tonight, and we do have them, and I want to put it in the public because I received some calls with some misinformation, and I want to bring it to the public's light as to why it was removed. It had nothing to do with an entity in particular, but the way that the bills list was outlined. So those items are on the bills list tonight. It has been identified. I see the system is back up and working. And with that stated, I will definitely vote yes on the bills list when it shows us what we're paying. I'm not going to pay for something that says other expenses, and we don't know what that is. So now that it's identified on tonight, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk, for the bills
Thank you,
list.
Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
It's a yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Dr. Elizabeth, thank you for bringing that up because I was getting crucified last week because that issue, and you explained it the right way. TV was not on, today is on, so I hope they got the explanation and disseminate the right way. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, sir. The votes are 6 yeses, 2 absences, and let the record reflect that Councilwoman Cotton recused from the payment of bills. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, we have an addendum item 64 to be voted on.
Yes, Mr.
Can
President.
you read it for the record, please?
Yes, please. The following resolution is also scheduled for your consideration at the regular meeting of the Municipal Council to be held on Tuesday, January 17th, 2023 at 7 p.m. in the council chambers, 3rd floor, Paterson, New Jersey. Item is resolution number 23054. It's a resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Patricia Pat Hill Harris. It's
So moved.
sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez. Roll call to add it on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to add item number 64 on the agenda. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Council President, I would like to thank you for adding this item, Madam Clerk, for your due diligence. Patricia Pat Hill Harris was a very influential person in the city of Paterson, and her funeral is this coming week, so I wanted to make sure that this was, and Corporation Council for getting it done today. Thank you so much. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. The item number 64 is added to the meeting agenda.
Council President?
Let's take item number 64. Councilman
Okay.
Velez?
Yes. Before we go into this vote, Madam Clerk, did you receive from legal department a resolution honoring the years of service of Mr. Yang and Min?
Honoring who?
John Ming.
Yes, I
Years of
requested it on
service.
behalf of the Council President, yes. Yes, I
On
received
behalf
it.
of who?
Council President.
Why is not in,
It should be there. It's there.
It is there.
oh, it's listed?
Yes.
Yes, it's there.
Okay.
Let's take item number 64, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 64 is a resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Patricia Pat Hill Harris. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims. It's Resolution 23054.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 64, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 64 for adoption. Councilman Mendez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims,
So I know they are watching the Hill family, as I call them, Hill number 1 or Deke, is very influential in our recreation department here in the city of Paterson. His sister passed away. She was an awesome woman. She's done some great things. And so to the Hill family who is watching, this is in honor of her great legacy, that we are able to support this and memorialize the life and legacy of Patricia Pat Hill Harris. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine,
Yes.
Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
Councilman Jackson is here.
Thank you. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences.
No,
Item number...
Madam Clerk, Councilman Jackson, I did not vote.
Oh, you're here. Okay, Councilman Jackson? Yes. Okay, good. Let me change.
And my vote is yes as well.
Okay, thank you. Let me take this one. So the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 64 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, let's take the consent agenda, then we'll take the public portion.
Okay. Consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are 13 numbers through 40. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on consent agenda items, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on the consent agenda, items number 13 through 40. Councilwoman Cotton.
Pass for a minute, Madam Clerk, please.
Okay. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton, are you ready?
Madam Clerk, yes.
Thank you. The votes are 7 yes. Mr. President, I'm sorry.
It's okay. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, let's open up the public portion. How many speakers do we have?
Just a moment, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have 23 speakers.
First speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is Mr. Haitham Yunus.
Mr. Yunus. Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
Haitham Yunus, 55 3rd Ave, Paterson.
Yes, continue, sir.
It's as you heard in the news last Friday, my neighbor's former councilman, Bill McCoy, he was attacked in front of his home. And a lot of people, they mentioned the city is not safe. We need to escalate this investigation because it's very dangerous now. If someone known like Mr. McCoy, he's attacked in front of his house. Okay, this is one issue, and I don't know what happened in the city. We have employee in the city. The mayor, he give them his trust, and they didn't deliver the job the way they promised to do. Okay, one of the workers in the city, he threw me out of his office for no reason. Okay, he's a director in division, and I spoke with his boss. I like to meet him, and now 3 weeks, his boss, he's not give me an appointment to meet with him. Okay, it's now I heard, and that he's a historic district director. Okay, now he want to change the zone district in the city of Paterson by Spruce area. Now we have 5 schools over there. He destroy where is Paterson start, this person. And if I have a building, they consider it a historic. If I don't know it's a historic, okay, I need to improve my building, okay? And my building is not 200 years like Spruce Street. And he approved 5 schools in less than a quarter mile. And we have like 3,000 kids they dropped over there. Okay, he want to save the historic property in Paterson. Okay, I need to investigate his action against me. okay? Because he's a worker in the city, he can't throw anybody or he can't say any bad word to the citizen and investors in the city. Okay, I want to mention his names, his last name, Gianfranco. This person, he's disrespectable, and he's, I don't know what class of education, and he earned more than $70-some thousand from our tax dollars. He should respect us. Thank you so much. You have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Yunis. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, the next speaker is Geraldine Rayfield. Is she here? Okay.
Ms. Rayfield.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here to comment about the removal of the portrait of Dr. Martin Luther King. I want to state that the civil rights movement was not about anybody's special culture. It was for everyone, civil rights for everyone. Now, I would like to address Councilman Velez. I understand that you were responsible for removing the portrait of Dr. King, and I would like to know who gave you the authority to do that. And I say to you, I'm looking at you in a different way now. How many times did you run for public office and lost? At one time, I voted for you. And I'm going to say, I'm looking at the diversity of the city council now. And I'm going to ask the question, how many of you and your ancestry fought in the struggle for the civil rights movement? How many of you did that? And I'm going to say to you, all of you, that you got on this board, and finished with Mr. Velez. When you campaigned, you didn't just campaign for Dominicans and Puerto Ricans. You wanted everyone to vote for you. Now that you're here, your comment is always about what the Puerto Ricans and Dominicans do. You're sitting there representing the entire city. And I'm looking at this council, and there's so much disrespect here. It doesn't even seem like it's a council anymore. You talk over each other. You walk around while people are speaking. You make all kind of different faces when the public is speaking. And I'm going to say it to you, because there were so many people that was jailed, bitten by dogs, arrested, beating. That is the reason why you're sitting here on this council. And I say to the president, you made a comment about what happened 10 years ago, who voted on. I say to you, where were you 10 years ago? What public office were you holding? And because of this very man that you disrespected and wanted to snatch his portrait down, you're the reason why you're sitting on this board. He mentioned the drum major effect, and that is where you got to where you want to, and all of a sudden, I'm so important. I want to be first. There is no first. Remember all of these people. I'm a child of the 60s, I'm old now. Remember all of these people that fought and went to jail and was beating and everything so that you can sit in the position that you are. Because I can remember a long time ago, you wasn't allowed hardly even to walk in this building, let alone sit on this council. So you need to start being respectful and stop all this culture stuff. The civil rights movement was not about culture. It was not about culture. And stop all of this. I'm in my group. You're supposed to be representing everyone. And if the people that is voting for you do not realize or know why you're sitting there, they shouldn't be voting. And that's my comment. I can say, remember who fought and died and bled for you to be sitting in the position you're sitting in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. The next speaker is Ms. Velma Rogers.
Good evening, friends.
Good evening.
My name is Velma Rogers. I live in the 5th Ward. Actually, I have two houses in the 5th Ward, one by myself, one with my daughter. I know time is not, you just get a little time, so I'm going to have to keep coming back. Why I'm here tonight, I'm here because me and my daughter have been experiencing a lot of theft. We both own Hondas. My sensor was taken off twice. My daughter's own was taken off twice, and then they took her whole car. The quality of life in Paterson is no good. We have no security. I'm afraid now. I feel like I'm targeted. I installed cameras. The perpetrator was caught on camera, but he was wearing a hoodie and he has on a mask. I must say kudos to Mr. Alex Menendez. I don't live in 3rd Ward, but if I call upon him, he has answered his phone several times for me. The person that represented the 5th Ward, only when it's time to vote, he called my phone. I'm sick and tired of it. We as voters deserve more. We as the citizens of Paterson deserve more. My daughter is a nurse. I'm a nurse. The other topic I want to address is parking. You cannot get parking in the city of Paterson. My daughter, who is a nurse that works a double shift, the other night she had to sleep in her car because she could not get a parking. What are you all going to do about it? What are you going to do about the safety of the citizens of Paterson that get up every day and go to work? I don't live off a public assistance. I do double shifts. I go out and work to help the sick and the needy. And somebody that doesn't work come and take my stuff, and I don't see it on the evening news. What are you going to do about the theft of the sensors? And what are you going to do about the people that has the body workshops in Paterson? What are you going to do about it? What are the people that we elected is going to do for us? I'm sick and I'm tired of it. And we need answers. I'm not going to stop coming down here until I get answers. We are hardworking people. We go out every day and toil. I have cameras and I haven't seen no police patrol in my area. The supervisor of police gave me his number. They came to my house, they take the footage, they saw the perpetrator. I haven't heard nothing back yet. I need answers. I'm fearing for my life and my family. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, the next speaker is Whisper McRae.
In regards to the promotional discrepancy that has developed within the police department, I'm here to talk about it. I'm the daughter of the individual that you all have been discussing for quite some time now. 20 years, and I've watched my mother, a single parent, try to be everywhere at once. And although very difficult, she's not only been able to protect and serve our communities, but she's been able to accomplish those same things for me. When the time came for her to be promoted, it was stolen. And I think of the captain no better than a common thief, not only robbing her out of position, but the community out of a more reflective department. I'd like to think of myself as a straight shooter, if you will, so please allow me to call out the lack of effort and interest. Councilman Abdelaziz, you came into the last meeting presenting yourself in such an unprofessional manner. You were extremely passionate about rules that have been said to have been dismissed in the past. But the one thing that concerned me the most was your passion towards misspelled names on a draft. You performed for a draft, and it was something that could have been corrected shortly after. Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, you have the capacity to say more, yet you say less. Councilman Jackson, thank you for not treating this as a personal issue and actually doing something to help. I appreciate you, we appreciate you, and I'm pretty sure there's a long list of others that do as well. Council President, please explain to me why this was removed off the agenda in the first place. You stating that this is a personnel matter with no context is unacceptable. And I'm not sure if you mean personal, however, there are some differences. Councilwoman Mims, please pick a side. You're either for the people or you just enjoy the political dance of it all. Councilman Velez, you, sir, need to do your research on more than just this topic alone. Your homework, if you will. The point is, you all have the power to seek an investigation, but yet you're too afraid to go against the things that you've all been told. And I give you the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps you've been misled by the undermining of the situation's importance. However, it does directly affect our communities. And to Andre Saya, because I know you guys don't all act alone. My mother reached out to him multiple times, and would you all like to hear his contribution to this imbalance of a situation? He told my mother to continue to be awesome. He told my mother to be awesome, and you know what? I can't disagree with him, because if you all were to view her resume, it's quite impressive. And matter of fact, if we lived in a world of what you know and not who you know, I'm pretty sure she would blow so many out of the water with not only her knowledge, but her intelligence. There was a time where I wanted to be a police officer myself, a time where you get pulled over, and it was friendly encounters because the person on the job probably knew someone in your family. I mean, hey, you'll still get the ticket, but at least there was nothing to question past that. There were times when I used to come in dressed up for Halloween as a police officer, and Council President, please refrain from saying thank you. I'm not done yet. There was a time where I would come in to my school's Halloween events dressed up as a police officer. I was proud about it too. I'm 25 years old now, and let me tell you, there is nothing attractive about becoming an officer when you can form business relationships with organizations, business relationships with the mayor, have a clean record on the job, no favors, no handouts, and when you finally can use the support, you get told to be awesome. Now, I'm not sure what that sounds like to you, but that relates to me, translates to me as, why don't you leave this situation alone and continue to be the good girl that we all know you to be. And that is the most disappointing and distasteful thing I could ever imagine, we could ever imagine. And trust me, I'm pretty sure that you are all helpful in some way, even Andre. However, I can't physically see you being helpful because it's in lost records, documents, files somewhere, because there's nothing clean and nice about promoting people overnight. There's nothing okay about skipping people for promotion. So, Council President, if you'd like to thank me at the end of something, why don't you thank yourself for continuously shooting something like this down? Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, the next speaker is Mr. Bilal Hakim.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I want to thank the young lady for your words, and especially how she has characterized the council. Oftentimes, those that acquire these here seats, you forget or you don't know the history of how you have gotten here, and forgot your place. And some of you reach a point of arrogance that when the public comes and critique you, you think that what audacity. But you need to hear this here, because there's a blind side that every human being has. And although you think you all that, you ain't all that. You're not all that. And the people are speaking and pulling your coat, so you should listen. You can learn from a critic as well. Because all of your seats are in jeopardy. Yeah, all of your seats are in jeopardy. And the people, you have to rise up, because it's going to come from you and you, the proper representation. It's going to come from people like this De Jesus family that is still grieving over their loved one who has not been found yet. I have several other things to talk about, but when that young lady, I'm just moved by what you said, because at one time I wanted to be a police officer as well. And I work in, I'm not a police officer, but I do work in security. And for that to be happening to her mother and no outcry, from any of these here organizations, I want to thank you, Councilman Jackson, for not being afraid to raise your voice when others are just tiptoeing around because somebody told you to hush. No, don't hush. The reason why you're here, and I'm going to end on this here. The other things I want to talk about, I can't even talk about, but I want to give you all this here lesson. I talked about this here on the live. I received the Trailblazer Award a few years ago. And when I received the Trailblazer Award, I was the third person in the county to receive it, and I wanted to know the Trailblazer Award, who were the other two? Who was the first one? The first one was a man by the name of Bill Mason, and it's a damn shame we don't have anything, no plaque or anything to memorialize that man. Why? Because that man sued the city of Paterson in 1972, so we would have this here form of government of council people under the Faulkner Act, so as you would be representing us, not representing your special interests. And this is what so many of you do. You sit here, you hear the people, but you don't pay attention to the people because you think you're all that. You're not all that. You're not all that. And you're going to be challenged in these here races. I'm considering running for the 4th Ward. Considering. And when you say that, when people say they're going to run or challenge somebody into the seat, the people, who is this person? Or who are you? You don't own the seat. It doesn't belong to you. And I was just reading what somebody said, representation matters. Yes, it does matter. And we should be representing not just to be a career politician. You want to keep climbing the ladder up. It should be about the acquisition of power and the equal distribution of resources. We celebrate Dr. King because we just like to romanticize about him. But you don't want to do that real work because many of you are in love with money, in love with yourselves, and afraid to take a principled stand that might even cost you your damn life. Get it together because you're not all that. I want to again thank Councilman Mike Jackson for at least championing the cause for that police officer, because we need good officers, not like the road cops that we have in prison and caught up in all type of scandals. We need good police officers that are responsible to the community. I remember coming up, there were responsible officers. When we seen them, we acknowledged them. They knew us in the neighborhood. We don't need these irresponsible outsiders. They just coming in and have no real roots in the community. So again, thank you. I didn't even get a chance to talk about what I want to talk about, but that needed to be said. Your seats are in jeopardy.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. The next speaker is Mr. Dave Gilmore.
Mr. Gilmore.
Zay Jesus family, you can come up here and stand with me if you like. Yes. Dave Gilmore, Paterson. 5th Ward. I might run too. My intention tonight was to come and talk about public safety, because first and foremost, I want to say to Councilman Bill McCoy, we feel for you at home after having been attacked in your front yard by persons unknown. I sure hope that the police department and investigators will find out who did that and will take appropriate action on conviction and whatever else is needed in terms of the cowardly act. But public safety in the city of Paterson is at an all-time low. Never mind all of the rhetoric and all of the quotations on statistics and crime is down and we're collecting guns and this. You got to get the guns before they get here. At the end of the day, people don't feel safe. No. Nobody feels safe. And yes, and in terms of this lady stealing the parts off her car and then the car itself, there's gunshots every day. Yes. Every day. You don't hear about it. You don't report about it. But we know about it because we live in it. That's right. It's gunshots every day. And Lord have mercy for those people that don't have parking because of the overbuilding, oversaturated neighborhoods. You know, we need to hold those resident commissioners responsible for overpopulating our community. You come home from work, from a double shift or whatever time, mother, daughter, sister, brother, son, aunt, uncle, and you got to walk 4 or 5 blocks to get to your house, you become prey. They're coming for you. You say your daughter had to sleep in the car. Lord have mercy, what is it coming to? Because the approvals that are being made on these overbuilt units that don't have the adequate parking underneath. They don't prepare those projects with parking self-sustaining. So, and then if they're charging for them as well, some of the people can't afford to pay for the parking and rent. So they wind up on the street, and you come home from work and you got to walk 4 blocks to get to your house. And then you become a victim because they're waiting for you. It's a damn shame. Public safety and the message of positive outcomes is false. We are in danger. Ask some of the people that live in the elderly housing and so forth, others are afraid to go to the store because of the people hanging out in front. Last thing, I want to thank Department of Public Works. Is Billy here? Yeah. For addressing the situation on Summer Street. It's a continuing saga, if you will, with the need for monitoring and prosecuting people dumping in our town. It's just too much of it going on. Too much. And it leads into the other things in terms of public safety, the rat infestation, disease, and so forth and so on. It really needs to be addressed expeditiously.
Thank you, Mr. Gilman.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, the next speaker is Mr. David Sue.
Mr. Sue.
Just want to let everybody do their thing. I have some materials that I wanted to hand out to the council and to the public that's here. Could I pass this little bit of information? And I'm going to take a copy for myself, and I'm going to ask that it just be circulated around the room, and then we can try and have a little discussion. Because I brought this up a couple of times. Just send it around the room, please. Oops, I need a copy.
Everyone, please
Anyway.
be mindful of the time. We have close to, I think, 25 speakers tonight.
Okay. I'll be to the point.
Yes, go
All
ahead,
right?
sir. Yes.
Sir, thank you very much. David Sue, 34 Van Houten Street, Paterson, New Jersey. What I want to speak to tonight has a lot to do with democracy and preventing the government from being controlled in a way that it really shouldn't. So right now, if a matter is to get on to this regular meeting agenda, it all has to be approved and passed through the City Council President. But that's not what your code says. What the code says is that the clerk makes the agenda. The chairman approves the agenda, but that's really an advise and consent. But what it also says is such agenda shall include all matters proposed by any member of the council not later than the preceding work session. And I've said this twice before I've come down here, and there really, to me, there's no other way to read it. And so that means that any member of the council wants to put something on the agenda. Now, clearly, ordinances, to be completely drafted, have to go through a codified process, which is in the ordinance. But this would allow the public, through their elected representatives, this is an indirect democracy. We don't all in the city vote on every little thing. We elect people to represent the people. So the current process disenfranchises the public from this forum. We're disenfranchised because if we have an issue and we can only get one council member to agree that they would bring it up, the chairperson has, in the current configuration, which is not legitimate the way it's being done, can just shut it out. They can just shut it out and it never gets heard. Or they can say, oh, send it to committee, send it here, send it there. And what that means is that everything we see in this room has been filtered and in a lot of ways pre-decided by the current process. And we can bring things up as the public, but it's not going to get onto that side of the room without a consensus or the decision of the chairman before it even gets brought up. And that is fundamentally wrong. We should move away from anything in a democracy that imbues too much authority in a single person. And here, your code, it's codified to be other than that. And we know that the chairman can't take things off the agenda because if you look to the second line I highlighted, in the event that the president should add any matter to the agenda, he shall notify each member of the council immediately within 24 hours. So what that tells you is that the president has the power to put things on, but they don't have the power to take things off. And it is the clerk that creates the agenda, not the council president, the clerk. So a council member could say, I want this on the agenda. They can send that to the clerk in writing. It's on the agenda. They just have to do it before the end of the workshop. They could do it verbally. They could notify everybody else. All that is fair. So the reason why I bring this up is because I see very commonly members of the public coming down here and they're frustrated. I also see council members arguing amongst each other in a way that is not flattering or helpful to the community, and I believe that this would help with all of those things, because now there's a legitimate path to bring a matter up, whether it's a stop sign or a discussion about anything. And if it wants to be codified, then you have a motion and you have a second, and I understand, I'll be wrapping up. You have a motion and a second, and then you send it to the various legal departments or whatever to codify it. Just like when I was chairman of the zoning board, you take a vote, and then you have a memorializing resolution, which then everybody that voted on the motion to do it votes on whether or not that resolution to memorialize the action is acceptable. So that's the proper process, and I handed it to everybody, and if you really don't see it that way, it should be discussed. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, members of the public, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. The next speaker, Mr. Ernest Rucker.
Mr. Rucker, I don't see him. Next speaker, ma'am. Madam
Ms.
Clerk.
Wahida Mohammed.
I don't see her either. Next speaker,
Mr. Elvis Durhan.
Mr. Durham. I saw him before.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Durham.
How y'all doing? Happy New Year. This is going to be a blessed year for the city of Paterson, New Jersey, but we all got to come on one accord. Amen? I came here today. First, I'm going to make this announcement before anybody leave. My music production is coming to the first war. Again. Elvis Dorm Outreach Music Productions presents Black History Celebration, and an award ceremony. Sunday, February 26th, that's Sunday, February 26th, 4 p.m., at 170 North Main Street, Paterson, New Jersey, New Generation Kingdom of Power Ministry, Pastor Thomas Purry. Special guest singer will be White Wolf of Paterson, New Jersey. Special guest speaker will be Dr. William Henry. Okay? This is a 4 o'clock event. For more information, you can reach out to me at 862-823-3895. And this is going out to everybody that's watching this on YouTube or TV. And City Council, y'all also invited the mayor, the City Council, the council person of the First Ward. You invited. Come on and have a good time. I just want to say this. What happened a couple days ago, it should have never happened. First, that's what happened to the ex-councilman, McCall. It should have never happened. I'm going to tell you why. That's where he live at is a historic district. It should be 24-hour policing. That's state of New Jersey law. So y'all have an issue. Let's pray for the McCall family. Also, Elvis Dorm Outreach Music Productions presents Black History Celebration and Award Ceremony Sunday, February 19, 4 o'clock p.m. at my home church, Redeemed Fellowship Center, 292 North 8th Street, Prospect Park, New Jersey. My pastor, Overseer Brenda Davis Gilbert. Special guest speaker, well, not special guest, but he will be the speaker, my apostle Gilbert of Redeemed Fellowship Center. Also, special guest appearance will be the mayor of Helden, New Jersey, Mayor Johnson, and special guest appearance by the council of Prospect Park, New Jersey, Robin Artist. Okay, and for more information, you can contact me at 862-823-3895. I got one more announcement. Be patient with me, Council President. All right? Looking like a shoulder up there tonight. Yeah. It's a new book coming out, y'all, and I'm in it. It's about Paterson, New Jersey. It's called Up and Close in Paterson. And it's written by Mr. Skip. Y'all know Mr. Skip. He's the manager of that popular group, Riff. That, you know, that group that was in Lean On Me? Yeah, I'm in that book. And one of my favorite councilwomen in the state of New Jersey is in that book, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. This book, the name of the book is called Up and Close in Paterson. It will be out in February this year. And for more information, you could contact Mr. Skip at 201-306-3215. Yeah, Mr. Skip cannot pronounce his last name. I'm not going to try. I'm on TV. Okay. 201-306-3215. That's Mr. Skip.
Thank you.
Okay, this book is going to be international, and I'm in the book, y'all. I'm in the book. I got a nice story. Want y'all to go order this book. This book is so amazing. Got a lot of great people in the book. I'm not going to spill the beans, but get the book. It's amazing.
Thank you.
God bless y'all, and peace.
Good night. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, there is another listing for Whisper McCurry. I'm not sure if it's the same person. All right, the next person is Sebastian Mejia.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Good evening, my fellow Patersonians here behind me. Sebastian Mejia, 5th Ward. It feels good to be back. You know, it feels good to start this year off. It's our first televised meeting. I'm looking at this lovely portrait of the statue of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And we kind of had some controversy going on with the banner and the putting up in the banner, all these things. But I think it's more important for us to reflect on the values that Dr. Martin Luther King represented rather than these gestures, which is a beautiful gesture, but that's not what's really important. What's really important, he stood about justice. Says right there clearly, justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So what would Martin Luther King think about the situation with Felix de Jesus and his disappearance coming up on 1 year already, next month? How would he feel about how we have, as a community, have handled this whole situation? I feel like he would be disappointed. So rather than being so concerned about banners and all these things, let's live out these teachings of these great men in our history. Because this is our history, right? Like they said earlier, these were civil rights for everybody, but are we really standing on them? Are we really empowering ourselves? Are we empowering the community? How? You see that we're drowning. We're drowning in debt. Our financial literacy is horrible. Our schools are overpopulated. Our parks are a disaster. All you got to do is walk around and you see what's going on. So what are we doing to empower our citizens, our residents? How are we empowering them? We're not empowering them by telling outside investors to come in and do what you want with the city, cut it up whatever which way. That's not helping us. How about we teach our own residents how to purchase these multifamily homes, how to purchase their own homes, how to establish credit, how to establish businesses, but we're not doing that. So if the people that we have elected are not standing up to the task at hand, they must be voted out. It's simple math. So if you're not doing what you're supposed to do, get on it, because that seat that you're holding is representing the people. It's not yours. You know, you're leasing this, right? Until your term is up. So please handle it appropriately. Also, I would like to send my thoughts and prayers to the McCoy family. That just goes to show you that if such a well-respected, pillar of our community, if that could happen to him, how easily can it happen to the average everyday Patersonian? All the people that get mugged, that get robbed, that get beaten up, whose cars get broken into at night. You're trying to wake up to go to work 5 in the morning, your window's broken, and they didn't even steal nothing. Anyway, thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mejia.
Enjoy your evening.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Corey Teague.
Mr. Teague.
Corey Teague, 65 Prince Street. May the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart be acceptable in thy sight. Lord, my strength, my redeemer. I am here once again for the De Jesus family, but let me say this. We just concluded the celebrations for Dr. King. Honored him for his birthday, what would have been his 94th birthday, and we celebrated the day that the nation acknowledges Dr. King. And we often hear about the I Have a Dream speech, but there was a part in that speech where Dr. King said he was tired of marching for things that we should be able to have as our right from birth. And when I look at the direction of this city and look at what this family has been through, and I look at the police department in general, one of the biggest issues, and I know a lot of y'all gonna be shocked at where I go with this tonight, a lot of the issues that we're facing with relations between the police and the community can be corrected if the right people are put in the right positions. Right now, you have 2 African American women I want to point that out. 2 African-American women who have dedicated their lives to serving the city of Paterson on the police force. And they are pretty much being cut and shuffled by bureaucracy, by politics, and most likely, people being paid. I look at the spectacle that went down when Councilman Jackson simply presented a draft. Nobody screamed and yelled when the letter that the city attorney sent to the Attorney General had Hayden misspelled. I didn't see that same type of reaction. So we're really going to get technical about the spelling of words. We have sense enough to know that it had nothing to do with them names. We had sense enough to know that you were just searching and clawing at straws to find any specific item there that you could dismiss the document altogether. But I want you all to understand something right now. This city is in trouble. This city is in a bad place right now. And the people who are supposed to stand up for these sisters, and these are 2 African-American sisters, there are a lot of sororities in this city. There are a lot of groups in this community and in this county that say they stand up for black women. Many times I've come to this microphone and I've defended the black councilwomen on this council when people came in this audience and tried to attack them. We have 2 African-American women right now who are being cut and shuffled, who are being skipped, who are being mistreated right on the police force. And these are not people that just came yesterday. My thing is this: I'm tired of marching because we have police brutality and things going on in the police department. I'm sick and tired of the marching. If we go in there and we change the police department and make sure that the leadership is reflective of the people in this community and put people in charge who actually care about the community they live in, then we'll see the change that we want to see. Marching doesn't get it done. I've been rallying for years. Rallying doesn't get it done. What's going to get it done is systematically breaking down what's wrong within the police department and rebuilding it the right way. And we can start by making sure that those 2 officers are promoted, which, by the way, they are entitled to that promotion. And anybody that's on the fence about it is on the wrong side of history. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Teague. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Ms. Sarai Lucero.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So I'm here today as the director of the Community Schools Department at the Community Charter School of Paterson. I'm here as an educator, and most importantly, I am here as an advocate for our many parents similar to the ones I have behind me. If my CCSP parents, you can raise your hand, please, right over here on this side, to discuss why creating or designating Morris Street as a one-way has not happened yet, and to discuss the many concerns that we have of that street, it not being a one-way. Us as educators, and when I say us as educators, I mean all of us, because if you make a single impact, you inspire a child, you empower them, which is something we all probably do on a day-to-day, we're educators. And as educators, our job is to create opportunities for our scholars that they get to grow academically, personally, and professionally, but also to create a safe environment for our students to be able to go and learn within the city of Paterson. And right now, as educators, we are failing them, because if any of you have driven on Morris Street during rush hour or at 3 o'clock when all of the nearby schools dismiss at the exact same time, you know that is a safety hazard. And imagine scholars who, are still learning. Let's not walk across the street with our phones, that there is no crossing guard from time to time, especially during rush hour. Imagine having to have that worry of sending your child to school every day with a fear that something tragic might happen when they're crossing that street because of the heavy traffic that you have going on. And us as adults, we shouldn't have to wait for something tragic to happen for us to make a decision on this. So I'm here with the many parents I have behind me to really make you aware of why this needs to be addressed. And I'm alarmed that it hasn't been addressed. It was at the last month's agenda, but it was unfortunately pulled. And here we are still debating whether to make a decision on this and, having to wait and see how long it's going to take to make this happen. So I'm going to leave the rest of it to my many parents here who have many words to say about their concerns and why they're here today and why this needs to be made priority and why a decision needs to be made today. So as city council members, I hope that we can make a decision today so that we can work as a community, as partners, to make sure it gets done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. The next speaker is Ms. Enid Mojica.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Enid Mojica, 192 Carbon Street. I am this year's Community Charter School of Paterson Homeschool Council President, and I am standing here for my parents. My son has been going to CCSP since kindergarten. He is now in 7th grade. Very smart. And I wouldn't want that to change for anything. Even when they were being homeschooled, he still managed to make the honor roll. And a lot of kids struggled. The kids went back to school. Some of them were behind. My son, as well as a lot of the parents here, children, moved ahead and still managed to make the honor roll, high honor roll principals list. So that, I'm very proud of that. And I want my son to keep on with a good education, a safe education. The street is not safe. So dropping off my son and picking him up, it's very bad, very bad. The cars pile up next to each other. Sometimes they're speeding. They don't care, I have jumped out of my car a few times to stand in the way while a kid is crossing the street, to slow that car down. Why? There's no sign there saying it's a school zone. There's no speed limit sign. There's no flashing light saying slow down. There's nothing. And it's not fair to our children, okay? I've seen cars get hit as well. Mine has got bumped. I know a few parents that told me the same thing. The only thing I see out there in that street is danger. It is not safe at all. I would go an hour early before dismissal time just to wait for my son, because otherwise it'll take you an hour to pick them up, and I don't want him waiting out there. I'm afraid. I'm afraid for my son's safety as well as the children's safety that go to CCSP. I stand here today as a homeschool council president to hopefully make a change. I've made this my #1 priority. I have seen streets turned into a one-way, and I don't know why. The street I live on now is a one-way, and it wasn't a one-way before. So if you would take the time and go and stand out there for 10 minutes during arrival or dismissal time, you will see for yourself it is not safe. There are a lot of parents who feel the same as I do, but some of them are afraid to speak up. I asked them why. You want to know what they told me? Because the city does not care. The Board of Education does not care. So, I want to show them that you do care. Some have even said, if something happens to my kid, I'll sue the city. I looked at them and shot, why would you want to see your kid get hurt? No amount of money can bring my child from any harm, and I refuse to be a grieving parent. So it takes one person to stand up for others. Today, as the homeschool council president, I am standing here being the voice of these parents. I am fighting for the safety of their children, and most importantly, I am fighting for the safety of my son. I hope we can come to an understanding and agreement in turning Morris Ave into a one-way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. The next speaker is Ms. Gina Johnson.
Ms. Johnson?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Gina Johnson, Pearl Street, Paterson. And I'm here again to advocate for, first, my nephew, who has taken the firefighter's test again, and I do believe he will do very well. He passed the first two. And I believe he will do well on the physical. I know he will. He's in shape. He works out every day. He's been working for this for the last 4 years. What I am apprehensive about is the psychological evaluation, which is the stone upon which many of our students stumble. And I would urge this city council to first oversee the process, advocate for the students who went to school here in Paterson, who live here in Paterson, and who want to serve the city of Paterson, and make sure they get priority. Let this be the last time that the majority of the cadets coming into the police department and the young men coming and women coming into the fire department live in or went to school in Wayne and Butler and Riverdale and everywhere else but here. Those cities don't hire our kids. Matter of fact, a friend of mine applied for a job. They called to see about the job, and when they said they were from Paterson, they hung up. That is what our kids face when they try to leave and get these kinds of jobs elsewhere. But they shouldn't have to. If you live here, you should have first priority. Not somebody's chief's grandson's uncle or whoever else they decide, because fire and safety are two of the highest paying jobs in this city. Keep this money in this city. Give these jobs to the people who live here and who want to contribute. My other point goes to some of these new buildings going up. They are everywhere. There's no parking. I feel somebody's going to be shot once it snows and they start fighting over who dug out what. And I am very curious as to why these developers were given permission to build all these multifamily site apartment buildings, but they were not mandated to provide a park or a playground or anything else that enhances this community. They give no value to this city, and it impacts our quality of life because this city is dangerous. I work in the Paterson Public Schools, and over the years I've seen the changes in our children because they're no longer allowed to play outside. They're afraid of being shot, and that's horrendous. I grew up in this city, and when I talk to my students about what games do you play, they don't know them because they don't go outside. And playing with other kids and being out in the fresh air teaches you so many things. That's where you learn to compromise, because if you can't compromise, nobody will play with you. You have to learn how to negotiate. You have to learn how to be loyal to whatever your team is. And these children they're not learning these social skills because our city does not provide any place for them to be safe and secure and to be children. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, one other thing. I would like to urge you to make sure that when the psychological tests do come up for these positions, that the psychologist be someone of color. I have provided last year a resume to the City Council of Dr. Curtis Branch, who is a wonderful psychologist who has worked here in Paterson and who also conducted those evaluations and assessments for the city of Denver, Colorado for 14 years. He is more than qualified.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Karina Minaro.
Commissioner.
Good evening, Council. My name is Karina Monaro, and I'm here to speak on a recent issue that was brought to light regarding the promotion and hiring process for the Paterson Police Department. I stand before you on behalf of my family because this issue reached us very, very hard to our core, very, very close to home. We were directly affected by the department's failure to do the right thing. My fiance's career goals had always been to be a police officer for the Paterson Police Department. When he chose to begin his journey, it was during class 115, when he was finally given the opportunity to move forward. It was class 122, just to let you know. That's 7 classes where he was encouraged to decline and retain, which means that other people go in front of him in order for the class to move forward. Fast forward to when he was finally advanced to the academy, he was then wrongfully dismissed. The details can follow at a later time. Just know that he was coerced by the Paterson liaison to resign after making it clear that the dismissal was going to be appealed. He was advised that resigning was his best option, yet when in fact that was a lie. The liaison also failed to advise the protocol to properly follow that appeal. So when we filed the appeal, without a lawyer, we won with the Police Training Commission. We presented that appeal to Paterson, and then they informed us that he needed to file the appeal with the Civil Service Commission. So we did, and we won. We were one of the few that have ever been able to do something like that. But it wasn't Paterson's last card. They found a way for them to win. They said, yes, we'll accept the appeal, but he'll have to start the process all over again. And if any of you are familiar with what that process consists of, it starts with anywhere between $300 to $500 just to process that application. And I want you all to know that each and every one of those candidates, before they even take an oath, they are already fully and financially invested into that application. So you're getting candidates that want to be part of this department that has repeatedly shown that it's failed its community. So I'm just going to tell you real quick. He was not only a candidate with experience, 2 years in the sheriff's office, 2 years as a sheriff officer, 2 years in the Passaic County Prosecutor's Office. He has his bachelor's in criminal justice. He was raised in Paterson, and yet still overlooked. So my call to you is not to take this so lightly, to be very serious about what you're overlooking when you're doing the review to do everything as the committee as a whole, whatever it's called. I'm sorry, I'm not really versed in that, but Ms. McCrae's words hit hard and hit home in a special way. My reason my family relates to this issue so much is because we know firsthand what this police department is capable of when it comes to finding loopholes in order to favor the hiring and promoting process in a system that was created to be fair. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Daniel Mejia.
Hello again. My name is Daniel Burgos Mejia, and I am the CEO of Silk City One. Silk City One is a QR code that I plan to install on every door with the goal of giving the people 3 options. The first option is any city jobs that are available, whether it's governmental or local. The second option is any city events, which would then be divided between public events and business, with the goal of making a one-stop shop special offer of every business. It could be that day of nails, acrylic, hairdo, food, It's basically going to be a one-stop shop where you would be able to try new food at a discounted price. I have one door-to-door or business-to-business to receive their support, and you could see a few businesses that I managed to put the same logo, which is SilkCity.1. But then the third option, which I am presenting within the website, is the city electees, where you as a member, you would have a video presenting yourself and what is your goal for the city. Then on the bottom, it would show more about, which would explain where do you come from, or basically a background. And then right on the bottom of that section, you would have a list of things that you have to do based on what the people have said that needs to be done in your section. If you are doing a great job, they will have the option to send you a message or email. Now, if you're not doing your job, then with the law of recall referendum, the people have the right to vote you out of office. Now, I was asking for the city for 25 cents per home, which is around 160,000. I'm expecting it to be around 250, as I mentioned the first time. With the goal of, with the money that I received, try to clean the river through the method of hydroponics and aquaponics, which basically the fruits that are being produced through that method would go to the schools, so it could be served to the students, and it would also give the opportunity to the people who are trying to become chefs to also be able to learn how to cook in quantity while also providing quality. Now, there is a separate section that I have for the people, which is called Paterson Finest, where I will, every week, I will try to, based on what the people say, I will highlight or have a video of the person who has been doing their job for the longest time, basically like a recognition, which we do every time there's a mayor run or a campaign run. But yeah, that's about it. You can feel free. I've officially started taking petitions from the people because, I've already presented it many times here before. I do understand that if you if you agree to at least pass it or to talk about it and support it, then the mayor would have the final say. But other than that, I understand that the people also have the right to support it as well. So you can feel free to go to SilkCity.1, or you will see a QR code on a few businesses here in downtown that you could just scan and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Ms. Wendy Almanzar.
Good evening, everyone. I didn't have anything in writing, but I'm going to talk from the heart. My heart goes out to all those that spoke before me, and not only will I pray for all of them, but I will also pray for Mr. McCoy and for each and every one of you in those seats, because I know that you guys have a very hard job to do, and I will pray that God gives you wisdom and understanding to see what we feel and what we need so that you guys could hopefully make it happen. I'm here as a parent from CCSP, and it might be simple to everybody to think that I just want the street to be a one-way, but it's as important because it's for the safety of our scholars, our children. A lot of people don't, my address is Martin Avenue in Clifton, but just because I moved to Clifton, I was raised in Paterson since 1977. So I'm a proud Patersonian, and I still work here, and I will never, God willing, leave here, because this is where I started, and I am proud to be from Paterson. Now, the reason we want for that street to be a one-way is because of the safety of the children, like I said. The only bad thing, regardless whether we make it westbound, southbound, northbound, whatever way they want to make it, if the lights are not synchronized, it's not going to work either way. So it would be nice for somebody to go out there and study it, because I'm no engineer, but it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that the lights are not working the way that they're supposed to work. I used to work for the Otilio building on Prigness Avenue when, for a textile union, and the company right in front of the school used to be Abbott Industries. A lot of people might not know that, but that used to be a cobblestone street, which made everyone go nice and slow because nobody wanted to get a flat tire. Now it's paved. That street was never designed or was never prepared to be a school, yet they did 1, 2, 3 schools, and not including the other 2 that the other gentleman said before me. So our kids don't have what they need. I went today to take pictures, and I brought pictures if you want to see it, of other schools in other places, and it's a shame to say that those schools have signs that said school's coming or whatever, a lot of street signs like a block or 2 before the school. And I work right here in Paterson on 80 Hamilton, and there's a street right on that street that has the flashing lights. I understand there's a little nursery care there because I know it's there, but there's sometimes a sheriff standing there with the flashing lights, having the older police officers and court workers to walk that street. Yet at the other side on Ward Street, people are hit all the time and nobody's doing anything. So please look into the 8 Morris to see if you guys can make it a one-way. So thank you. I appreciate it, and God bless everyone.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Ms. Crystal Garcia.
Crystal Garcia.
Number 9.
Good evening to all in attendance. So I have so much to say with this De Jesus family coming here for approximately a year. It would be in 16 days that these 2 rogue officers disappeared and misplaced Felix. But just really quick, there was so many speakers here that said so many important things, honestly, that in the last meeting you guys had, you guys gave so much importance to this banner that is, like Mr. Gilmore said, propaganda. So you gave so much importance instead of actually idolizing Dr. Martin Luther King, who fights for what is right. Not any of you sit here and know if you're on the same side of the fence or 1 foot in and 1 foot out. We have a 1 man that's doing a 9-person job. I don't understand it. He can't fight alone. Mr. Jackson's the only one that want to fight here for what's right and what's not right. Either you're in the seat or you're not in the seat. Don't sit here to warm it up. It can warm itself up. You're here for the people. And if you're not that, we got put a president that doesn't give a shit about this community. We come up here to explain and express ourselves, grieve and everything. He's trying to shut us up before our 3 minutes. He's rushing to say thank you. We don't need a thank you. We need actually someone that's going to give a shit and do something about it. You don't have to put your tongue in your ass. You can say what you want. I'm here for it. These 2 officers that were suspended because of Felix's disappearance, mind you, this is the same council president that was the councilman in the 2nd Ward where Felix went missing. Okay? They also mentioned about a river being cleaned. We have a public safety director that knows a car's been in the river for approximately 5 years and no one does shit about it. Just to say, let alone our loved one has been missing in 16 days will be a year. No one has done shit about it in this community. When it was your officers in negligence that did wrong for us. Had they did the right job, 90 days suspension, it was a slap in the face. It was nothing for this family. Now they're coming, soon they're coming in front of their 90-day suspension being over. Then what? They're back on the enforcement serving this community for what? We don't need them. We were better off without them. They did us no good. One being on the enforcement for 6 days and one being on the, or how many days, it wasn't even a month, and the other one being on the enforcement for 6 months, they proved their incompetence for us. They're no good. Then after the 90 days, then what? What do? They talk about the racial profiling and everything in the police department. How about our 80% of bad apples in there and the people that are administrators that don't say shit, and they use vulnerable people to put in them seats to use as their puppets, to put them under their wing, let's just say. We have corporation councils and people over here that make over $100,000. We don't have officers that risk their damn life that make that much to start serving in this community, and this is the most dangerous community. You start at about $35,000. That's not money. You can't even pay a damn rent that they want to rent in one of these buildings for $2,800, $3,500, where you could get a gunshot in your window. We shouldn't have to come here for almost a year. In 16 days is going to be a year that our loved one has done nothing, has been misplaced because of this police department. They did nothing to help, nothing. No medical attention, no paper trail. It was completely a false arrest. Then they want to talk about transparency, Corporation Counsel. How do you want to be transparent with the public, but you don't want to show us their locations to prove that your officers had nothing to do with this disappearance? I mean, let's talk about transparency for the community. It's for us, the people. I'm almost done, Corporation Counsel. You don't have to say thank you. So we are going to continue to fight for our loved one and what is right. These officers, they're soon going to be off their 90-day suspension. We don't need them. I hope y'all retrain them or put them back in academy so they can learn the proper protocol to be able to deal with all types of different type of people. Okay? How about you start making these academies starting to look like us? Because they don't look like us at all. Okay? We're going to continue to fight, and we want to continue to remind the public, because I don't come here to see you guys. I come here to make this live and everyone else to know the wrongdoings of this city and this rogue police department. Okay? We want to continue to remind the public that there's a $15,000 reward for the findings or any type of information of Felix de Jesus. You can contact Helden Police Department, which is our main league. And the family is also offering $20,000. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, the next speaker is Ms. Aida Vasquez.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Ada Vasquez, and I live at 126 Highland Street in Paterson. I am the Vice President of the Homeschool Council at the Community Charter School of Paterson, and I have 2 scholars that attend that school, and they're in 7th and 8th grade. The last time I was here, I prayed that you guys made 8 Morris, and guess what? You guys made it happen. I don't know who else did it, but I'm glad that that happened. Now today, I'm here for you to make a change, and like they said previously, I'm gonna go ahead and repeat it again, for the safety of our scholars, for the safety of my children, for they could continue to go into school safely without any worries, and I could go to work without any worries as well. I would love for you guys to see that you put that on your agenda, like you said, that you guys are seeking into it. I hope you guys do seek into it and make that decision as soon as possible, because we need it done. We need it done today, tomorrow, as soon as you guys can get it done. That'll be greatly appreciated, because they go to school Monday through Friday, and it's totally mayhem in the morning and in the evening as we pick our scholars up. So if you guys could seek into that, I would really appreciate it, and that's the reason why I'm here. Thank you guys for your time.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Corey Warren.
Ms. Warren. Next
Corey
speaker.
Warren.
Next speaker.
Next speaker, Mr. Eddie Gonzalez.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
How are you, everyone? First, I just want to say to the speakers before me, it makes it very difficult for me to come up here after that, right? I know in the last meeting I had spoke about the De Jesus family asking for answers, and I know that everyone is trying to do what they can on a legal front. There's some things you can and can't share, but I really encourage everyone to really look into this and ask questions, okay? And one thing I would like to say is that, I don't know if they're here, but I'm gonna add $5,000 to that as well. So I really hope that We work together to make this happen, and I encourage anybody who's watching to add to that bucket. It's incredibly important. Tonight, I came for something much more trivial than this. I did come to invite you for Saturday's event about Roberto Clemente. We're celebrating 50 years of his legacy, not only of his death, but he was honored and made a Hall of Famer only months after. We have a we have a poster that was custom made, and this will be given out. We have 500 copies for anyone who attends. And this is going to be this Saturday at the Great Falls Youth Center at 52 Front Street in Paterson, New Jersey, what used to be the VFW Hall. And we're going to talk about the legacy of Roberto Clemente because there's a lot of similarities to MLK for those who don't know. First, talking about MLK Day, I do want to thank everyone who came out yesterday to the Brownstone to support us once again. We're over 15, 16 years where we host the MLK Youth Recognition Award at the Brownstone, NJCDC's Paterson Youth Council. So thank you to everyone who came out to support our youth, and let's continue to do so. That being said, it's interesting. I was listening to a lot of comments today in reference to, Dr. Martin Luther King as well as Roberto Clemente, and I thought the Roberto Clemente banner was still up there. And I saw Resolution 48, rightfully so, the council designating February as Black History Month, and the title called Black Resistance, We Shall Not Be Moved. And that alone is moving. That's powerful words. And I would add to that we also will not be moved. And I think that both banners should be put up there. And I'll give you, if the council president lets me read something that I put together as far as notes as a comparison. As we celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King Day, we remember how the late civil rights leader inspired one of the great ones, Roberto Clemente, who was also an Afro-Puerto Rican Latino Hall of Famer and humanitarian. King was one of Clemente's greatest heroes. The two icons actually spent a lot of time together at Clemente's ranch outside of Carolina, Puerto Rico. Clemente even placed Martin Luther King Jr. atop his list of heroes, as the Pulitzer Prize-winning author Davis Marenes wrote in his masterpiece called Clemente. What Clemente admired most about King was not just his philosophy on nonviolence, but his ability to give voice to the voiceless. Both men lived and died in service to others. King was assassinated on April 4th, 1968 in Memphis, where he was supporting the striking sanitation workers. In his last speech, he mentioned that he was told that there was a threat to his life, but that didn't stop him from going to Memphis to give his speech. Clemente also gave a voice to the voiceless. In 1971, the Afro-Puerto Rican legend was the first person to speak Spanish on a national televised English broadcast in the United States. He directed his message to his parents after the Pirates won the 1971 World Series, asking his parents for his blessing. He regularly used his time on the national media platform, like MLK, to speak about segregation and injustice. He protested in the 60s against racial inequalities towards black and brown minorities, and even within the MLB league itself. In 1968, he also spoke up for his teammates. Roberto Clemente was torn when he heard of Dr. King's death, being such a close friend. Clemente organized 11 other black players and led the demand for the Major League Baseball to pause the opening day until after MLK's day. Clemente insisted against playing until after King's funeral to give reverence and homage to the late Dr. King. The Pirates ultimately did so in 1996, doing so after King's funeral after April 10th. Clemente continued to speak up and help others throughout his career. Unfortunately, he was also a victim of tragedy. Like Dr. King, Clemente was also advised of the dangers of taking what we now know would be his last flight. But he decided to continue in his mission because of the need of a greater service. Clemente died on New Year's Eve, 1972, on a relief mission to deliver supplies to earthquake victims in Nicaragua. His cargo plane crashed into the ocean off the coast of San Juan, Puerto Rico, soon after takeoff due to the severe weather storms. Clemente was only 38 when he died, only a year younger than MLK when he was assassinated. So let's do the right thing. Let's put both banners up in recognition of these guys side by side, these two legends. And like Dr. Martin Luther King stated, an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So I humbly, respect everyone who has this power today to just come to this very simple conclusion. Roberto Clemente was also Afro-Puerto Rican. His mother's last name was Walker. We honor him, not just because of culture, not just because he was a Hall of Famer and an amazing baseball player, but it's because really he was a humanitarian. He came out and gave service to others in other countries, not just Puerto Rico or in the United States. He gave his life for service. In addition to that, he served the rich, the poor, the white, the minorities as a U.S. Marine when he signed up to join the military. So if possible, let's just come with a conclusion today, if possible, through a motion. Let's put both banners. And I actually like the other one better. I respect that. But I like the other one better.
Thank you,
Let's put both of them back up. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Next speaker is Mr. Anthony E. Davis.
Councilman Davis is here.
Anthony Davis, City of Paterson.
I'm sorry, Councilman Davis. To the parents of CCSP, you guys should stay into the yeah.
Councilman Davis. Go ahead, sir.
I came down tonight after going to East Side and Kennedy's basketball game at a nice court, that gym at John F. Kennedy High School, but unfortunately, the Knights took a loss. I am a Knight by heart. And I wanted to comment the last time I was here and I had an East Side sweatshirt on. I know you looked at me, my Councilman Jackson, but I had it on because of a dear friend of mine's, R.J. Cornish, who died, gave me that. So that's the only reason why I wore it. I'm a true Knight. But I come here in regards to what's going on in terms of the city. The city has a racial undertone that's occurring. And if you ain't aware of it, you better be aware of it. And I'm not saying that to frighten anyone, but we need to be on our P's and Q's and show who we are as leaders. You guys are the current leaders. Sit down, leaders, please. I'm telling you, this is not the one to go side and go to the other side. We better be on point with this. I'm telling you, it's coming. It's coming, and I don't know where it's, well, I do know where it's deriving from. At the country, you know, it starts there. And what they see, what our children see, and how disrespectful people are, it's twinkling down. In 1996, Councilman Bill Klein was threatened. I don't know, I'm getting ready to give you guys a little history if you probably don't know this. In 2001, Councilman Torres was threatened. In 2003, Councilman Davis was threatened. 20 years later, former Councilman McCoy got attacked. I don't know who, I don't know where. Hopefully they find the individuals. But let's be mindful. Let's watch all around what's going on and be careful when you're at night, all of us. I want to extend heartfelt and speedy recovery for McCoy and pray for the family. Everyone talks about Martin Luther King, I Dream speech. That's nice. I love it. It's not my favorite speech. My favorite speech is the drum major. If you want to hear something and how Martin Luther King was until where he was going, listen to the drum major. the drum major speech, and that's talks about this undertone this racial undertone that we're going to have too. So I encourage my heart goes out to the family. My heart goes out to the family, all of the loss. I don't know if they were talking about you two officers, but if they were, I didn't know about it. I want to know about it because we want to be behind you in support of you. I don't know if you are. I don't know. But my point is, just be mindful, Paterson. And Council President, I said what you said. One thing for me, I'm not telling you how to do your job, but for me, there has to be a decorum here where if people are going to speak, I don't know what's going on now with this cursing thing. And people are allowed to say what they want, but cursing, it should not be tolerated in here in this chambers. So, and I'm not talking directly to anyone, I'm talking to anyone who loves to curse. I'm not a cursor. If I curse, trust me, something's wrong. But I say that to say this, that, you know, we have to have some type of decorum, and if they don't want to abide or hear, put them out. Put them out. I stand by that. Not one person came in here in my 2 years as president would do that and curse. And all I do is ask, put your feet down or whatever. Let them say what they want. They have to say what they want, anyone. And I encourage you to say what you want. But the cursing should not be tolerated. Thank you. Happy New Year to everyone. And we pray that this will be a successful year and move things forward.
Thank you, Councilman Davis. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
There are no more speakers for the public portion, Mr. President.
Move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call.
Roll call to close the public portion of the Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, January 17th, 2023. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to the Felix Dahey's family, and I go downstairs every day because I'm in City Council. I'm in City Hall every day. People come into City Hall. They want to speak to a council person. Most of the time, they don't care who it is. They just want to talk to somebody. Problems or issues that's happening in their community. But I want to say to the family, but we don't have an answer. And I ask all the time. I just don't have it, and I don't know what to say, you know. But I also want to say to you, too, that there was a law passed by the state of New Jersey where they had to remove judges' names and prosecutors' names from the registration rolls. But they did not include elected officials. And let me just say to you that when I leave here sometimes, and people know we have meetings till 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, that I have to make sure that my kids know that I'm pulling in my driveway. I have come home, and there's people in my driveway waiting not to hurt me, but I don't know that when I see them there. I don't know, to tell me about something that's going on. And I would say to them, just come to the office, and you know, you don't need to wait for me in my driveway. I don't even blow the horn no more because I don't want to wake my neighbors. So I'll call. But it's something out here that I'm not sure, and my DPW director knows, we be getting threatened. He knows. But I just want to say that I want to give my condolences and hope Councilman McCoy gets better soon, because it is. But let me also say, I think people get a wrong impression about City Council. We don't get no perks. We don't get nothing. We get a salary. Half my salary go to taxes, and then the other half, I almost donate all of that to different community organizations and different groups. You know, Governor Christie in 2011 changed it all. The last person to get any perks sitting up here was Councilman McCoy. They don't get anything. We're in a different type pension. When I leave out of here, they just gonna hand me my money back that they took out, and they think that we get no cars, we get no, it's nothing. So I just want to put that out there, that But I do it because when I grew up here in the city of Paterson, I ain't had nobody to call. My mom couldn't call. Who to call? I'm getting calls now because people need to be pointed in the right direction. Whether they go into the federal level, whether they go into the state level, whether they go into the county level, I can just help them, guide them to where they need to go. I'm getting calls now because landlords were told that they can't collect their rent from COVID for almost a year and a half. That if they want to collect their rent, now they got to take the tenant to civil court. You know how mad people are out there? But there's just so much that goes on, and I do my best because I think that the more you know people, and I'll travel throughout this country on our own because the city of Paterson don't pay for us to travel nowhere. We have to pay our own way. You know what they give us to go to a conference? $55. You know what they give us to stay in a hotel one night? So we don't really, but I still need to go and find out information. I need to go and see who I can see. I need to go to see who I can help. And sometimes some of us are not loud talkers. We're not loud talkers, but I've been with the police department. I've been working with this. I've been working with Mayor Rosborough out of Newark, and he's been 3 years already trying to change them laws. He's having such a difficult time because because when Governor Christie changed the law, there's 2 departments he didn't touch, and that was the police and fire. Those are the 2 highest paid employees we have. But I find that we have to look for stuff, and I was talking to Corporation Counsel, I was talking to the Civil Service, and I haven't forgotten about you, Miss McGray. I have not forgotten about you. And I've been doing research, and I've been trying to figure out, and I've been saying, like, how can we do this? How can I do that? You know how God says sometimes, be still, and I will send you the answer. I understand that, and then I can think, and I can talk to people. I need to talk to people. I need to talk to people. What can I do? What can I do? It's just so much, and I think that people take the wrong impression of council people. They take the wrong. I'm a very personal type person, and what happens is people want to get in your life and they want to control you. And when you don't let them control you, that's when they don't like you. I get it every day. You're not calling me to tell me what to do and how to vote. You can't do that. You got to look at it and see what's right and what's wrong. You have to so there's so much out here that we need to, that a lot of laws need to be changed. A lot of federal laws need to be changed. I understand about HUD, how the zip codes with the Section 8s, how if you is 075 or 075, you get hardly no money, but if you 08 and you 087, instead of being 1,800 for a 3-bedroom, and the 08s is 2,400. Those are things that are happening to us that we don't sometimes seem to understand, that when you have to look at the whole picture, they're doing something to this inner city, and we need to try to figure out how we can try to make it right. I'd be on the phone, I'd be sending emails. I say to people, you know what, sometimes you get so many calls, I don't care if you call me 50,000 times, because then I won't, because after I talk to you, 2 minutes later, there's another call. 2 minutes after that, there's another call. I said, I can't, when I'm driving, I can't write nothing down. So it's so important, but it's about taking care of the community. And you know what, when I came here in Paterson, New Jersey, we lived in a one-room flat, cold water flat. We had a stove in the middle of the floor, and that was heat. So and I think that there's so many of us that have, and I was here when Dr. King came. I was 11 years old when he came to Paterson, New Jersey, the last week. And I made sure I took my kids to Memphis, Tennessee to see where he got assassinated. But there's things, and I think sometimes people look at us as elected officials. We do care. We do care. I can tell you that we do care. Because you know what? Back in the day, when I look at the 70s and the 80s and how racist it was, and it's still racist, don't think that it's not. It's still out there. You know, you're working so hard to get something, you work so hard, I just put my trust in God and said, please guide me, help me to figure out what I need to do. Right now, we got a big problem. I have a big problem. King Street. I've been working my corporation council on King Street ever since, and I gotta say, we understand why some of this stuff hasn't gotten done. I've been sitting here with 5 corporation council, and I find they all do things differently. They're all lawyers, but they all do things differently. But I gotta say that corporation council, amen. We've been working with King Street. We've been working with Harrison Street. We've been working. There's so many things, but I just want to say, I haven't. I'm to the point now in my life that said, whatever happens, happens. God, I'm gonna do the best I can, and whatever happens, happens. You think I'm a bad person? Then think that way. But I know the calls I get. I know the people that need help. I know where I can try to send them. I know what I'm trying to do. So with that being said, and I haven't forgotten about you, Ms. McRae. I haven't forgotten. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry about that, but everyone, I just, I guess losing my husband with COVID has put a strain on this country that we may never get back right. We may never get back right with this COVID. People don't want to go to work no more. They want to do everything at home. There's so much going on that's so wrong. I just don't know. But with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So first, let me start. I'm sure he's being disrespectful as usual. It's common practice. First, let me address the parents from CCSP and the community members in that area. It is an absolute embarrassment and disgrace that would have you have to take time away from your families, away from your children, to have to come here and get on a bending knee to make requests of such from people who are supposed to have your best interest in mind. It's an embarrassment. I apologize to you guys. But see, here in this current council, probably the most dysfunctional council in the history of the city of Paterson, it's more important of whose name goes on the legislation and who gets to move it or who was working on it first than the children's safety. Right. That's really what happens. If you just watch council meetings, just dial into any YouTube meeting, it's a fight to move it, make it, whose name is on it, who seconded it, who sponsored it. Listen, if it happens, then it's for the best of the community. That's what should be important. This item came up months ago. Now let me tell you about the process, because there's a process, obviously a legal process, that it has to go through. So it has to get voted on tonight, which now, because you're here and you place the fear in certain people's hearts, it's not concern or compassion, it's fear of their reputation. So now that you've done that, it's gonna get unanimous support. But then it has to come back before us 2 weeks from now for a second reading. This is the first reading because they took it off before. It has to be voted on again. Then it takes 28 or 20 plus days before it can actually be placed into law. We had this very similar situation happen at Alexander Hamilton. And we all discussed, had the studies done. Listen, it would be prudent, the best safe practices for children if we did this. So I'm gonna give you guys a tidbit of take something out of their book. Because laws in Paterson get broken every day. And I forget which one of you, I think it was the young lady there, you talked about Grand Street, how they put a sheriff's officer out there to make sure those people who don't live in our community are escorted out. They have priority in which direction to go, and they illegally close the road every single day, which they was trying to tell me, well, the sheriff's department has the authority. No, he doesn't. They're not the lawmakers. This body's a lawmaker. They are here to carry out the laws. They're not bigger than the law, but they do all the time. So what they've done over near Alexander Hamilton is they place barricades out there during those times of the day. You can go out over there and take a look at it to prevent traffic from coming certain ways. I would advise that not only does body support that, but I'm sure the chief has done a wonderful job, and I'm sure that there's a way to get that supported. So until this measure is actually codified and made into law, we don't put the children's safety at second hand. Let's put it in play as quickly as possible. It's a practice. Now, it's not necessarily a lawful practice because you don't have but guess what? We have the director of DPW there. You can apply for a daily permit to close the block from 8 certain hours. And this council has the ability to vote on that, and you can do it for the next 45 days or so, and that's something that we can act upon. So we can move it now to make sure that the road is placed as a one-way now. We don't have to wait. That's the authority. See, this council has a lot of authority, but it often neglects its ability to take charge in certain circumstances. So that's just something for you guys to ponder on. Call your supposed council person or representative and make sure that that measure gets placed on a special meeting agenda. We can have a special meeting, or in fact, it can be voted on tonight. And we can put measures in place to have a daily permit to close to make the roadway a one-way for the next 45 or so days until this measure gets brought forward. So, on to, other business. First of all, I truly appreciate and respect the acknowledgement of the work because it's very imperative. We talk about the racial undertones of this community. It's totally obvious, Councilman. It's been obvious for so many years. It's just that certain people, once they become a part of the recipient pool, they choose to turn a blind eye to it. I would never do that. And it's obvious. So a rank and file officer came to the podium and lied. Now, it's part of the protocol, and I have the rules and regs of the department. Every single officer is a sworn officer. Therefore, they are required to be truthful in every measure, at every moment. This body is a quasi-judicial body. Anytime you come before the body as a sworn officer, you are required. Therefore, you purge yourself if you do anything other than that, right? But we want to neglect that. So we have people like Gina Johnson, who has been coming to the podium consistently talking about her family member that's been cheated, and this has been going on and on. And I'm glad that certain representatives up here had an opportunity to see that it's not just black people, it's Paterson people, it's Hispanic people, it's Bangladesh people, it's Paterson people that are being excluded from this process. So when we sit here and talk about these officers who have dedicated their time, 27 years in one instance, 21 plus years in another, who have been infraction free. If we could talk about all of the other people who carry positions who are promoted, and we look at their disciplinary jacket, they should never have even held the position, let alone get promoted. So when we have people like this that have put in the time, put in their work, waited patiently, respectfully, and they're passed over, and they're being told things like, just continue to be awesome. That's a disrespect. It's not a disrespect only to the officer, but it's a disrespect to our community that's being poorly represented. So the De Jesus family and all the things that they have to incur or endure possibly would not happen if, in fact, we have rank and file people who live here, who represent this community, who understand the community, and who their children have to go to school with the children of other people. You have to have a different concern about things when those are the factors. So, Brother Teague, my hat goes off to you, man. I mean, every time you come to the podium, you impress me more, because it's not a tape recorder, so to speak. You come here and present facts, and your diligence in the matters, has to be acknowledged, as well as yours, Brother Sebastian. There's an obligation for this police department to protect and serve our community. They're not here for a job. They take an oath to obligate themselves to do so. And when you talk about the conditions, now look, I don't know about some of you, but I'm a realist. All these press conferences and these celebrations, the acting that, the mayor is a total actress. The boxing classes and the dance lessons, the singing, while the community is in the absolute worst condition that it's in, that I've ever seen it. The graffiti is out of control. It's everywhere. You drive into the city, it looks like New York City, 1988. Beach Street, wild style. The cleanliness, the amount of vagrants. I stood out on the corner of Grand, right in front of 401 Grand the other day with the sheriff's officer for almost 30, 40 minutes while a young man not from the city of Paterson laid on the ground experiencing an overdose. We had to watch the paramedics come while we spend money on recovering these people, which we want to do, but this is what our community has become. While our mayor is doing a national press release conference all over the place talking about how fantastic it is, while we have people who have dedicated themselves that are being passed over, and you turn your face on them and tell them to be awesome. Now, I'm gonna close very shortly, but let me give you some facts. And before I go there, let me talk about Miss Karina, because the things that her family has experienced. See, what happens is they don't expect people like her and her family to be competent enough to challenge these issues, take it to court, because they know the majority of us, the majority of people in our community barely have the resources to get on the job, let alone hire an attorney and challenge these things in a court of law. It's expensive to do so. So 9 times out of 10, all of the people that have passed over, they do so quietly because they don't have the resources to continue on. And that's what I'm here for, to fight for people who have been consistently overlooked. But let me talk about facts. And Councilman Davis, you're going to be able to acknowledge this because I believe you might have been sitting on the council at the time. Right before 2008, another officer, Officer Griffin, who was a highly decorated officer, was on the verge of being passed over for the position of lieutenant. Then we had an extremely diligent, eligible fighter on this council. Somebody who just didn't wait to see what's going to happen. Somebody who took the front line in the fight. And Councilwoman Vera Ames. She made it a point and made it known, if he gets passed over, you will not get my support. I will bust your tail. Then we had a real mayor who cared about the community, regardless of whatever many people might think about him or say about him. We had a mayor who had enough gumption, backbone, and so many other things I could use, right? To take it upon himself to tell the PD, I don't care what you do, you fix it. And he was made during that time. And the person who lied in front of the council was then passed over and made on the second list, in which he's depicting to us that's an impossibility. You benefited from that process, but now other people don't have the ability to benefit from the same process. That right there is a fallacy, and that alone should have this entire council body up in arms to say, hey, there's a necessity for an investigation. Not a lynching, not a road rage incident, but an investigation to find out why. We all watch these academies come through here, and if those of us can't acknowledge that there's wrongdoing going on here in this community, one, you're blinded, or you're complicit. You're a part of the issue. Now, I'm going to say this lastly. Sister McCray, yo, man, you know, I have to fight back a moment of being emotional because, yeah, I applaud you, sister. And Whisper, as much as I love your name, it is not fitting because you were not whispering when you stepped to the microphone. Your voice resonates so loud and clear. It is such a powerful voice. And to just take a moment to acknowledge the work that you talked about a single mother putting in. If you want to judge a person's record, judge them by the work and the results of the work that they put in. Here's a single mother who has dedicated herself to this community, who has been an upstanding officer, who's achieved her master's degree, all while raising such a phenomenal young person. When we have young people in our community being, spoken so negatively about, it is the people like this that we fail to acknowledge and fail to give them credit because they show that they could come here and they see through the bull crap that the people who are in position to represent them, they believe we are all stupid. But this young lady has proven, not only is she keen to what's going on, but she has the ability to come forward and express herself in such a manner in which she does not have to use profanity, she does not have to be belligerent, in such a professional manner that is heartfelt. And if this council and that mayor, that fake mayor who has done everything else but represent the community that supported him, can't acknowledge that and utilize his authority and his position to do what's right, then you all need to pay attention. But I take my hat off to you for a job well done. This community doesn't even deserve you. Look at the treatment. While on the list, we have people who have stolen, who have been convicted, not on the list, but who have already been promoted. Officers that have been convicted of crimes, who have went to a higher court, and the court say, wait a minute, you're contesting the ruling there? They were too lenient with you for the crime that you committed. These are the officers, the people that we have representing this department, but yet people like this being passed over while council members are fighting because of a misspelling on a document. Where you at, council members, in your support? I hope you stay and watch, because they'll try to push this item to the end of the meeting. It's number 47. Hopefully, Council President will have enough gumption to bring it forward right away. Because again, I'm fighting to make sure we do what's within our purview, within our power. An investigation to make sure these ills stop happening now. This is 2023. Dr. King has been long gone, while people who benefited from his fight are trying to scarf over what he's done. And lastly, I'll say this. With acknowledgement to the work that Roberto Clemente has done, there's been many, many people. See, years ago, there was an organization called the Young Lords. I want you guys, just go YouTube the Young Lords. It was a group of Puerto Rican individuals, many shades, dark skin, and what they did was they teamed up during that time with the African American community because they understood the injustices against one group is no different than the injustices against another. So it impels me, it's embarrassing to see certain individuals who have benefited from all of this labor sit here, not only turn their faces on the group and the people who have suffered, who will continue to suffer, but lie to the community, mislead the community, misrepresent their position, say one thing in public. The councilman clearly said, he spoke to the council president, he spoke to the mayor. Look what the mayor did. He threw him under the bus. I don't have nothing to do with that. But we know what happened. Anyway, facts are facts and you can't change them. No matter how much you try to color them, how much crap you put on top of them, who tries to say it, you can't deny these things. And with that being said, Madam Clerk, I will be remiss if I fail to mention this. Because this same council, I ask all of you, Mrs. Rayfield, you know, please be mindful of this, because it's often done this way. See, some of us who come with talents, much like the people we're witnessing today, right? They out here, they do the job. They get ridiculed, mistreated, but they continue to do the job. They keep their composure. They bite their tongue. See, it's reflective of what Dr. King had to endure. Being jailed, sprayed with hoses, attacked by dogs. That was just one generation ago. I was just coming to an existence at that time. It's not that long ago. But it's still going on now, because our deputy clerk has dedicated and committed herself to this community, to this council. She was ridiculed by former council members, not just her, but other members. Councilman Davis, please take note of this. People talking about her incompetency, yet she's the one doing all the labor, putting it in all these years while they are conspiring. Be a man, be a person of integrity. Do your business in the clear light of day. Don't finagle behind closed doors. Say, oh no, they posted the job twice and had her, and the first time didn't have her name on the list when she was the first to apply. I know, because I checked the documentation. Yet and still, much like they tried to do the previous clerk, who they praised so highly as she was leaving out, they tried to undermine her and tried to undermine Jane Warren, tried to have her removed. She's been doing the work. Now she's doing the work out of title. She should be compensated for that, out of title pay, but she's not getting that because this administration is racially complicit. But yet, I'm talking, Council President. I'm talking.
I know you've been
Don't
talking
interrupt me.
You're talking for a half. We got to do
I
some
don't care.
city business.
I don't care. I'm talking. It needs to get said. It is your practice to make us wait to the end of everybody speaks to address all the issues. I'm getting to all the issues. You didn't say anything to anyone else when they went over the time. Please don't do this. Don't do anything different to me.
Just watch the video. That's all. How much time you're taking. That's all.
I don't need to watch the video. I'm very aware. I'm very aware. I'm also aware of your hand in exactly what I'm talking about. See, those people that get uncomfortable when you talk about facts and truth, then they want to interrupt you and try to derail you. I stay consistent. I stay on 100 all the time. They ain't ready for that. They're not ready. They're not prepared for that. They want me to align with the nonsense. No, I will not. This woman has done the job. She's doing the job now. And Councilman Davis will attest to this. This council has the authority to hold the administration accountable. First, when you do a job out of civil service title for a certain period of time, you're entitled to out-of-title pay. That's the first thing. Next, if you're doing the job, you should be in the acting capacity. Some get it, but some don't. So why is that? Why is this mayor treating one position differently than another? Why? Ask yourself that. I'll just rest it there because people are impatient. We have city business to run over, you know. But yet, I refuse to sit here. I refuse to sit here and watch people be impaled, watch people be mistreated, watch people be stepped over while they can't, while they have the inability to say anything. I sat in a committee meeting once before while the BA was extremely disrespectful to another African-American director, highly qualified, the only much more qualified than the people they brought here. The disrespect, I had to step on her as well, because I will not sit here and allow it to happen. And it's not just about black people. I had to do it to other officers, Caucasian officers who are from this community as well. I do what's right. I'm urging you, the community, to call your council person, implore them to do what's right as well. People doing the work, let's make sure they're fairly compensated for it. People have been doing the work, let's make sure they're treated fairly. Let's not watch more people in our community be passed over so somebody's son, who's also not from this community, could be next on the list. Madam Clerk, hats off. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, Madam Clerk, I would like to address a few points from some of the community on the public portion. And to the Jesus family, I know they're not here, but it's really heartbreaking to see the Jesus family coming every Monday, every Tuesday at the meeting in front of the council. I make a request to Corporation Council to use our public channel, Corporation Council, to promote the reward that we have, which is $35,000, to help the Jesus family, keep that on the news. I believe that have to take national attention. It's been almost a year that Felix de Jesus disappeared in the city of Paterson, and it really broke my heart to see his mother here. La señora, que Dios la siga ayudando. May God continue blessing you and just keeping you healthy and strong. It's really heartbreaking. So I think Corporation Council that I would like to get a legal advice. Is that doable? I believe it's doable. That's the city channel. We have to keep that reward on the TV. Somebody knows something about Felix de Jesus. Somebody knows something. No, so speak up. And like I said, this have to go at the national level because it's been almost a year. To the member of the community charter school, the parent and the principal, I know that they all left. We have a few members that still here. We want to thank you for being here. I know this item was on the agenda a little while ago. It's here now. It's item number 9. We're ready to vote on this item. I know you've been working with Councilman Mims and Councilman Velez went through the committee with this item. And I will definitely add, I know you're going to continue having meetings with our council colleague, but I think we have the DPW director here. On the next committee meeting, we definitely should talk about all the signs that are needed on that section. And we have our chief of police here. I know he could put a unit on that area to enforce the traffic on that area. Traffic enforcement is key, so I know he's here. He could do that immediately. But the item number 9 is on the agenda. I know you're going to continue working with my council colleague. But at the committee meeting, we're definitely looking forward to have that conversation with Councilman Velez, set the committee meeting to make sure that you get all the signs there. But once again, thank you. That's what the community is all about, coming together, working together, and fighting for our children and fighting for what is right. I know Mr. Dave Gilmore left. He spoke about dumping the garbage in our community. That's a serious problem. It's just so unacceptable to see people from out of town coming into Paterson, dumping garbage. And let me just remind everybody, we increased the fine. We increased the fine to up to $10,000. If you see people dumping garbage in our community, take a picture of the plate number, call the police, because it's incredible the amount of money that we have to spend to clean those areas, clean the community. I mean, the garbage is a serious problem in our city. It's filthy, and we got to fight back. We got to fight. With that being said, to the young lady that came on the mic, you say something really key, and it's that when the police department reflect what the community look like, we all get more, we all get the benefit. When you know the community that you're serving to, it's a blessing. I got to tell you, I'm excited. The young man that is here as a police officer, I know his family. I saw him when he was very little, and I'm so proud to see him now as a police officer. That's what we all should be fighting for, making sure that our residents get the opportunity to be in the police force, to be promoted, and to get the right treatment. And I'm going to tell you, I mean, I don't think that we disagree with that. I think the key is to do things the right way and fighting the right way. That's the key to accomplish what we're looking for in reality. Councilman David, it's so great to see you here tonight. It's so great to see you here. You say something very important tonight. Listen, this is the time for us as a Patersonian to respect more each other, to love more each other, and to work together. We could disagree without respecting each other. And I really want to thank you. You was a gentleman when you was here at the council, and this goes out to everybody. When people go in front of the mic, when you start cursing, I think you hurt yourself. Because my kid, they see the city council video. Our children, they see it's on the YouTube channel. It's on our public access. So listen, we are the leader in this community, and let's be a role model for our children. That's all I'm going to say. With that being said, let's continue to pray for our city. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So first of all, let me say to the De Jesus family, as I've stated many times that you've come, that I'm praying. It has been stated by Corporation Counsel that a letter was sent out. We did receive a copy of the fact that we sent a letter to the Attorney General's office. So I'm putting this request on the floor. I find it a little bothersome that we would send a letter to the Attorney General's office and there will be no response. So I'm asking for a second follow-up letter, and I pray that this council will support that. But to hear that the Attorney General was sent a letter and there was no response, the response should have been at least, we're working on it, we don't have any information or whatever, but I have never heard in my life that you send it to a top official and there is no response. So to the community at large, I am putting it on the record tonight that a follow-up letter be sent to the Attorney General's office in regards to the first letter with the date that it was sent from Paterson City Council to identify why first there was no response, and then secondly, what is the response? So I'm putting that on the record. I want to thank all community members that come out consistently to the microphone to voice your opinions. To the community charter school, as you know, from day one, it didn't come even from the school, it came from some of the parents. There were 2 children that were almost hit by a car, and that's when I brought it to the council for this work to get done. I am happy to see tonight is not just item number 9, it is item 9, 10, and 11 that are on the agenda to do the reconstruction. There's some points that's been made on tonight. Some of it is illegal. We cannot do it. So I hear people saying, yes, we could do. No, we cannot. It's illegal. And I am not pushing anything that goes against the law. I'm not going to do it. So, and I don't want to push anything, number one, that we say we're going to do and then it doesn't happen. And then so even to say we can have an officer there, we are very limited with police officers. We don't have enough. If there's an emergency that breaks out, the first priority would be the emergency. So I don't even want to say every day an officer would be there. There's a difference around the corner. That's a county building. The sheriff work in that office, so they're there to guide those people in and out through that parking lot. That's a totally different scenario. But to say that we can have an officer there every day, we will not be telling the truth to the community. Now here's a quote, and I want to say it in public. You could use this quote. It's not mine. I don't know who wrote it, but listen to this quote. A lie has wings. It travels quickly and it spreads fast, but the truth has feet. It takes longer to show up, but when it arrives, it can stand on its own. I'm going to say it again. A lie has wings. It travels quickly and it spreads fast, but the truth has feet. It takes long to show up, but when it arrives, it can stand on its own. Tonight, what was said, Mims take a side, is a total false narrative. Let me tell you why. When that item was presented to this council, there is a process. It's a process. You're supposed to present it before Wednesday. You have to get it to Corporation Council so that they can overview it and it's signed off. This is the process. Now, even though the item was given to us 10 minutes before the meeting, Now, all of this process takes place about maybe 10 to 14 days before the council meeting. We get the packet after that, we review it on a Friday. This is the process. We got the item on a sheet of paper 10 minutes before the meeting. And let me tell you what MIMS did. Without having all the facts, having all the details, didn't even know what was going on, when it was presented here on the dais, what I did and Councilwoman Cotton did, we supported Councilman Jackson and said, let's support it. So this is for people that said MIMS need to take a side. The process was not followed, and MIMS still said, let's hear what this situation is, and I said, yes, vote it on the agenda. That's what I did and Cotton did, both of us. So when I hear people come to the microphone and say, take a side and you're playing games, first of all, to this day, I don't know the details today. I don't know all the people involved today. I don't know what we're advocating for today. Nothing today. We had an item that was given. I'm not even talking about misspelled words. I'm talking about the fact, number one, it wasn't followed through process. Number two, it wasn't on resolution paper. There was no resolution number identified, which is the law of this council based on the what we go through, Faulkner Act Plan B. Go through it. This is the law. Number three, it never went to Corporation Council so that they can review it, and that way there would have been no mistakes. And number four, which is very important, Corporation Council never signed off on it. But even despite all of those things that were not done, MIMS said, based on whatever it is, and I've said it in the meetings, you could go back and watch the tapes, MIMS said, if there's nothing to hide, let's do it. That's what MIMS said on the record. If there's nothing to hide, let's hear what the situation is. I said it last week, the week before, and you can go back, and when it was presented to this council, go back and check who said, yes, let's hear it, and go back and check the ones that didn't. Stop coming to the microphone based on lies that are being spewed in a backroom meeting or on the phone to discredit the only two African-American females sitting here. I am sick of it. I am absolutely sick of it because it is a lie. If you go back and look at the tapes and listen, you will know Councilwoman and Cotton and myself, we supported it. The two of us, we said yes. That's what we did. We said yes. That's how it was able to come, so that there could be a conversation. And what was stated, that in order for it to stay, it had to have a unanimous vote. If one person voted no, it failed. And others voted no. Not myself, not Councilwoman Cotton. We didn't vote no. We voted yes. So why is it that I got to take a side? I took a side. The right side. I wanted to hear it. The side, what you should do as community, listen to me. If you have an issue, don't go to one council person and then you come to the microphone and tell everybody else off. We don't know what you're talking about. Because the person you're telling, they don't talk to us. We don't know the details of what you're telling them. So when you come to the microphone and you're blasting us and cursing us out and saying all this stuff, we're sitting here like, what are you talking about? Our information is public, and I'm going to put it out there again. My number is 973-902-1957. On my card, I don't put the city cells, all that number's there. My personal cell is on every card I give out. My information is on social media. People reach out to me every single day. So to say I need to take a side, I take one every time I sit here. And I took an extra side. That was an extra dose of gravy I took that night, because we just got that 10 minutes before the meeting. Everybody was like, well, what is it? We had to ask Madam Clerk to give everybody a copy because we had no idea what was going on. And still tonight, we still don't know. So to be lying to the community, lying to family members is a disgrace. And I'm sick of hearing it said every time we say, I'm the only person fighting. You're lying. Because how can we fight if we don't know? How can we advocate when we don't know? We don't have the information. It's on the agenda tonight. It's going to be voted on tonight. Let's see what happens. But to say all the stuff that has been said, I'm telling you, and I know sometimes the community take the sound bites and they're like, oh, that was great. It was wrong. It was wrong. It was off. And sometimes we need to apologize. Because when you get the facts, you got to apologize to people. We don't know what's going on. We're sitting here. If you didn't call me, I don't know. I don't play the telephone game. Somebody said, he said, you call directly. I'm councilwoman at large. I represent every ward of this community. When those 2 kids almost got hit by that car, they called me, Thomasina, Erica Plaza, the public school. I called Bob Darashi and everybody. They knew from the beginning that MIMS was on it. I didn't remove it from the agenda. I pushed and advocated for it to be on the agenda. And it's here tonight, and I'm happy for that, but it should have been done already. Because now I got to go to first reading, then second reading, then 20 days after. It takes longer for a kid's life to be in jeopardy. And I said that before, that a kid almost got hit by a car, kept saying it in the meeting, and it still was removed. Despite me telling the story, despite the family members coming out tonight. Thank God they came out tonight. I don't think it would have been not approved, but thank God, because people need to hear that MIMS is not pulling items out of osmosis. I'm not here to make myself look good. I'm here because the community has concerns. They have issues. People's cars are being broken into on 6th Ave, 7th Ave, 8th Ave. Their cars are being broken into. Councilman McCoy, former Councilman McCoy, God bless him with the assault on his life. But let me remind you, when you come to the mic or you hear people make negative comments about council people, guess what happens? You put our lives in danger. Because you listen to someone lie to you, and a lie had wings, and it traveled fast, and it spread quickly. But you didn't ask the other person, somebody said this about you, and I want to see if it's true. I was sitting in the Dr. MLK program on yesterday, and I went to 4 programs. And I really don't have to brag about what I go to, because I go to almost everything. But I went to 4 programs yesterday. As I was sitting there, someone from a fake number texted me, and this is what they said to me. I'm sitting in Martin Luther King's program. They said, I was in a private meeting last night, and I heard that you were having an affair with the mayor. Now, I'm in the MLK program. And then I said, well, who is it? They wouldn't respond. Chief, I'm going to send it to you. Because when I find out, I'm pressing charges. They said, and then they went even further. They said, yeah, because you're getting that good DICK. This is what's coming from the community members. And this is some of the same very people that are attached to the people that come to the mic to rip us to shreds. They're spreading these lies in the community and saying stuff with falsity, and you never come and say to us, I heard such and such. Is it true? No. You're listening to people that are trying to raise up the standard or bar of whatever it is and whatever it is. But don't come to the council and say no one is advocating. We cannot fight for you if we don't know. We cannot advocate on your behalf if we don't know. The De Jesus family knows. I've been with them from day one. From the very beginning, and I got a call from somebody in the community to tell me about it, and I called them immediately. I didn't come to the dais and say, hey, I've been with the De Jesus, I called them. I didn't do none of that. The family told at the mic. I didn't say nothing because I don't need the showboat. I'm not here for that. But to hear someone say, I got to take a side, I take sides every day. The right one for the community. And when that paper came to us 10 minutes before the meeting started, not 10 minutes before it was due in the office, which is our process, 10 minutes before the meeting started, you know what MIM said? Despite all the rules that were broken, despite all the protocol that was not carried, MIM said, you know what? I want to hear if there's any wrongdoing. That's what I said. And I said, yes, let's put it on the agenda. That's what I said. Roll back the tape. You could play it, get Memorex, play it a few times, but that's what happens. But to me, I'm going to quote my quote again. A lie has wings. It travels quickly and it spreads fast. But the truth has feet. It takes longer to show up, But when it arrives, it can't stand on its own. Find out the truth. Don't let this meeting end and somebody call you up or make faces while we're sitting here like, oh, she's not telling the truth. I said it openly. They're here, who I'm talking about. I'm saying it in their face. This is what it is. And if they have an issue, they can say what their issue is. Because this is fact. It's on tape. It's recorded. You could go back. You could Oprah it. And you'll say, I stand corrected. Mims did say that. We said it, myself and Cotton. It's on documented record. We said put it on here. Even though we didn't have all the details, I still don't know what's going on. But I said it's enough to hear it. I even questioned Corporation Counsel last week. I said, Corporation Counsel, if it doesn't get to the point where the council supports it, I said, can we have an executive session and rice them to come in? I asked that last week, did I not, Corporation Counsel? I asked that. So to say, I'm not taking a side and I'm not doing what's right, come on, people. We got to stop believing all of this extra stuff that's being given to us and spread it fast and ask for the truth. Everything that's being stated to you is not true. There are people that are up here that really fight. I'm a single mom too. I got kids that have to watch these meetings while we sit here till 2 o'clock in the morning, like tonight after all the public is over. We have not done basically any of the agenda. And we still will be here probably till 2 o'clock in the morning. You'll be home asleep, and we'll still be sitting here trying to vote, pay this, do this, because we had to go through all of this drama because of some of the stuff that's being said. That people, and I'm not fearful to lose my seat, because if God don't want me in this seat, I won't be here. So I'm not saying anything for you to vote me in, vote me out. It don't matter. I'm still going to fight for the community. I've done it before I got here. I'm doing it while I'm here, and I'm going to do it after I'm gone, because that's why I'm here. I'm not here for no paycheck and none of that stuff. We got to stop lying to the community and stop doing what you're doing to all these other council members, because you're putting our lives in danger by acting like you're the only one that fight for the people. That's a lie from the pit of hell, and I take it back. I have to say that. It's not true. There are some people that are opening their mouth. I'm not speaking for everybody. I'm speaking on behalf of Mims. I'm speaking on behalf of Mims. There are people here like myself that are speaking up. So you can't put everybody in a bucket. We're not all the same. Say people's name. If you want to say something, call their names out.
Well, why you mad if they never say your name?
They said my name tonight. Yes, they did. So that's why I'm addressing.
Please, no back and forth.
When you tag me in, come
on, please.
Yes, I have.
Don't yell from the audience.
Ask your brother. Ask your brother. No, I got it. No, I got it. Ask your brother. Ask your brother. It's not true. Yes, it is. Ask your brother. But let me say this in close.
Please don't yell from the audience.
Okay, but you said none. It's either none or I did. You got to make up your mind. None or I did.
Councilwoman, can you please finish it? We're not going to go back and forth, Councilwoman.
So, let me say this in closing.
Councilwoman, we're not going to go back and forth.
Let me say this in closing. I wasn't referring to you. But I wasn't referring to you.
Councilwoman, please.
No, Council President, I got this.
I know you got it.
Okay, but I got it. To the De Jesus family, I was not referring to you at all, because you didn't mention my name. No, I didn't. You didn't mention my name.
So, well, I specifically said that one fight.
I know, but I wasn't. No, this was.
Something about the foot coming out, in and out.
No. What was said tonight? Listen to me. No, listen to me. It had nothing to do with what you said. Nothing at all. It was stated tonight, Mims needs to take sides about another situation that's going on.
Months ago, that if they didn't help, that you was going to stand over.
Please.
Well, that can happen.
Please, no, but Councilwoman, we're closing the public.
Council President, you didn't stop anybody else. You didn't stop anybody else.
Please don't yell for the.
My man's funeral wasn't even there yet.
What? Whose funeral? What funeral?
You said
can you please stop?
But his funeral was Thursday, so I don't know how you got there Tuesday.
Whose funeral?
Can you please stop? Don't yell from the audience, please.
Wait a minute.
Please. Recorded like I said.
Wait a minute.
But you ain't go to his funeral.
Wait a minute.
He was a Muslim. He had to be down in 5 days. You said it Tuesday. He was down on Thursday. You ain't go there.
Who are you talking about? See, here's another story. Here's another story that I said I went to a funeral. Whose funeral? Whose funeral?
Councilman, can you not?
Who is Dix? Who is that? Okay, so sometime, here's another thing. People are saying, I said I went, first of all,
Councilwoman, we cannot go
and so are you.
back.
And so are you. So let me say this to the community.
Councilwoman.
Let me say this to the community. I got it. Let me say this to the community. I don't ever say I go to funerals. Me and Thomasina rock all day. We be together every day. I don't tell anybody I go to funerals. Never. We go to all types of funerals. I don't have to tell somebody I went. No, I did not. So let me say this. If I go to a funeral, I don't have to tell anybody I went anywhere. Because I go to funerals all the time. Right. So to say I said I went to a funeral and I didn't go to a funeral, somebody said, remember.
Can you please let her finish, please?
So Paterson.
Please no back and forth.
Paterson.
So your workers no back and forth.
I'm not his worker. I'm not his worker. So Paterson.
I'm gonna.
We have a
don't yell,
serious.
or I'm gonna ask you to leave the council chambers.
Council
please.
President.
Please.
Council President, it's okay.
Go ahead.
So in closing, Paterson, we have a lot of issues going on in our community. And what happens is because of misinformation and sidebar conversations, it causes uproars and anger. And it causes people to be put in situations where their lives are put at stake from lies and misinformation. I'm going to keep saying that. Lies and misinformation. It's time out. We've been here since 7 o'clock. And it's almost 9 o'clock. And 10 o'clock, and we still have almost 60 items on the agenda that are very important to move this city forward. Move this city forward. And Paterson, as we continue to sit here, I pray that God and his angels protect us from all the negativity and all the lies that are being spewed out in regards to us sitting here. A lot of stuff you're blaming us for is not even us. It's the administration. And I don't hear you say anything to the mayor, to the administration. You're like the council. We don't even have that jurisdiction. It's stuff that we can't even do. We can't tell the officer to go and do. That's not our job. It's the mayor's responsibility. But you come and you yell at us, we have nothing to do with it at all. So, Paterson, I'm going to keep fighting on your behalf like I've always had. I'm going to keep standing with you. You already know. You call me, I'm coming. You reach out to me, you inbox me, I'm coming. You need help, I'm coming. I've always came, and I'm going to continue to do that because that is why we're here, to fight and represent you and this community. Madam Clerk?
Hi.
Thank you for doing what you do. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Paterson. Good evening, everyone. Those who are here, those who are here, and those who are watching us live. You are here, it means that you care about Paterson. Yesterday, we have observed Martin Luther King's birthday. 94 years ago, Martin Luther King was born to make this nation an equal nation. And because of this, I'm sitting here today. And any change comes to the banner back there that we have, our good last week, should be taken place with the consent of the council body. That's the hope. I'd like to express my sympathy to Councilman Bill McCoy that he has experienced the violent attack last few days ago, and we pray for his speedy recovery. And I believe that complete heal is not going to come until we catch the criminals and bring under punishment. There was a group of individuals came from the community charter school regarding the Morris Street, and it is on the agenda, and I need Corporation Council's attention on this, that it was told by one of the council members that if we want, we can just make it one-way street even tomorrow. I mean, if you want to, or is there any something that is permissible? Because why am I saying this? If it is permissible, we'll go for it. If it's not, I want you to state that. Because when we're saying it is permissible and that people hear and they are thinking this is the fact, and when it's not happening, they're thinking, oh, majority of the council members are against it. So I want to hear from you, and people want to hear from you, the legal advisor, that whether it is true or not. You gonna go for now, with the permission of the council president? What? I had a question to make sure that people hear that. The question is whether...
Question.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to wait for this, and people, please wait for that response, because I don't want you to take something that is maybe fact or may not be a fact. And I thank all the individuals that showed up on behalf of the school, behalf of the families and our, scholars. This is not your working hours. I salute that timing, that you care about our children. Paterson, one thing that is important, and I want to mention this, not really I want to take credit or get credit from you. How many times I drive around the city, you know this, I walk around the city, I drive overnight, do night patrolling, that's what we do. I'm talking about every single word. We get phone calls from our resident to address the issue. Let me show you a packet. Where's the packet, Councilman, that I handed over? That's my yesterday. I was walking to the neighborhood to collect signatures for speed bumps. See how many signatures in this packet. That's what we are doing. Getting your attention is easier, which is called emotional game. Just coming here on Tuesday and getting your attention by saying things that what you like to hear is easier than providing constituent service. And when you are coming and talking against all the council members, it discourages us, especially as a new council member, it discouraged me to do extra work. So please do your homework before you say things. There's nothing wrong with praising any council member, but when you praise someone and put everyone else down, which is totally wrong. It does not work like this. I am not against any council member. I do respect all my council buddies. None of the agenda will move forward if we are not coming together. But think about other services. Walk around every single neighborhood. Who's providing these services? Ask your neighbors who they called and who responded. Ask that as well. Coming on Tuesday and providing services easier than anything else. Last night, I'm talking about just last night, forget about other days. Where's my director, Bill Rodriguez? Last night I sent 4 emails. So I CC'd you as well.
That's right.
About stop sign, I collected, this is one of the packet for speed bumps. I collected signatures for stop sign. And it's on the record, and I sent email last night. Collected signature because we need 2 stop signs in 2 different locations. I walked to the neighborhood to make sure that people agreed to it. This is what we are doing. It's not really I'm doing only. Maybe my other council members doing as well. So please correct us. Criticize us. I like to hear the criticism from you, not only praise, that's true. Because I like to correct myself. I like to hear your voice because we are here and I'm here to represent your voice. That's the truth. So do not think just 1 or 2 council members just represent you. That's very wrong. And if this is the case, then why am I walking to the Broadway to address an issue that happened last weekend? And one of the members who spoke in the public session today, why he called me at 2 o'clock in the morning? If someone else really provides services 24/7. So please encourage us, criticize us the same way, but constructively that we can fix ourselves. Thank you so very much, everyone. Thank you for your time, for being here, and together we can move this city forward. Thank you, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
So
have been a long night. Item number 9 and 10 is here, and 11. Actually, I'm talking about the 2-1. That one counted is good. So, Councilwoman Mins called me on the phone saying that the parents are requesting this name street one way. The process is, and I told her, Councilwoman, right, that it have to go to committee. That's the process, that she could submit it, and when it comes up to pedestrian safety, this is not going to be there. It did not pass committee because the committee agreed that it should be revised the other way. Traffic engineering, police department, and fire department agreed on the changes. We didn't hold it because we want to. We want to get the right way to do something. I'm not saying that she did it wrong. I'm saying that it had to be done the right way.
Tell a real story, Velez. Come on.
So I'm not going to take an item and make something that is going to be a blessing and save life to create something
We
that,
removed it. Come on.
once again, we never remove it from.
Please, don't, let him finish, ma'am. Please let him, please. That's the whole thing there. What we hear, there's a fact, there's a further study needed to get done by the engineer, that's all.
Correct. I just.
And
was
it's
done.
not
No, it was
only
done
that,
previously.
you know.
It was done previously, Council President.
I wonder, people coming in blaming council for this one-way street sign.
It was
Where
done
was the
previously.
study done?
It was done.
Before.
It was.
1 second. Before they opened up those charter schools. The owner of those charter schools are making millions of our students and our kids. And their life is being endangered. They should have done the study before they get the permission to open up their school. It should not come in front of us now. It should have been before. Excuse me, I'm cutting you off.
No, that's okay.
They should have done it before they open up the door. That's my opinion. Excuse me, I just got a little heated over it. They
I
have
rubbed
5
off on you,
schools
Council President.
within less than a half a mile.
And
Go ahead, Councilmember Les.
thank you, thank you, Council President. That's okay. I know you. Correct. Correct.
Most of you, everybody knows me because I used to work at school number 2 with autism students, and we put a sign
Correct.
up there.
Correct.
Because I was one of them that requested it. Now I do work for community charter school. It's been 8 years working for them. Since it started, we did it. Since they had the plan, I was in the meeting, we did speak about that.
Correct.
We did.
Ms. Plaza,
From the beginning.
we agree.
And I do appreciate what you're doing today.
We agree.
What I don't appreciate is the time that it took, knowing that scholars have been almost hit, even staff members. Because my title is not being crossing students, but I dismiss them. And I have to stand, jeopardizing my life when I already lost my husband 11 years ago in a car accident here in Paterson. And I have to put my life every day to cross my scholars for a parent not to suffer what I suffer with my husband. So this is what I'm talking.
Ma'am,
And I do respect. Sorry that I interrupt, but it was something that actually said.
Councilmember Les.
correct. So let me say, Mrs. Plaza, we agreed, all right? But everything has a process.
And I'm aware of it.
And let me advise you something. We only had one regular meeting on the month of December. Okay? We only had one meeting on the month of November. Everything's a process.
And I'm clear about that. I work
The two items are here. The one way is going through, but it's not going the way it was recommended because the traffic engineer, the police, and fire recommended to go the other way. So you imagine You imagine if we don't do as a committee a diligent work and we put it the way that I think is going to work, and it creates a problem because it was not vetted to the proper channel. So we correct it. And this, Councilwoman, correct. Councilwoman, I didn't interrupt you. This item, and we could go, and you could open all the documents out here, and there was no traffic study done before it.
Councilmember, can you please?
When they talk about lies, that's the problem.
Councilman, let's vote. We have a lot
So
of
I understand the lady back there now. Once again, it's going to get done. It's going to stay done the proper way. Now, Corporation Council, can you please, I need to ask you a question with Council President, with your respect.
Can you?
This is important. We hire aides, Council President. We hire aides to serve the community with us. And I request this way back through, I think, Madam BA. They become city's employees, even that we are hiring as aid. Having aid cursing at us in the streets and cursing because we doing wrong decision, there had to be a point of order in that too, because I cannot have.
Council President, point of order. Councilman
order,
Velez,
'cause Thomas
no,
said
Councilwoman
she's
Mims.
not my
I
aide.
stayed very, very quiet
She's
this
not
time.
my
Point of
aide.
order. Councilman Velez, we're in the middle of roll call. There should be just finish your points. We've been here for 3 hours. We haven't voted on one item. Councilwoman Mims, he has the floor. Let's keep the decorum. Say your comments so we can move on with the agenda. Robert's Rules of Order does not allow you during roll call to have questions. You could say your reason to, your explanation and vote. Colleagues, please. We could discuss it and go to a voting. So Councilman Velez, with all due respect, please, I'm not interrupting you, but just stay on your task and your explanation and vote, please. Thank you.
So I'm the last one to speak. So I sit back here, listen to everyone, but I'm going to say this. It's moving forward, Ms. Plaza. An important thing is getting done. We cannot put it before into the ordinance past the second reading. Once again, it's getting done. Second, Madam BA, I would like to request for the past, since 2018, because public has demand that the police hiring be reflected the community. So I want, since 2018, since this administration took office, because Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and those that comes to the graduation of the police officers, if that don't represent our community, then I'm blind. Because having diverse academy, I want to know the NC if it's possible from each member that have graduated from those academy. And we got more females in graduating in academy than ever. I would like to see, if that academy since 2018 reflect the city of Paterson. Last but not least, I could say a lot of stuff today, but you know what? God is good. I believe in karma. I would say here to the Lord says so, and to the voters voting me back in. So God bless you all. Good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I hope that Madam BA, Madam Clerk, took all the notes from the constituents concerned. Especially, there were a lot of issues tonight. Ms. Rayfield talked about removal of Dr. Martin Luther King banner. The word removal is not the correct word. Nobody removed it. We had another one. They sent somebody to print the updated one, as far as that's all I knew. As far as I know. So there are a lot of things being said out there. It's not the truth. So all of us, we need to do our own research. we should agree to disagree. Ms. McRae, committee as a whole, tonight, I'm looking at my agenda. I don't have the resolution. I don't have the resolution. Look it up. What is the resolution? So what are we voting on?
Again,
You spoke about committee as a whole, correct? Tonight, committee as a whole. As of now, I don't have a resolution in front of me to vote on. If any of my council colleagues has it, please let me know or direct me to there. Some of us will talk to talk, we'll let you hear what you want to hear. And there's always a fact. Everybody entitled to their opinion, but there is a fact behind every opinion. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking in general. Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. You, who? No, I'm talking about she spoke. Okay, I'm not talking to you directly, ma'am. I'm talking about in general. There is a fact behind every opinion. And this Morris Street, is it Morris Street that you came about? These are automatic. Nobody tried to specifically by the schools. Nobody tried to hold it back or take it back. It's just, sometimes it takes time. That's all. What get me upset is before even we opened the school, we should have done a broad traffic study. We should, right. But we should do a safety study. So we should change our mentality. Right. That's why we should. I agree with you. So we should change our mentality. We should do first, then we build. We should build. Right. But we're doing afterward. It should have get done before. And, Madam. Right. I agree with you, ma'am. Safety of the children. We should have done it before we even opened that school. That's what I'm trying to say. Before when we opened the school, we should have done the study, traffic study, safety study, and we should have done it before we even opened the door. That's all I'm trying to say. What was that again? It's not the council. We did not approve it. Paterson Board of Education. It's not the council, so Paterson Board of Education did. Actually, I don't take this long. Madam Clerk, Madam BA, hopefully you have all the notes from the constituents, such as Ms. Rogers from the 5th Ward, and all this concern we should attend to. That's all. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent.
Okay. Corporation Council, Mr. Councilman Woodin had a question.
Yes, thank you, Council President, for the opportunity to address several issues. So first and foremost, the ordinance cannot be enacted tomorrow, and I think this was alluded to by Councilman Jackson. You have, by law, a first reading, a second reading, and then a period of publication of at least 20 days for it to go into effect. I understand the constituents are not happy about how long this took, but going forward, unfortunately, it's not something that can be done tomorrow in terms of changing it. So that's just a trajectory. The other thing I think it's important to clarify is the committee of the whole. A lot's been said about the committee of the whole. I just want to remind council that the committee of the whole is just the method to investigate. Unless it's a department head, you cannot remove an individual pursuant to the committee of the whole. Additionally, you cannot compel or force the administration to hire or fire or demote someone. There's other considerations involved. There's union protections, there's civil service. And so, you know, whether or not the council proceeds with the committee of the whole is certainly within their purview, and I'm happy to answer more questions about that. But I just want to be clear that the purpose of the committee of the whole under the Faulkner Act explicitly is to investigate. And so that's, if it is impaneled, that would be the primary purpose, and council could investigate and at the end come up with findings and issue a report and recommendation, but that function is very limited. And then as to the De Jesus matter, it is my understanding that Halden has been in touch with the De Jesus family, and that the Attorney General's office has either touched base with Halden or offered cooperation with Hilden. I know our police chief is here as well. But so my understanding is that perhaps the letters that we sent to the Attorney General's office has helped in some way, and that Hilden has communicated with the family that the Attorney General's office is either assisting or offering assistance.
So can we just get something in writing stating what has happened in response? That's all. Thank you.
If it's a, Councilwoman Mims, thank you for that request. If it's the collective request of the council, I'm happy to make that follow-up request. But again, Hilden is the lead jurisdiction, and I think it may be more appropriate to liaison from police to police, so either have our director or chief discuss it directly with Hilden's police chief, and then they can present that information directly to the council.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Council President.
Okay, so Councilman Jackson, after Councilman Jackson, Councilman Rui Cotton, and then right after, we got to start with first reading, with the first reading or ordinance that we have in the book. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So, to Councilman Udine, who posed the question in Corporation Council, if you recall what you just said, I stated clearly. I said during the process that this item is the first reading, has to go to a second reading, then there's a 28 or possible 20-day delay period. What I also said is our DPW director is here, who has, through his office and the chief of police, we need both of their signatures. They have the ability to do a road closure. They could give a road closure permit for the next 45 so days. I did not say that we can rush this item through. I'm very much so aware, Councilman Udine, what's within my purview. I did not need to request Corporation Council's permission and or advice and consent on whether or not this council has the ability to see a road closure permit issued. It's done all the time. People have parades, functions. Road closure permits are permissible. They do not take the same period of time. So in the interim, while we're concerned about safety, we have an opportunity to still provide the relief that the community is calling for immediately. And if you need more clarity, I'm hopeful that Corporation Council can do that. And I'm sad, and I'm sure Councilwoman Mims is listening. One, I never at one time did I mention Councilwoman Mims and or Cotton or anyone was not in support. I never mentioned that Councilwoman Mims
Council
was
President,
opposed.
it's only respectful if you want to address Councilwoman Mims, wait till she gets here. The meeting's still going on, so just wait till she gets here.
And Councilman Jackson, we're going to talk item 37.
Just
This is the way we're
respect
going to
to
play it
her.
out.
No.
Item
I
47.
have the floor, Council President.
All right, so
I
just
have the floor.
Councilman Jackson have the floor after he finishes Councilwoman Cotton. That way we could move the agenda.
Right.
Continue,
Members
Councilman
of the
Jackson.
public- Members of the public may not want to sit here and
Yeah.
wait until you decide to put item 47 on, but I never did such a thing. In fact, I never had a conversation with the young lady. Tonight, I never discussed with her about anything she was going to say at the podium. I never had any influence on anyone. One of the best compliments that I ever received is when Councilwoman Davila was questioning whether or not I said something. And she said to the person, if Jackson said it, then that's fact, because he's going to be straightforward and factual about it. I never had a conversation about you, Councilwoman Mims, with all due respect. I know you said you said specifically, people on this body are lying. I never said anything to anyone in the public. I say everything that I say publicly on this microphone. I try my best to be as transparent as public as possible. If the depiction and or perception from this young person is what it is, I had no influence on that. I'd never influenced or said no one wanted to support it, but what I did do, which I never made public, I never discussed with them, I did call you about the item. I called both you and Councilwoman Cotton about it. I asked you to be a sponsor on the legislation. I told you that I was going to write it.
Oh, come
I
on, you-
did.
No, you did not.
Stop it,
No, you
Jackson.
did
Stop
not.
it.
Point of order,
Jackson,
Council
stop.
President.
Councilwoman Mims.
Let's get to city business.
Councilman Mims. Councilman
Please.
Cotton.
Well, Council President, let's move on to city business.
Yes,
I understand,
thank you,
Councilman.
President.
I
He is
understand,
lying.
and in all
lying.
fairness,
You got a
Councilman,
item.
I know you have the floor. Just give me a minute, Councilman
You're
Jackson.
lying, Councilman
Councilwoman Cotton, can you allow me to conduct to
yes.
run the meeting?
Please.
Let me just say this. In all fairness, there's a multiple item on the agenda that we have members of the public waiting for us to take action.
Yes.
There's two people that have the floor. Councilman Jackson, please wrap it up. After that, Councilman Cotton, and right after, we got to get into city business. Please finish, Councilman Jackson.
Absolutely. And I will acknowledge, and I was very appreciative, yes, both Councilwoman Mims and Cotton did support it. I'm hopeful that they will continue to support it. I'm sure they will. It's some of the others that I question, and we have to acknowledge this tonight and watch how this thing flows. The Committee of the Whole, as Corporation Counsel has distinctively outlined, it is an investigative process in which I've been saying the entire time. It is a process to allow us to investigate. We do have the ability to discharge, to dismiss, to fire officers and/or not police officers, municipal officers. There's precedent set, it's been done in the past. What we also have the ability to do, the signing authority, meaning nothing happens in this city without the signing authority signing off on it. Just like when the young man, the Haitian brother who was forced to clean bathrooms and didn't want to do it, and specifically the BA kept him from working, told this young man, you just don't want to work for us anymore. She's the signing authority. This council has the ability to remove her. And if she's not doing the job and holding the PD accountable and making sure that the legislation written by the state and the Attorney General guidelines to make sure that this department is reflective of the community, this council emphatically does have the ability to remove her, Corporation Counsel, the Director of Public Safety, all of the people who actually have the authority to make sure these processes are happening. So to say we don't have the ability to do so is another lie. It's a fallacy. This council has authority to make sure that things happen favorable to the community. When are we going to exercise that authority? I'll rest it there.
Thank you. Councilman Cotton.
No, wait a second. I just want to say, we have ordinance and we have resolutions. When we vote on ordinance, it's a law. Resolution, we can resend, we can take them back, we can do all of that. Now, I want you to understand that we have a first reading, and then we have a second reading. We can't accelerate. The only one that we can accelerate is the second reading. We can request, when we do second reading, can we accelerate it so we don't have to wait the 21 days? I've been here, I think we only done it twice. And it has to be a determination that, is it a good course to be accelerated? And what I think that we just can't. And for to say that we can, now, no, but I'm saying we want to do it the right way. No, it made it seem like we can do it today. And we can't do it today. And the other part that I want to get to, with all these laws are in place, Committee of a Whole, we can call anybody in the world, or they gonna show up.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
They're not showing up.
Thank you. And let's go back and let's start with the first reading, Madam Clerk. Item number 9 on first reading, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, may I close the public portion first?
Yes, please.
So the votes for the public portion, there are 8 yeses, 1 absent. The public portion is hereby closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Item number 9, Madam Clerk.
Council President, I've stayed here quietly. I'm asking you, as Council President, to follow our Paterson E-Code and hold the council members to 2 minutes of when they're voting. That is in our Paterson E-Code. That's not Al Abdelaziz's law. That's in our Paterson E-Code. I'm asking you, moving forward with all these items that we're voting on, that you hold all the council members accountable for the 2 minutes that's in our E-code. Madam Clerk, I hope we could get that timer going. We have spent 4 hours and taken action on 0 items that the public is here for.
Councilman
So please
Abdelaziz,
enforce that rule.
Totally, I definitely hear you, and I just want to repeat it, so we have member of the public that has been sitting here. It's
2 minutes is
10:25.
in our Paterson E-code.
Let's get into city business.
Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk, item number 9, please.
Number 9?
Number 9, correct.
Sure.
Please time us.
No.
No, they're separate streets.
So item number 9 is a first reading ordinance designating Morris Street between Barber Street and Grant Street as a one-way street. It's a public works ordinance. No public hearing is required.
Second.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 9.
Roll call on item number 9 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So before I vote, I just want to correct something that Councilman Abdelaziz said. We have voted on 28 items thus far. We have 1 on payment of bills and 27 in consent agenda. So we have taken care of some items, but we still have a lot to do. If I feel the need on an item to express myself more than 2 minutes, I'm going to say it, and there's no one from this side that can stop me. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
Thank you for avoiding me.
Oh, sorry.
My
Go
vote
ahead.
is yes.
Councilman Velez?
I say yes.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before my vote, Chief, I make a comment about this item, and I know we're very short-staffed on it when it comes to the police department, but in the morning when our kids getting into the school and at the dismissal, that's the key time when we need a unit there, if it's possible. I never say that we have to have a unit all day, but if we can have a unit there to make the parent, feel much better and safe, I'll deeply appreciate it if we could accomplish that. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 7 is approved. Second reading will be on the regular meeting of February 14, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 10.
Sure. Item number 10 is a first reading ordinance designating Barber Street between Spruce Street and Morris Street as a one-way street eastbound. It's a public works ordinance. No public hearing is required.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mims, second by Councilman Velez and Udine. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 10 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Clerk. My only concern is that if they close the street off, how are you going to get your kids inside? Or you going to drop them off on Grand Street, or you going to drop them off on Spruce Street? Because how are they going to know who to let in and who to let out? That would be my only concern about doing that, because you wouldn't be able to come in to drop your kid off at the school. That's my only concern.
Madam, I'm sorry,
That's okay.
Councilwoman.
No,
We
you
are
gotta
roll
answer
call,
because-
Councilwoman.
No.
Napa.
No, I'm saying to the chief how we would be able to do that. I don't know how we could do that. Close the street off, which was a suggestion. That's all I'm
Councilwoman.
saying. My vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Mims?
So when I hear that 2 kids are almost killed trying to cross the street, and I don't have to ask questions about what to do because I'm not an engineer. I do what we're supposed to do, and it was sent to traffic engineer. They made the request, it's on the agenda. I'm voting yes, I'm voting for our kids, especially for their safety. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
I'm using my 2 minutes here. I agree with Councilwoman Mims. Traffic engineer, police, and fire did their recommendations going the way they say. The other thing is, using my 2 minutes, we cannot close a street. We have to think about fire and police responding. Please, let's think out of the box. If we close that street and the fire is in the middle of those schools, how are they going to get there promptly? I don't think that closure could. Now, what we could do is, and I was talking to Councilwoman Mims, is that if Madam Clerk, if we come from now to the 14th, and there's a special meeting, please include these 2 items so we could expedite it. That we could do. Okay? So saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk, on item number 10.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 10 is approved. Second reading is on February 14th at the regular meeting.
Make a
Thank
note,
you.
Council President.
Item number 11, Madam Clerk.
Make that note, Council President, that
Yes, definitely. I definitely hear Councilman Velez. The next workshop, we spoke about on the Finance Committee that we might have a special meeting
could put it
on
in.
the next workshop. If that's the case, we definitely gonna have a conversation to include those 2 items to vote on the workshop to expedite the process.
Thank you, Council President.
Item number 11, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 11 is a first reading ordinance designating Camden Street between Barclay Street and Levine Street as a one-way street southeast bound. It's a public works ordinance. No public hearing is required.
Second.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item 11.
Roll call on item number 11 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 11 is approved. Second reading will be at the regular meeting of February 14, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 12.
Item number 12, where is it? Just give me a minute there. You have item number 12, may I have it? Item number 12 is a first reading ordinance establishing a commercial loading zone on East 23rd Street between 2nd Avenue and 3rd Avenue. It's a public works ordinance. No public hearing is required.
Second, move it. Which one?
No,
Number
item
12?
number 12 wasn't removed. That item is on the third ward.
It was not It was not removed?
No, it was not. It was not removed. I asked the question because parking in the city of Paterson, council member, parking is extremely limited in the city of Paterson. We all know that. But this loading zone doesn't take any parking away from the community.
Correct.
It's already the way that it's going to be set up. It's already in the loading dock that nobody can park anyway there. So it doesn't affect the general public. So we could continue with this item.
Let's vote on it.
As a councilman of the third ward, we could continue with this item.
Let's vote on it, Council President.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I need a second, please.
It was moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Mims.
Yes, she's the third ward.
Roll call on item number 12 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Using my 2 minutes, Director, make sure that the school, International High School and the school surrounding has the proper signage, crosswalk, pedestrian walks, signage, speed, all of them. Please, thank you. Yes, and see special needs. All the signs up. We got grant for that. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 12 is approved. Second hearing will be at the regular meeting of February 14, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We finished with first reading. Let's go with the non-consent agenda, Madam Clerk. Let's start with item number 48.
Sure.
41.
41?
Starts with
or
41.
48?
Council President, you did a public hearing? You did a second reading?
No, we're item 41.
No, council members, we're gonna leave the second reading for the last.
No, because we got public hearing on it. You don't ever know if they want to say
Starts on
something.
41.
Council President, could you continue with?
Give me 1 second, council members. Now we're gonna take care of the non-consent agenda.
Yes.
That's, let's start with item on the non-consent agenda. Let's start with item 41 on the non-consent agenda.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 41 is a resolution honoring John E. Ming in observance of Black History Month 2023. It's sponsored by Mayor Andre Sayre. It's an administration resolution number 23:031.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 41 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So just a reminder to my colleagues, before we speak about every honoree, we're having a ceremony and a celebration that will be televised for these exact same honorees. So I would suggest save your speech for the big ceremony. My vote is yes.
Come on, Al.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Let me just say to Mr. John Ming, who I have known for a very long time, actually, this is Mr. Ming's last televised meeting. So for us not to sit here and say how we appreciate everything that you've done for you're the one who put this cable stuff together. You was there with Cablevision, and I want to say to you, Mr. Ming, and I was trained to record from Mr. Taylor, and you know how long ago that was. But I just want to say that we appreciate everything that you've done here, of trying to keep this outdated material running, because it's outdated, but we appreciate everything you've done, and I wish you well, and I wasn't going to not be able to say something to you, Mr. Ming, and I just want to say, I, as a councilwoman here, appreciate everything you've done and everything you do when you put on tapes and recordings and all that, and it's excellent. So, congratulations on your retirement. Congratulations on being honored for Black History Month. And I know I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yep.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Brother Ming, goes without saying, long-time relationship with my family, my father, and the way you show your appreciation is to make sure that you compensate people well. You have to fight very hard for you to just be treated fairly, which I'm happy to see that you vindicated in that from that aspect. And it's going to be I'll be sad to see you go, brother. But I know where to find you. I know you locally. But Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
So when they say, can anything good come out of the 4th Ward? Myself, Councilwoman Cotton, 4th Ward, and Mr. John Ming. I want to say to you, thank you for everything you have done for this community. I mean, all the tips, wisdom, everything you've given me since I've sat here with just different things and, you know, stuff you said. I'm not going to say all the stuff we talked about, but I really, really appreciate you, and thank you from the bottom of my heart for always representing with class, even when you didn't have all the funds, even when you didn't have all the resources, even when you made all the requests and they were not honored. I want to say thank you for getting the job done and making sure that these meetings were televised, given to the community, commercials were going on our broadcast station, and you've done a phenomenal job. This is not just to honor you for Black History Month, but you're also retiring, so it's kind of a double dip. So I would be remiss if I stayed to Councilman Abdelaziz's 2 minutes and not take the time to show you appreciation for all that you have done for everybody. And on behalf of the residents of the city, myself, I just want to say thank you, job well done. You'll get great flowers when you go cross on over to the other side. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udin.
Thank you, and kudos, John Ming, for everything you do. You are the man behind the camera. We don't see you, not everyone see you, but you do a lot every day. I respect everything you do, and you deserve this honor. Congratulations, and I wish you best of luck. My vote is definitely yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
Mr. John E. Ming, lone resident from the 5th Ward, East 23rd and 17th Avenue. You know, I know you way before being a councilman, and you always be honest and true. Celebrating you and Black History Month is a blessing. I always say we need to follow the lead of those that have paved the road for us, and you have paved the road for a lot of youth, a lot of individuals that you have touched and a lot of people that you have assist no matter where they came from. One thing I could say is that, Mr. Ming, we didn't lose. It's hate to see people that really make a difference leave, and that was Madam Clerk and you. Behind every man, there's a great woman. I know that, and I know Mrs. Nancy Greer is gonna miss you a lot. I don't know if she's here, but this is one of the things, and I gotta say it loud and clear. You teach her, and I think she deserves to be up there, following that legacy that that you have put in that cable TV, not only from here, and when they move you down to 77 Ellison Street. So I know you got a lot to give out there when you go out there, and hopefully, I know where to find you anyway, so I got your number. But I enjoyed the last times that you started recording right in our face. You can't go, you can't disappear, and doing what we always ask you, give the best what is broadcasting. Thank you. God bless you. God give you health and a lot of abundance, bendiciones to you. God bless you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I definitely have to say that, Mr. Min, you are a phenomenal human being. I never see you upset. You're always smiling. You're always happy. You are a true gentleman, and you're always ready to serve any person in City Hall. You're always working, and you're always serving this community. May God continue blessing you with long life. And I know you're not going anywhere. We might not see you on Tuesday, but we're going to see you in the city of Paterson. Just keep it up. You're phenomenal. And I just want to say thank you for all the job, all the years of service in the city of Paterson and to our community. So God bless you, Mr. Min, and keep smiling. You're a great person. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 41 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Item 42, Madam Clerk.
Item number 42 is a resolution honoring the Paterson Transit East Track Club. It's sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez and Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, co-sponsored by all remaining members of the Municipal Council. It's a City Council Resolution 23:032.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Second by Councilwoman.
And second by Councilwoman Mims as well.
Roll call on item number 42 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
I love Dwayne Cox. I love Tri-Cities Track Club. My grandson ran the 3,000 meters, the 800 meters. So it's an honor to be part of this. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Billy.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So I feel honored to vote on this. I always wanted to be on the track club, but I couldn't make it because I was on the band. So this is my way of giving back to the track stars. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Please look for the website. They have a GoFundMe because they're going to represent us in Florida. And look for the GoFundMe. What is his name? The coach. He's a commissioner also of the Parking Authority. The chair, Parking Authority. Yes, so he's the one who managed that and runs that team. So saying yes on this. I say yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 42 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 43.
Item number 43 is a resolution memorializing the life and the legacy of Mary Doris Foster. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton. It's a City Council Resolution 23:033.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, and second by Councilman Velez as well. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 43 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
So this resolution is to memorialize a trailblazer in our community. I want to thank our Assemblyman Benji Wimberly for ensuring that we always remember those who paved the way for us. So to the Forster family, we will get this resolution framed, and I'll make sure I deliver it to your home. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 43 is hereby adopted.
Item 44, Madam Clerk.
Item number 44 is a resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Emma Jane Smith. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, Councilwoman Ruby Ann Cotton, and Councilman Michael Jackson, co-sponsored by Councilman M.D. Ford Udine. It's a City Council Resolution 23:034.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman
Second.
Mims, second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, Councilman Velez, and Councilman
no,
Udine.
Councilman
Sorry,
Udine.
apologize. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 44 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
And so this resolution is to memorialize the sister of Miss Wahida Muhammad, who life will never be forgotten. She was previously honored by former Councilman Ebony Davis when we went to pull her data. So that means that she's done some great work. And to Miss Wahida, I definitely support this. Your sister was a great icon. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 44 is hereby adopted.
Item number 45.
Item number 45 is resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Minister Chandra Yvette Fraser. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby Ann Cotton. It's a City Council Resolution 23:035.
Second.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Madam Clerk, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 45 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Chandra, just to the family, with my deepest condolences, but this was really like a shock. We was just out at a gathering on Sunday. Then she fell ill. But I just want to say, I'm going to remember her as the pastor who preached on the corners. We would be on 12th Avenue and Rosa Parks Boulevard. We would be on Godwin Avenue and Carroll Street. She was known to go to the streets to preach. And I'm grateful, and she did turn many lives around just being out there. And that's what I find sometimes is that people, if they see you there, then they say, well, let me see if I can change. So, and she really could preach. Wouldn't you say, Councilwoman? I just want to say that I'm going to remember her because when she was out there, I'm out there with her, talking to the people, trying to get them to get their life back together again and get right. With that being said, to the family, my deepest condolences. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So before I vote on this item is to memorialize the life and legacy of Minister Chandra Yvette Fraser. Roaring women, roar. Minister Chandra Fraser was the spearhead and founder of the Roaring Women Conference that she did year after year. She's done so many things. She was a minister of the gospel. She was a friend. She was a mom. She was a grandmother. But what really amazes me is a couple days before this started, what happened where she's no longer with us, we were all together at the party for Pastor Lagarde. And every time I think of her and, her passing, I go back to the party and how we were all dancing and singing. But the song that came on, and most people that know that go out to dance, the song came on, You Are My Friend. And she made sure she pulled us all to the floor, and she started taking selfies and doing boomerangs and making sure we were dancing. having a good time. Then a couple days later, she took sick and passed shortly thereafter. And so she will always be remembered. There's many roaring women out here in this community that lives she touched and impacted. I'm grateful to know her family, my son and her son. They're close, but I'm also grateful to know Sharon and one of my line sisters as well, to her family. So this resolution, it speaks for itself. She's done great work, and she deserves to receive this honor. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Rest in paradise, my vote is yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 45 is hereby adopted.
Item number 46, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 46 is a resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Bishop Arthur George Brett. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton. It's a City Council Resolution 23:036.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 46 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Please.
Yes,
Um,
I do.
thank
Sure,
you.
Madam
Okay.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So I have to say something. This item is memorialize the life and legacy of a giant in this community.
Yeah.
Bishop Arthur George Brett was a giant in all that he stood for. He was a giant in his integrity. He was a giant in the faith. And he is the brother-in-law, I believe, of former Councilman McCoy, but he's also connected to our Madam Clerk as well. I think he was her former pastor, correct?
And
But
landlord.
Bishop Brett, I always remember seeing him in the community, and he always made it his business to have words of wisdom and to pull you aside and let you know how he felt you were doing and some words of wisdom on what you needed to do. I will never forget him, always honor him, and to the family, to Councilman McCoy and your family, our heartfelt condolences once again. Lady McCoy is done. I'll make sure I'll get this to you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Rest in paradise, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 46 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, the next item is item number 47. Madam BA, we need Corporation Counsel in the room. There's going to be a legal question. I'm not skipping this item just because, I'm just going to skip it to 48 because Corporation Counsel is not here. I hear he's outside, he's coming back. So, okay, he's getting in there now. I hope you bring coffee for everybody. I hear you went to 7-Eleven. All right. All right, Madam Clerk, item number 47.
Item number 47 is a resolution of the City Council to give notice
I didn't say it.
to municipal officers of an opportunity to be heard as the City Council considers whether such person should be removed from office for good cause. It's a City Council Resolution 23:037.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Jackson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and Councilwoman Mims. Council Colley, before, give me a second, Councilman Delacy. Before we start the conversation, the discussion on item 47, I don't see the item on the agenda, the body of the resolution. The question that I have for Mr. Abushi, Corporation Counsel, is why we don't have the actual, the body of the resolution on the agenda in order for us to go over. And after that, we'll open the floor for the rest, Councilman Abdelaziz and whoever go next.
No, you're asking what, I don't know what I'm voting on. There's no item in front of me.
That's the reason why I asked the question to our corporation counsel, because we don't have the body of the resolution to go over. We just have the title. So every time we're voting, we exactly reading what we're voting on, not in this case. So corporation counsel.
Yes, thank you, Council President. So I did have an opportunity to meet with Councilman Jackson on Friday. We went over certain items, and I know he made some adjustments. After that, I was sent a draft of it, but I was not asked to print it or have it ready for today. So there is a draft that we can print out and have ready for council to review if council decides to proceed with a committee of the whole.
Council President.
Whoa.
Council
Council
President.
President, I had the floor.
Just a minute, council member. Councilman Abdelaziz, then Councilman Velez. Do you finish corporation counsel?
Yeah.
So when you say that there's a draft that you could provide it to the governing body for us to review it?
Yes, there was a draft that was provided by Councilman Jackson on Friday afternoon. It was sent, I believe, with for your perusal was the message. And so we did look at it again. We weren't sure if it was the final copy or if Councilman Jackson wanted to make some other edits, because when we met with Councilman Jackson, it was me and another member of my staff. We went through it line by line and advising us to what we thought would be problematic legally and what was okay to leave in, and distilled it to its most basic form. It's a committee of the whole resolution. So I do have his draft. If that's a final draft, we can have that printed out and present it to the council. If the council decides to proceed with the committee of the whole to investigate the practices of the police department in terms of hiring and firing and promotion of employees. But again, I want to reiterate, the committee of the whole is an investigative function. Unfortunately, the council is not empowered to promote people or force people to be promoted or demote people or anything like that. It really is just an investigative function of the council. And at the end of such committee of the whole, should the council decide to proceed with it, a report would be issued with reports and recommendations. The only exception to that is if a department head, if the council wanted to proceed with removing a department head, the council could proceed with that. And the theory being is the department heads need advice and consent of the council. And so the council has that authority to essentially remove that advice and consent and terminate that person. But there are several layers to that. Again, people who are not department heads have union protections, civil service protections, other protections. In addition to that, our MOU does regulate the hiring and firing of individuals. And given that the MOU is a binding contract upon the city, any termination or recommendation for termination by the council would first have to be approved through the MOU as well. So I just want to give council the contours as to what they can and can't do. If council decides to proceed with the committee of the whole to investigate the practices of the police department, that's fine. I just want council to understand what they're getting into and sort of see what's at the other end of this committee of the whole if it should start.
Let me ask
Understood.
He go first.
Just 1 second, Council Cali. There's 3 people on the line: Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilman Velez, and Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So, Council President, Corporation Council, I don't want to prolong this discussion. I've never had an item in front of me that we're going to vote on without the item's not here. There is no item. This is not even existent right now. You want to talk about somebody challenging whoever we're going to come and interview them. There's no item in front of us. We have a title. No one has an item. So when they Oprah the record, hey, what did you guys vote on? Do we have anything? There's no item. The way this process, and from day one I've stated, the way this process should have been done, and that's why some council people get things done and some people don't. You meet with Corporation Council, you draft a proposal that meets legal merit and gets to the workshop, and what you just said is a discussion we have in workshop, so no one is blindsided. Then it comes onto the agenda, and then we have something in front of us, and it's voted up or down. We've been saying this for 2 weeks, and now we're here.
Again.
We're here in front of us. 4 weeks. No item to the public. There's no item. There's no such thing as 47. A resolution of the city council give notice. Where's the resolution? Where is it? Corporation council said, I don't have a final copy. It's not on my tablet. Councilman Khan, you have paper copies. Do you have a paper copy?
I don't.
What am I voting on? This shouldn't even come in front of us. This is going to open us up to litigation, and that's going to cost us money. Do it the right way. I'm very proud. Councilman Jackson, I'm very happy that you met with legal. We discussed that in workshop. You said you're going to meet with legal, so there is some discussion there. The next step I would suggest on how to get things done, get a good resolution in place, bring it to the workshop where we have an actual physical item in front of us, and I'll be gladly to support it or vote no on it. I don't know what I'm going to vote on because I don't have it in front of me. We shouldn't even prolong this. This should be tabled. It has no legal, there's nothing in front of us. Even to my colleagues that seconded it and what are we moving? No one even has an item. Let's stop grandstanding. Let's stop fooling people. Let's stop fooling people.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. You go after Councilman Jackson.
Corporation Council. So you met with Councilman Jackson. Councilman Jackson brought a new draft. You sat down with him. You told him A, B, C, D, and you guys discussed it. Beside the email that you sent regarding the legality of it, correct?
Council President, may I?
Sure. Corporation Counsel, go ahead.
Yes, Councilman Jackson was gracious enough to come by the law department on Friday. He had on his laptop the draft that he had originally drafted, and we went over it line by line in order to address some of the issues that legal had.
Did the title change?
I believe it did, and it changed from what is currently here to simply just, and then paneling a committee of the whole. Because some of the concerns that we had were how it delved into removing or terminating or other things like that. So in consultation with Councilman Jackson, I believe we wind up abbreviating it so that it was succinct for the council, that this was just but this was going to be a committee of the whole resolution.
Correct. So because the title changed, as you believe that changed, that you believe it changed, because the draft changed, the title had to change. So the title that we have on 47 is totally different, so the motion should be tabled, because there's a lot of things that don't.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Cotton, then after that, Councilman Jackson.
Councilman Velez, did you make a motion to table?
Correct. Move to table.
Second. We got to take a vote on it.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to table the item. Let's take a vote on it. If it shoots it down, then you continue.
No, let me say what
Robert's Rules of Order, there's a motion and a second on the table to table, Council President.
Yes,
I second it.
Councilman De La Cis, just give me a minute, Council Cali. Just give me 1 second. Before the motion came into place, there was a councilman asked for the floor and Councilman Jackson. What we're gonna do is this: after Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and Councilman Jackson, we will go ahead and
Council President, there's a Robert's Rules of Order says there's a motion and a second to table on the thing. You have to entertain that motion. If it fails, you go back to your discussion. This isn't a bargaining thing. That's Robert's Rules of Order. Our parliamentarians not in their head. He made a motion to table. I seconded it. So do a roll call. If it's voted down, you continue your discussion.
And just Council Cali, the reason why, let me just explain one thing. Let me just explain one thing to all of you. The reason why I'm being extra flexible with this item is because there's been a lot of discussion from the public, from this governing body. There's been a lot of discussion. I want to make sure that everybody get the opportunity to express and can use those 2 minutes. You're totally correct about the Robert Rules of Order. I know that very well. So what we're gonna do now, we'll go. There's a motion to table it by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Let run over it, and if it's stable, it's stable. If it's not, we continue the conversation.
Yes.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the motion to table.
Roll call and motion to table item number 47, which reads, resolution of the City Council to give notice to municipal officers of an opportunity to be heard as the City Council considers whether such person should be removed from office for good cause, Councilman Abdelaziz.
As stated, Corporation Council told us the title has been changed. There is no resolution. I can't even imagine this council voting on an item that's not legal, that's not even in front, it's changed in front of us. Legal has said it. We've heard it all. There is no resolution in front of us. I don't even understand how this council is entertaining an item that's not even legal. It's not even responsible. So it's motion to table and have a discussion when the whole item is put in place instead of here talking about something that's not even in existence right now. So my vote is yes, motion to table to the workshop when the item comes in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just need to understand from Corporation Council, you met with Councilman Jackson on Friday. He needed to say to you, please have a draft. If that's what he needed to say to you, please have a draft to have this in the item. Now, it also states that what happens when we request you to come in front of us, and I said it and I'm gonna keep saying it. If I'm on a job and they ask me, I'm not a court judge to subpoena someone. We as council members are not judges to subpoena people. If they decided not to show up, then they don't show up. What is our power after that? I want Roberto, I want Billy, I want Madam Clerk, I want whoever to come. But I'm just saying, it was something in here that you guys disagreed upon as why the item is not here. That's what I'm thinking. So,
Point
but
of
I
order,
wanted,
Councilwoman.
no,
We
the
can't
point.
take
No,
answers
he's
from
not going to
one
answer.
roll call.
No, he's not going to answer. That's fine. He don't need to answer. What I'm saying to you is that, and I said it before, most people are not going to come before us, even though we might have a committee of the whole. But I would just have liked to see, and maybe Councilman Jackson's going to talk about it, what was on there that Corporation Council and you could not agree on in the draft, that's why it's not there. Huh? Yeah, but I'm just saying why it's not there. I would like to know, because I know we can disagree, and I can't put an item in, or I might need to take an item out, but I'm not passing. I'm voting yes. I'm voting no, not to table. I know.
What's your vote, Councilwoman?
No, not to table.
Okay. Councilman Jackson, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Right.
So, first and foremost, I've spoken to each and every council person with regard to this, made many attempts to speak about it during the workshop, made many attempts to have the full discussion. I wrote the legislation, I forwarded it to the appropriate channels. Apparently, Corporation Council did not receive it. I did as requested, sent it back to him again, went to his office, did as he himself and the Assistant Corporation Counsel directed, went in the document, manually deleted them, re-forwarded it to Corporation Counsel. My understanding, the intent was me providing it to you so it could be, one, supported by your office, signed by you, because I made the necessary changes that was advised by legal. Whatever legal advice Councilman Abdelaziz is now rendering to the council is not what I've been hearing. We've, in many other occasions, voted on item based on title. We've done it often. But nevertheless, the facts are what they are. Members of the public have come to the podium. This is not a Councilman Jackson issue. People are trying to make it into a Councilman Jackson issue. This is about a cry from the public, from members of the PD, from people who have been sidelined that are asking this council to take action. If council members also felt this as strongly, they could have joined in the effort. I never asked to be the torchbearer, the champion of this matter. I chose to because it's not being answered to. And yet again, another council member making an effort to derail the process. This resolution merely states that the council is interested in moving forward with the process of forming formalizing a committee of the whole. The fact that we agree that there's a necessity to do an investigation does not open us up to any legal ramifications whatsoever. If so, Corporation Counsel would have stated that. Councilman Abdelaziz, again, falsely creating a false narrative of this jeopardizing, what it has done is continued for decades a process of discrimination that, based on certain people's support, they've been able to maneuver around it. But now we need to look at the overall process. Formalizing the committee of the whole is a simple action. There's other actions that's going to be needed in order to put this process in place. We have to provide proper rights notices. This is not vote on it today and then we get to tomorrow hold the committee of the whole. There's a necessity for a process. This begins the process saying the council is definitely, in fact, interested in creating a process of investigation to make sure nothing improper was done. And if council members aren't interested in supporting this, it's basically saying you might right now try to make it be projected as you're not supporting Councilman Jackson. First of all, I did my part. I provided the document to Corporation Counsel. One, I do not prepare the agenda. I do not have control over what preparation of the agenda. If any other item was not there, Council President would have made contact with legal and say, hey, where's the item? But this is just another tactic to try to delay it further, try to push it down the line, which is not fair to the process. I've stated it clearly multiple times. There's an individual that's working on a 90-day deadline. This council needs to take action if the concern is truly about supporting the community. But with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no to table.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
So I want the community and the public to be clear on what's happening. So there's a motion and a second on the floor to say, remove the item from the agenda and we'll get to it another time. So that's what's being voted on. If people vote yes, that means they're in agreement to move it and vote another time. People that are saying no and saying no, leave it on, we need to vote tonight. So I just want the public to be clear. Here's my concern. It hasn't been 2 weeks, Councilman Abdelaziz. It's been about 4. Yes. It's been longer than 2 weeks that we've been back and forth about the process, what needs to be done, everything. It was decided last week in workshop. That's why I think, I'm going to say it again, in Corporation Council, I would like a resolution put together that workshops should be televised. I want to sponsor that resolution for workshops to be televised for the February meeting, and anyone that likes to be a co-sponsor, Councilman Odine said he would like to co-sponsor it with me, but I want the work, and Councilman Jackson has been asking, but I would like to see workshops televised, because when it's not televised, you can't Oprah what's happening, so you may miss what's going on. Now, it was stated with the item, and we were handed the paper, like I said, that night, whatever, so we got it. It was stated, Councilman Jackson was going to meet with Corporation Counsel, which was stated tonight that he did that. We don't know, we don't have any information as to what was removed or or anything. We have no idea. So I need to ask Corporation Counsel if you can send that to all the council members, because we need to know what that was. To table it, I think it needs to remain. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine.
Wow. So this is very chaotic, situation at this point. I mean, to me. I mean, first of all, this is on the agenda, but nothing is there. Now, if I vote, I have to it's like I'm putting my signature on a blank piece of paper. That's exactly like what a stupid can do. That's exactly I see it. Now, again, this item is coming back and forth, taking time, which I 100% agree with it. I am, it's so not right to me. I mean, to me, if the, and this is my request to my, Madam Clerk, that if anything which is not, on the details is not there, please try to mention this in the beginning. I saw this. You saw me that I came here about two hours early, studied the agenda, which I always do. I thought this is gonna come sometimes on the dark web. That was my expectation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not there too. So it's not, I'm just saying it's out there. It's nothing against or in favor, but I have no idea what's on the paper. That's what I'm telling you people. I have no idea what's on the paper. What am I going to vote for? This is kind of like misleading us in a certain way. The whole thing is like kind of misleading and putting us in a situation that, or you are in for it or against it. It's not really for it or against it. The item is not there. What can it support? So this is on the air. I don't see anything. I have no knowledge about this item. It just states the title. And let me read the title again. The resolution of the City Council to give notice to municipal officers of an opportunity to be heard as the City Council considers whether such person, there is no name on it, should be removed from the office for good cause. And I don't know what the details into it. And since I do not know anything, I cannot really vote for something. And this is why I would love to table it back and have the details in my hand. So my vote is yes to table it.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
From right to left, I'm the last one, and I don't want to repeat myself. You know, after this vote, Council President, don't rush me. I heard everybody. But after this vote, you know what will be the perfect solution of this? Because we did a forensic study about this draft and all that stuff. We should do, after this vote and Council President vote, request and draft a resolution to audit the police department in two aspects: hiring and procedures of promotion. Audit. Let's audit them. And if that audit comes back, no, that was another different thing. That audit was for other things. If that audit comes back negative, then we could do a committee as a whole, and then we could recommend from the council what to do, not to do. So if you want to start, we cannot be auditors at the same time legislator. So let's ask for audit. If the public works not working and they do something wrong and we hear a lot of complaints, they have union members, they have president, they have supervisors, go down the road. And if something wrong is done, then we could do an audit to see if the process is being done properly. And if they have broke the law in that audit, then we could bring in for us and we could take action. I think that, and once again, that if we had the right facts. I said it before, the draft change with corporation council never came back as a final draft. My question was simple. Did the title of the ordinance or the resolution change? He said he believes so. Legally, we cannot vote in something that has been changed. My vote is yes. My vote is no, sorry.
Mr. President.
No, yes. Yes to table, sorry. I just so confused with this already.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before my vote, let me go back to the last meeting, and I just want our Patersonians to pay just a little bit of, just 1 minute, and pay attention for a minute about what I'm going to say. On the last workshop, I was council president as well when we started the discussion on this item. I recommend Councilman Jackson to sit down with Corporation Council. I recommend a executive or closed section to have this discussion. I make those two recommendations because the item that we had in front of us at the workshop, there was name involved, people are working with the city, and we couldn't have the discussion because that will definitely open a litigation process immediately, and we'll put the city at risk, and we already have enough lawsuits on the pipeline in the city. I made those recommendations. because that will cost the city money if we start having that conversation. Those are facts. Now, since I'm the president now, I have a request. Corporation Council. I don't know why we don't have that resolution, because we just have a title only, and this is the request that I have. On the conversation that we have on the Finance Committee meeting, because I asked Corporation Council on the Finance Committee meeting what was the outcome of the conversation. Now, we could definitely have a document that we could discuss without opening ourselves to litigation. My request, Corporation Council, is to have that resolution ready for the next workshop. Madam Clerk, I'm requesting a special meeting on the next workshop because there's an item that we have to take action. It's about the changing of the street to bring safety into that area for our children. So we need a special meeting for that. Corporation Council, I need that resolution on the next workshop. We could have the discussion, and we're gonna be able to vote on that next week. So with that being said, we're not closing anybody opportunity to have the discussion, but we gotta do things the right way. And that's how you do that's how you do things the right way. You cannot vote on the document that you don't know what it is that you're voting on. You need to read, you need to go over line item by line item, making sure that we've been responsible with the city and that we're not opening ourselves to litigation. Now, let me say this in closing. A committee as a whole is not something new. On the last administration, former Mayor Jeff Jones, they went through a process of a committee as a whole. There was an investigation open. That's not nothing new. I'm not against. I'm here to fight for the community, and I'm here to bring transparency and making sure that everybody's doing the right thing. And to hold people accountable as well, because at the end, we've been elected by the public, we've been elected by the people, but we gotta be responsible. So on the next workshop, Corporation Council, please, Councilman Jackson already drafted the document. You have the document. Let's have that document on the next workshop, and let's to be able to vote on a special meeting on Tuesday also as well. With that being said, my vote is yes to table.
Thank you, Councilman.
Council President.
President.
Go ahead.
Roll call.
Call
Thank
the
you,
vote.
Council President. The votes are 4 in favor, 3 against, 2 absences. The item is tabled to the special meeting at the workshop session of February 7th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We got to continue with the agenda. We have item 48. Madam Clerk, item 48 on the agenda.
Council President.
We get our home packets on Fridays. You look through them. I'm just going to say that I had a resolution that I needed to get done, and it just got done right before my meeting. Councilman Jackson, only thing you needed to do was make sure you went downstairs and got that resolution, and make sure that it was in our packet. We had to have that in our packet. And that's all I need to say. I know I look at I really look at mine on Saturday. I come here on Saturday and look at my paperwork on what what the meeting's gonna be, because we get it on Friday night, our meeting's on Tuesday. So sometimes I'm saying it's council people that gotta make sure their items are where they need to be.
Council
That's all I
President.
want to say.
Council President, may I?
Corporation Council.
Thank you. Not to belabor the point, but I would just respectfully request that the council make this request as a council. And with the council's permission, what I will do is I will take what Councilman Jackson sent, make some edits, not changing the character of the essence of it, as we discussed, but I will put it in final form and on resolution paper so that's ready for the next workshop. I would just respectfully request that request come from council as a whole, rather than, a one-off.
Understood. So we're going to have that resolution for the next workshop. We're going to be able to go over, and we're going to be able to vote on that on the special meeting. I know Councilman, give me a second, Councilman Velez. Councilman Yasso asked for the floor. After Councilman Velez, we're going to continue with item 48.
Council President, may I?
Councilman Jackson asked for the floor. Councilman Velez, just give me a minute, and very brief, because we got more items, and we also have second reading that we haven't go over.
Mine's short, that's why.
So, thank you, Council President. First of all, it's not normal practice for a council person to have to draft his own legislation, but I have to do here, or I choose to do, right? So I made the necessary, the council members requested, I meet with Corporation Counsel, which I did. I didn't ask any questions. They have any issues with any line, no problem. I removed them, forwarded over to Corporation Counsel. At that point, it's not my responsibility to place it on legal paper, sign it. That's the responsibility of legal. It was placed on the agenda. But more importantly, is this is what I would like to get to. And I know that, you know, I don't want to, I'm gonna refrain from using names, but I know that certain people were scoffed at for making commentary at the podium. But it's obvious, the public sees who does what. I mean, this is not my effort. They're making it about me. It's not about me. Certain members, oh, he didn't do what he was supposed to do. Other council presidents sitting right now making false commentary. There's names in the document. If you do your research, there's multiple municipalities that have formed a committee of the whole. And the documents are very consistent. I did my research. Those documents that are legal documents that are voted upon had names of the individuals that were being called to question. This document negated that so we could go to the preliminary process of saying what Corporation Counsel is requesting now. As a body, we're voting to say, yes, we're in agreement with moving forward for the Committee of the Whole to do an investigation. Then he will take the necessary steps to request a list, rice notice these employees, but it's obvious that people say they support you. They can say they support you all day, but how do they vote? People say they care about you, but how do they treat you? So this is not about Councilman Jackson, and by certain individuals choosing to scarf this off, it's not about the process of Councilman Jackson. This is directly about you saying to the public and the people who are impacted by this, screw you, we're gonna push this down the line, hopefully allow the process to be extended to a period to where there's no recourse for the individuals that's being slighted, but that's what we're doing. So shame on you if you did not choose and didn't say, oh, I don't know what it is. If you don't know what it is, you should research what is the process of the Committee of the Whole. It's a practice of the council. It's what council members have within the purview of our authority. If you need to be, you know, I gotta ask Corporation Counsel for permission. You're the council person. You're the council person. You can seek out legal advice or recommendations. Call former council people who experienced it as well. Councilwoman Vera Ames will be happy to, you know, tutor some who claim they, I don't know. But this is negating the public's best interest. But listen, I don't mind. I have plenty of time. I'm a consistent fighter. My hands stay up all the time. And, you know, I'm going to continue to fight and advocate. So when people come to the podium and have a certain perspective, please don't think it's because I'm having conversation trying to convince them. They're watching. They're watching. They see who's consistently being in opposition. You're not being in opposition to Councilman Jackson. You're standing in opposition of people who are being mistreated. I'll rest it there. I'll let you guys.
Councilmember Last.
Okay, so listen, this is already tabled. I just want to say this, and I just want to say it for good. Every resolution, every ordinance has whereas. A purpose, whereas. You know, a whereas, why? A whereas, where we want to go. Whereas, when we want to investigate. Whereas, what we want to do this. At the end of the paper, say purpose of statement. Statement of purpose.
Okay.
You know, once again, the title is wrong. It was amended. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Councilmember Last. Madam Clerk, before we continue with item 48, just to the member.
We're going to go. We got 5. Let's go.
Councilwoman. So we're ready to move to item 48. But let me just get a quick point of clarification, because this is important. You know, Councilman Jackson, he mentioned my name as a council president. I'm not misleading the public. I'm not lying to the public. This is a body of the resolution, and that's what I've been asking for. And since last week at the workshop, I made my recommendation. Next week, we're gonna have that document to have that discussion. If you wanna do things, please do it the right way. So let's move to item 48, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, item number 48 is resolution designating February 2023 as Black History Month in the city of Paterson with the theme, Black Resistance, We Shall Not Be Moved. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, and Councilman Michael Jackson. It's co-sponsored by all remaining members of the Municipal Council. It's City Council Resolution 23:038.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and Cotton.
Moved by
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton. Second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 48 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
This is a resolution designating February 2023 Black History Month, and our theme this year, along with Councilman Cotton Mims, and is Black Resistance, and we shall not be moved. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Mims?
So, let me say this. Nationally, there is always a theme for Black History Month, every year. This is nothing new.
Yeah.
The theme this year is Black Resistance. We didn't come up with that.
Right.
But we always add an addendum to the theme so it makes it more relevant to maybe our community or what's happening.
Current situation.
And so that's what we did. This is done every year for Black History Month. The flyer is out. We will make sure it is sent in the group chat tonight, and you will get a hard copy of the flyer. February 1st, we will be raising the flag on that Wednesday at 4 o'clock in front of City Hall, and then there will be an immediate celebration here in the chambers honoring and celebrating Black History Month. With that stated, this resolution is just to designate it, which we do all the time for all ethnicities. This is nothing new. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
There's a part that I got to read here.
Can I go?
Is what?
I need to get up for a minute.
Councilman Velez has the floor.
Come on, I need
We're in roll call.
Come on.
Yeah, and I could use. Did Councilman Abdelaziz stated that we could use 2 minutes as eco? But respecting that, somebody say, "Oh my God," let me. Yeah, let me.
Go ahead, Councilman Velez.
Let me vote yes. That was you, Director? Yeah, it was. A little bit more respect. Madam BA, can I get a respect from the Director?
Okay. Councilman Velez, we're on roll call.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We see, Councilman Davis said before, sir, Councilman Davis said that we had to have decorum. So you're not going to say something here and then leave and everybody's going to do whatever they want. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's celebrate Black History Month. I'm looking forward for that event on February 1st. I know Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Ruby Cotton, you're in charge of that. That's what I hear. So I'm expecting to have a beautiful event and enjoy. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 48 is hereby adopted.
Item number 49.
Item number 49.
Council President, could you take the 3 public work items? Because we got the director here. It should be quick.
Director, so
59, 60, 61, Director.
Which
we
one?
should take those first. But it shouldn't be any questions, so if we could just take that. 59. 59.
Give me a second. So you only have 59 through 61. Madam Clerk, let's wait on. Let's move with item 59. There's only 3 items for public work, and I know the director's been here since early. Item 59.
So item number 59 is a resolution authorizing a contract to Suburban Consulting, Inc. for the 2023 citywide road resurfacing program, supplemental one for the Division of Engineering of the Department of Public Works, is Public Works Resolution 23049.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do we have a second?
Discussion.
Second by Councilwoman Mintz. Discussion on item 49, 59.
No, it was second by Udine. No.
Mr. Udine, second by Councilman Udine. Didn't hear you, Councilman.
So in the workshop, which is not televised, which will be on the next agenda in February, to have them televised, I made a request. We asked for the detailed listing of all of the streets that are going to be resurfaced. Every time we look at the streets, there's an off-kilter on where the streets will be resurfaced. I'm going to put it back on the record. That we have to implement a citywide priority listing for streets that are in need of resurfacing based on priority. That way there will be a balance and we won't get a listing that prioritizes and the list has a whole bunch of one area and limited in other areas. So I want to put that on the record to the public. I've made that request previously. And if you go back to lists that we have previously approved, not just this list, to the viewing public, you will see exactly what Councilwoman Mims is saying. You have to go back for the last five items that we approved based on road resurfacing. When you look at the listing of the streets, you will understand why I'm making this request. We have to make sure that we do it based on priority. There's a lot of streets in Paterson that need work to be done, and I understand that it's different grants, statewide, all that different stuff, but it still should be a priority listing that is done for that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Director?
Yes. Councilwoman, the priority street list, that's being done, that'll be at the next committee. It was done already. The list for this resolution was sent the same night from the special meeting. I put a hard copy on the workshop. And Fred just got back from vacation today, and I spoke to him earlier to get a list of everything that's getting done this year to all you guys.
So
Thank you, Director. Any other?
I wasn't done, because he just addressed me, so I just want to follow up.
Okay, go ahead,
I'm
Councilwoman.
not on the DPW committee. As we know, there are certain people that were selected. I'm not one of them. So if you could provide that, because I made the request, not just to the committee, but to the council at large, because I made the request on the floor, that would be greatly appreciated.
Director, if you could get that list for the entire council, Cali.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims is correct. Not everybody's on the DPW committee
Council
meeting.
President.
Yes.
As you know, Council President.
Just give me
every-
Councilwoman Rubica, and then you go next.
Correct.
Councilwoman, you done?
Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Director. I want to see the last 10 paving, that contracts that we did, because when I look at number 40, what number are we on, 59?
59.
It's horrible, it's absolutely horrible. And there's been streets that have been waiting, especially Montgomery Street. Bishop Robinson had died trying to get that street paved. Right, and it's still not paved. So I just want to say, for the last 10 contracts that we gave out, whether it's the state aid or whatever, which one it is, I want to see the last 10 contracts we give out and the streets that we did.
Okay.
And then I have another issue, but I'll call you tomorrow on the Sag Valley Water needs to do a lot of paving for streets, and I have a list. It looked like it's about 50 streets that need to be paved, but then there's certain streets that we have the late hours, but there's certain streets that I think that we can start early in the morning, and especially streets that are not around schools. So I'll talk to you with that next DPW committee meeting, Director.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman.
So, Council President.
Go ahead, Councilman Velez.
It's custom that when we had a committee meeting and Councilwoman Ruby is there, she could attest that every item that is critical, especially when they request lists, because we follow in workshop what they ask, I always direct the director to please send it to all council members, especially if they have a concern of any list. That's been happening since I'm being the chair. Also goes in your package a week before. And I'm going to say this, if you find something that it was not discussed with you, you have the right to call the director and ask him or ask the administration what is intel of what we speak on the committee. So this is not my committee, this is your committee. By rule, we have to have 4, but if you find something in the agenda of that workshop or whatever, please call them directly. You save time in the workshop.
Council President, I
Yes.
absolutely disagree with that process. I made this request last week.
Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you, Council President. I disagree. If a council person makes a request from the floor, it should be provided. That is our job.
And it will be.
It should be provided. But
listen.
you're saying it should come to your committee.
No.
No.
Councilwoman Mims,
Let me
I
finish.
100% with you,
Let me
100%.
finish. The
Should be
request
provided.
has been made previously. It still has not been received. I'm putting it back on the floor. We need to see that information. Not in a committee. Committee can see it after, but it should be presented because I asked for it before a committee member ever asked for it. So I just would like to see the information as requested. Thank you, family.
Totally correct. Roll call on item 59, Madam Clerk.
Yes,
You got it.
Mr. President, roll call on item number 59 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Mims.
So Paterson, sometimes you gotta send reminders out to some people and remind them you were elected by the people, not by council members. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I don't know if they heard my statement. I say every request that they ask in the workshop, I follow up in committee to make sure that they deliver what they ask in workshop. That's what I just said. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 59 is hereby adopted. Next item is item number 60. It's a resolution authorizing a contract for 125/133 Ellison Street, building evaluation for the Division of Engineering of the Department of Public Works. Is Public Works Resolution 23050.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez,
Second.
second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 60, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 60 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Number 60?
Yes.
No.
Councilman Mendez?
That's the one I did not.
Pass, Madam Clerk, for a minute.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
So I'm not gonna pass. So this is authorizing a contract for 125/133 Ellison Street. I have an issue when we want to contract out to firms to go and do an assessment of buildings to identify what we should do with them. I have an issue. Right now, we're in a crunch financially, and we can say, well, it's not that much money, but when you're in a crunch and you have a deficit, every penny counts. I think this is an item that could wait. There's no urgency and timeline to get it done right away. I'm not the full council, but I'm gonna go with my gut on this, and I'm not gonna support it. I'm not gonna support us spending money to do an evaluation of a building that has so many different concerns, especially if there is a possibility of employees possibly losing their job. I'm not gonna do that. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
So in the last workshop, I think, along with this item, we had 2 other items came over, and we said, we need to put things together and see if we can come up with, lower price when it's time for that. And we voted no last time, and again, in this council meeting, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Once again, we have a building that probably is going to go into vacate, abandoned property, because we cannot use it right now because it's unsafe on the 2nd level, okay? We cleaned the asbestos, but they find some problems that had to be vetted through engineering. Now, I'm not going to say something in September 22nd, 22, that we need to hire engineers to get projects done, and now say today that we cannot support something that is needed. This building is not for sale. This building is to be utilized from employed from our city and put offices up there in a second. But before putting people up there, we need to make sure what we could do to make sure the employees are safe. So simple and easy. So I don't see a problem with it. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just for the record, Paterson resident, I never passed, as you all know, but I was council president, and I need some time to move back into my third ward seat. Just to be clear, I'm always ready with the gun in my hand, so just to keep voting. But you know, in all seriousness, I've been over and I've been thinking about this. This resolution is $84,000, almost $85,000. That, you know, so at this time I'm not gonna support this. We are in a very fiscal, difficult situation right now with the city. So my vote is no, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It is a grant money, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. We have basically an abandoned building right there. With this free money, that we could do assessments to how to better utilize that building. We could sell it, or we could how can we utilize that building? I think this is a no-brainer, but you know, I'm a one person. This is a nice, beautiful building that we have. It's not in use. Second floor is not in use. The mother floor is not used, and we spoke about it many times before, I believe, prior, about how can we those buildings that we have we're not utilizing, how can we do a reassessment, and how can we utilize those buildings better? I think it is a no-brainer for me, and definitely a yes to for this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I know even though it's going to fail.
The votes are 2 yeses, 4 noes, 3 absences. Item number 60 has failed.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Yes, item number 61 is a resolution authorizing award of contract to WSP USA for the services of qualifications, proposals for a citywide green infrastructure evaluation for the Division of Engineering of the Department of Public Works. Is RFP number 2022-62, Public Works Resolution 23051.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez.
Discussion. Just, so Director, would you please explain what exactly going to take place with this is about $283,000 project?
It's to go out, it's to put a plan together for the green infrastructure, part of the CSO project. Part of the CSO project is different ways of controlling wastewater, and green infrastructure is one of the ways.
Councilor President. So it says this is a 1 year.
It's for an evaluation for it.
Just for evaluation.
Yes.
And it said it's amount not to exceed $282,000.
Yes.
And $810.
That's going to be
So what does, I'm kind of confused about the wording here. So not to exceed the amount, do you think it's going to be lower than the amount? Do you have any idea what's going to be exact?
It could be, it's not going to exceed that amount.
Gotcha.
Council President. Council President, did he disappear?
President.
Oh, so Council President.
Go ahead, Councilman Velez.
Thank you. So Councilman Yuri, doing this contract, it will also in the long run put us in compliance with EPA and all those requirements that the federal government is requiring us to do down the road. You know why? We still have a situation out there that we have to take care of. It's going to cost us billions. But if we don't take care of this, we're going to see more fines down the road. So we need to study. We need to put in place a plan for me to be able to have all the way around the city, beautify it and all that stuff, okay? All right, so
Thank you,
this,
Councilman.
this is well explained.
Thank you, Councilman. We have some educator in our council colleague. If they don't get a good, it's almost midnight. If they don't get a good sleep,
They become teachers.
Our scholars, our students gonna be in trouble early morning. So,
What, the county school, the
Councilman-
county, the county one? But you're talking back there.
Roll call on item number 61, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, roll call on item number 61 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz? Councilman Mendez?
This item should have been done before the CSO plan. It technically should have been done prior to, only because it will give us a better overview, because we did some areas in our community that could have went after other areas. We know why. I'm gonna leave that alone. This item, if we would have done it before, it would have given us a real assessment of what areas to go before. For example, you have areas like 18th Ave and 19th Ave where there's where when water comes through, they have a serious issue. You're standing on top of cars, and you know, because I've called you many times. So even though I'm gonna support this item, I just would like to see these items come before we present a CSO plan, even though I know it's based on, the state law that's in place with the water bill and all that stuff. But this is something that should have been done proactively before. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine?
Pass.
Councilman Velez?
This is already budget, it's already, the money is sitting there, we need to utilize it, so this will not affect the budget at all, so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Udine?
Yeah, so I, since it was voting session, I was not able to ask questions to the director, so I wanted to hear from someone, and it is on the record that this is not going to impact the 2023's budget. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 yeses, 3 absences.
Good night, council.
Item number 61 is hereby adopted.
Council President,
Clerk,
Council President.
Let's go back to
Council-
item number 49.
Council President,
And
let's keep in mind, if the director is here in the workshop, any director, to address the workshop and concern or whatever, if he's not needed here in the regular, why should he come? If we already discussed it. I just want to,
Councilman, I think you should talk about that.
see, I bail you out.
Item number 49 is a resolution honoring Dawn Moody in observance of Black History Month 2023. It's sponsored by Councilman Al Abdulaziz. It's City Council Resolution 23:039.
Second.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Abdulaziz, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 49.
Roll call on item number 49 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz?
I look forward to honoring Ms. Moody. Madam Clerk, I have one request. When you frame it, make sure there's as much red as possible on the frame. Red.
Okay.
All right. So there's a meaning to that, but my vote is yes.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
So to my sister, my soror, happy Founder's Day. Councilman Abdulaziz, you got some big points on this one. So I'm definitely supporting my sister. Thank you for all the work you do in our community. Long overdue. Keep doing, keep winning, keep repping. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 49 is hereby adopted.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 50. It's a resolution honoring Paula Alford in observance of Black History Month 2023. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Maritza Davila. It's a City Council Resolution 23040.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by
Second.
Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 50, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 50 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Amin Godly. I just want to say, Lord, I'm in somewhat another land. I just want to say congratulations to Paula Alford on being recognized for Black History Month for the year of 2023. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
Congratulations, Chairperson Paula Alford. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
I see a lot of second ward residents being honored. She's a second ward homeowner, and she's the chairperson of Housing Authority. My vote is definitely yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 50 is hereby adopted.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item number 51 is a resolution honoring Benji E. Wimberly in observance of Black History Month 2023. It's sponsored by Councilman M.D. Farid Udine. Council Resolution 23041.
Second.
So move.
Moved by
Third.
Councilman Udine, second by Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Mendez, Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 51.
Roll call on item number 51 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Congrats, Coach, yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
I want to say congratulations to cousin slash assemblyman. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Mendez.
Congratulations to our very own Assemblyman Wimberly. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Congratulations to my mentor and big bra. My vote is absolutely yes. Thank you for all that you do. Keep up the fight. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
So I'm so honored, Assemblyman, to honor and sponsor this one, and I believe we all are happy for this. And you are doing an amazing job as a Assemblyman for our 35th Legislative District, our coach, our Director of Recreation Department, and I thank you and respect you all you do and all you do for Paterson. And my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Where's my resolution?
Councilman, I don't know.
Next item.
Councilman Velez, you're.
Congratulations to Mr. Kenyatta Stewart. I was trying to. Hold on, she threw me off. That's why. I'm sorry, Council Assemblyman Benji Wimberly is always trying to look for mine, but you know how I feel for you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 51 is hereby adopted.
Next item.
Item number 52 is resolution honoring Mr. Kenyatta Stewart Esquire in observance of Black History Month 2023, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez. Is City Council Resolution 23042.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims, Udine, and Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call on item number 52.
Can you ask the secretary?
You
Yes.
got it here.
Roll call on item number 52, Madam Clerk.
It's in there? Give him a copy so he can stop. Roll call on item.
Roll call on item number 52, please, Madam
Roll call on
Clerk.
item number 52 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
I just want to say congratulations to our lawyer, Kenyatta Stewart, a Fourth Ward kid. I'm just saying I'm happy that he's being recognized for Black History Month. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims,
Thank you for all you do, Kenyatta Stewart. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I just want to highlight some stuff of him, but I don't have
Did you get
the
it?
resolution here, but he knows how I feel for him. Kenyatta Stewart, thank you for being first, my friend, and second, being there for the entire community. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 52 is hereby adopted.
Next, you can't stay for my person?
Next,
No.
The next item is item number 53, is a resolution honoring Sophia H. Jones in observance of Black History Month 2023. Is sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims. City Council Resolution 23043.
So moved.
Second.
moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mendez. And Councilman Woodin. Roll call on item number 53, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 53 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, thank you. I just want to say to Sophia Jones, who's a part of National Council of Negro Women with us also, who's been out in the community, in the school system for over 30 years. Councilwoman Mims, it was truly nice of you to recognize her for Black History Month. She's always been in the community, always helping out. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
So to Ms. Sophia H. Jones, as Councilwoman Cotton has already stated, it is first of all an honor for me to honor you. One, we serve with you on the National Council of Negro Women, but you're also my soror. Happy Founders Day. I'm so glad that you're being honored for all the work you've done in the community for over 3 decades. Thank you so much for doing what you do. Thank you for never giving up, and thank you for always lifting us up. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine.
So we have so many similarities, Ms. Sophia Jones, that you got your master's from NJCU in urban education, and so do I. And I'm working on my administrative license as well, and she did it. And she worked for Paterson Public Schools, and so do I. So definitely my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Let me say yes.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 53 is hereby adopted.
Council President,
Next
before we
item.
move on, I just have, Madam Clerk, for that item, can we make sure it's matted in red, just like Councilman
Red
Abdelaziz,
matting
please?
for number
Thank you.
53.
Item 54, Madam Clerk.
Item 54 is resolution honoring the Elks, American Lodge 333, and American Temple 258, IBPOE of the world, in observance of Black History Month 2023. Is sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton. Is City Council Resolution 23044.
Second.
Move.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Mendez, Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 54.
Roll call on item number 54 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that it's truly an honor. The American Lodge number 333 and American Temple number 258 has been here in the city of Paterson over 100 years. They got established on October 7th, 1922. I don't remember anyone ever recognizing, I don't remember anyone recognizing the American, the Elks Lodge. Let me just say that back in 1902, there was a grant called Wilson. He increased the membership because the Elks was for people who were factory workers. It was people who were housekeepers. It was people who was cook. It was people who slept over, taking care of older people. It was people who knew that they came up from the south to the north to get a better life, to get a better job, to live better. And to be able to say that we have an organization in our city here, a black organization that's been around since 1922. They're located on Ellison Street, and with my husband was a member probably for 35 years or more. Myself and my daughter are members with daughters, and I just want to say that it's an honor because this gentleman started this with only 30,000 members and took it to 500,000 members. He created over 900 lodges throughout the United States of America. With that being said, it's an honor because this Elks took regular people, working people who wanted to help in their own community and to help each other and for each other to get better in their life. And with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
So I also serve as a daughter of American Temple 258, and I was also just recently elected as the chaplain. So Councilwoman Cotton, this is an excellent pick. I'm looking forward to them coming in their garb and coming through and being honored. They do great work in our community, great work. I mean, it's just too much to talk about here in the time frame that we have, but to the Elks, American Lodge 333, and American Temple 258, IBPOE of the world, thank you so much for all that you do for the city of Paterson and the world at large. We appreciate you, and this honor, Councilwoman Cotton, great pick. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Councilwoman, and I can say this is one of my meeting places to meet with my community members. If I pick any place in this area, I pick always the class. I thank you, Councilwoman, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 54 is hereby adopted.
Next
Item number 55 is a resolution honoring Judge Carol Poe Newton in observance of Black History Month 2023. It's sponsored by Councilman Alex Mendez. It's a City Council Resolution 23045.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 55, Madam Clerk. And second by also Councilwoman Cotton.
For
what is that?
Roll call on item number 55 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
I just want to say that I've been around Judge Carol Newton for quite some time, and she's been a great mentor for myself and for my husband on helping us get into the political world. And she showed us how to volunteer. She showed us how to help our community. And I just want to say to you, Councilman Alex Mendez, this is a great pick, who was also our first black city judge in the city of Paterson.
Yes.
And she was appointed by Frank Graves. And I remember that when she got appointed. So with that being said, congratulations, Judge Carol Newton. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Judge Carol Newton has been a blessing in my life. She's been a great mentor to me. I consider myself part of her family, and I enjoy so much to go there and just get her guidance and have the dialogue. I love you, Judge. I'm looking forward. I'm praying to see you on the Black History Month celebration, getting your resolution right here in this chamber. You've been a blessing for the city of Paterson. Frank Graves appointing you, and former Congressman Bill Pascrell make you chief judge. You are Paterson history, and like I say, it's been a blessing for me to have the opportunity to honor you on the Black History Month celebration. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
So this also is a great honor. I affectionately call her Mama Judge. She's a mentor. She's a great support system, and you did a great job, Councilman Mendez. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
You want to surround yourself with people that have experience, and you want to go to her house and sit down and listen to her, you're going to learn a lot. Congratulations. Thank you for your service and your tenure that you was in the city of Paterson as a judge, now former judge. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 55 is hereby adopted.
Next item.
Item number 56
Yes.
is a resolution honoring Reggie and Tamika Davis in observance of Black History Month 2023. It's sponsored by Councilman Michael Jackson. It's a City Council Resolution 23046.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton, Mendez, and
No, put
Councilman
me
Velez.
down for move with Mims.
Okay.
Is your thing?
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton.
And
And
Velez.
second by Councilman Mendez, Councilman Udine, and Councilman Velez.
Okay.
Okay. Roll call on item number 56 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say congratulations to Reggie and to Tamika Davis being recognized by Councilman Michael Jackson, who's not here right now. And I read it, and it says young adults can achieve. And I think that we as a community must do all we can to expose our young people, our young adults. And I see they do college tours to historically black colleges, which is so important. You have to make sure that we able to show our children, if we can, of even not our own children, other people's children, when we can take them somewhere and show them outside of the state of New Jersey. Congratulations again, Reggie and Tamika Davis, being observed as Black History Month for Councilman Jackson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
So for me, I really know them because this is my cousin and his wife. So I just want to say to Reggie and Tamika, well-deserved. Thank you for what you've been doing for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
I know your mother is smiling down from heaven, and your dad, who was just next door to us the other day. I absolutely love you. Thank you for all you do. Councilman Jackson, great pick. Thank you for honoring my family. They really deserve this honor. My vote, Madam Clerk, is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
This is the only one that you don't recuse yourself. There's no conflict. Your family. Listen, if it's not for these days and the day of pay, we don't have fun. Congratulations. My vote is yes.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 56 is hereby adopted. Item number 57 is a resolution appointing Public Agency Compliance Officer for the City of Paterson pursuant to Public Law 1975, Chapter 127. It's a finance reso. It's 23047.
So move. Discussion. 57.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Cotton. Discussion, Councilman Velez?
Now, Madam BA,
Did we discuss this item in the workshop?
We didn't discuss it. No.
We didn't discuss it at the workship, we had it on the
Correct.
Finance Committee.
Correct.
Yeah.
But my question is,
One second.
it was not discussed.
Was it on the agenda
Yes.
on the last workshop?
No. We
Yes,
didn't
I
have
believe so.
agenda. We didn't have Finance Committee last week.
No.
He asked if it was on the agenda.
One second, Councilman Velez. One second, please.
Correct.
Was it on the workshop agenda, last workshop? Was it on the agenda?
It was.
It was?
Well, the thing is that,
I can review it for you, I could tell you what it's about if you
Yes,
want to spend a
please.
moment here.
Please, can you give us the summary?
Sure. This is something that is a requirement from the New Jersey Department of Treasury, that every city just designates someone to serve as the Public Agency Compliance Officer. Last year, we did the same process for Harry Savalos, who was
Correct.
listed.
Right.
This year, he has changed it to, you could see at the top that this resolution was provided by him. His little, his notes are at the top. And again, it's really, it's something that we need to have somebody handy, but it's not something that's always, that there's any applications connected to it. It's if the Department of Treasury wants to review this, you know, any sort of procedures regarding our equal employment opportunity compliance. That's part of our purchasing and public works process.
So let me ask my question now. Madam BA.
Yes.
Where this gentleman works now?
He works in the purchasing department, and actually his title is compliance officer. So he already does a lot of the compliance issues within.
So this position was not moved to another department, it's still in the same department?
he's the
Yes,
same.
he's part
And
of
also,
purchasing.
so the HS purchaser is still his supervisor?
Correct, he
Correct.
reports
Okay, now,
directly to
okay,
Harry.
I thought, that's what I want to clarify.
Yep.
I just make sure it stays in the same office.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, let me
Councilwoman
just,
Khan?
yeah, I just have to, I mean, if he's going to be our compliance officers, why do you have affirmative action on here?
Why do I have what?
Affirmative action requirement for the state of New Jersey.
So that's, the compliance officer has to, as it says here, facilitate any conversations with the Department of Treasury around these issues.
I still don't understand. I still don't understand around the treasury.
So-
Of what?
So it's as if we are, there's, has to be someone who's noted in a database in Treasury. So even if you look up, you know, public agency compliance officer, you can look up who that is in any municipality.
Well,
And it's really meant so that, and in particular in Treasury, there's something called the Division of Purchase and Properties Contract Compliance and Audit Unit. So every once in a while, they audit how, and this is some of the language that's right on their website, periodically review public agency contracting processes to ensure that they're complying with EEO/AA requirements. So this is the contact person if they end up doing an audit for the city of Paterson. Last year, we did not have one. Year before, we did not have one. This is
Right.
just it's a contact person to make sure that we're in the database and that if they need to reach out to us,
What's the
they
name
will.
of this person? Or can you
Joseph Barbieri, who is one of the employees in purchasing.
purchases? So it used to be Harry Savalas.
Harry was the contact person, but both have worked in purchasing this whole time.
And he sit in front
By
of him.
appointing him as a lead contact person, is it going to cost us any money?
No.
Thank you. Roll call on item number
He's still got to
57,
be,
please.
he's.
Can you
Roll
give-
call on
can you
item
give
number
him extra
57 for
cell phone?
adoption.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Let me just, I know we didn't get ready to go to roll call, but is he the elderly gentleman upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Mendez.
I should be the first question. If it doesn't cost the city money, welcome. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I think anything that has a responsibility in the city of Patterson, commissioners, this type of position, holds a lot of responsibility. They should get a stipend at least. Or at least new cell phone for they could get contact. I don't know. My vote is yes.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 57 is hereby adopted.
Next item.
The next item is item number 58. It's a resolution authorizing settlement of demolition lien on Block 3507, Lot 34, AKA 325 Hamilton Avenue, owned by Unisporex LLC. It's a law resolution 23048.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Ballas. Second by me. Second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 58.
Roll call on item number 58 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
You mean to tell us that we owe this company ever since 2015?
No, it's a settlement demolition lien.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
That
When was
means
the
that-
demolition? It said September 15, 2015.
See, that means that the property is not worth it what they demolition.
So what you, right.
No, we're
On the roll call,
We on a
Madam.
roll call, yeah, but I'm just saying. Oh, so we taking,
Is it demo? Yes.
no, you know what? No, wait a minute. this is,
Unless you know somebody
it's been a
personally.
lien because the person, something happened, they couldn't tear the building down, we had to tear the building down, it cost us $18,000, and now somebody, I'm not sure what's it, it's a lot, what is it, a lot now that they want to sell, I'm not sure what it is.
Not necessarily need to sell.
No, I'm just saying, like, what is it? I 325 is between.
There was a lien
it's
by
the-
the city
no,
put
it's
on
a-
this
no, you
property.
got- No,
So
you
we
got
come
all
into
kind of
an,
liens up here. You got 18,000, you got 29,000, you got, like,
If I may.
right.
We're in the middle of roll call,
Sure.
so should we go back and do,
Council
so
President.
call to question, we need to go back and we want to open up a discussion to get some more answers from Corporation Counsel and
Just-
DA.
Council
We can
President.
do that.
Councilwoman,
But
continue,
currently, we're in
please.
the middle of roll call.
What?
Continue.
No, I'm just saying, I mean, like, I'm trying to understand. I know what 325 is. It's between Rose Park Boulevard and East 18th Street. That's
Council
what it's
President,
between. I'm trying to figure out.
Well, is,
You know what?
You want to figure out what happened, why we had to reduce it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out, like.
now they gotta pay up to the city.
That's something-
Settlement.
After roll call,
Okay, let's
Corporation
go back
Council will
let's
explain
go
to
back
you.
then. Let's go back to conversation.
Okay, let's have a discussion then.
Right.
Okay, Council
Now,
President.
how much are we collecting from this lien?
We
From
collect-
2015, 2020, how much are we getting?
How much is the settlement for, Corporation Council?
Thank you, Council President and Councilwoman Cotton for that
Any
question. So just by way of background, there was a demolition that cost the city approximately $18,000. The lien was placed on the property, interest accrued, and it accrued to the point where the interest and amount owed to the city exceeded the value of the property.
Okay,
In that situation, the statute authorizes the city to reduce that and settle the lien. And so the city is, the law department has recommended that we settle it for $29,490,
okay.
provided that, and I'm starting to put this in all these resolutions that settle these tax matters, that they pay us within 30 days, because, you know, we don't want to do a resolution and then get paid in 6 months. It's not fair to the taxpayers. You have interest that the taxpayers could be getting. So,
Correct.
if you have any other questions, I'm happy to
Council
answer.
President.
No, that's it. I kind of.
Thank you.
I kind of got it. I know where the property is now, so, you
Okay.
know,
It's good,
it's a
Council
lot.
President.
It's a lot.
So-
My vote, yeah, it's.
No,
We're not
we
voting, we're
discussing.
discussing. Councilman Mendez, then Councilwoman Mims, then Councilman Valley.
Thank you.
I don't think there is anything to discuss.
Thank you, definitely. I just gonna add that this is very popular. I mean, this property has a lien, and in order for the owner to move forward, either sell it or build on the property, they have to satisfy those liens. So that's it's as simple as that. They have to pay the city. They have to pay the city before they move forward, before they sell it, before they're building, before they pull out permit. They have to pay those liens.
Yeah,
So
but somebody is buying it.
you know, so.
The owner don't have it no more because we took it from them.
No, I mean, they have to satisfy the lien, Councilwoman, before they sell the property. And that's what we're doing, collecting money.
It's
Thank you, Council President.
So,
Okay.
Okay, so two things. This item should have been vetted through the legal committee as well as finance, because some of the statements that are being made are not in the whereas. So let me be clear. In the whereas, in this particular document, it says, upon receipt of the demolition, the Division of Community, they contracted for bids September 15, 2015, at a cost to the city of $18,444.06. And by memorandum, September 18, the Division of Community Improvements notified the tax collector of the demolition lien amount expended by this amount, and at the tax sale on December 16, with tax sale certificate, and it gives the number, sold to the city for said amount at the statutory rate of 18%. Whereas Municipal LLC they contacted the city tax collector to negotiate a settlement for resolution of this said property, which was done March 31st of 2022, totaling $35,389.11. It says the legal department negotiated with the representative of Unisys to satisfy the 18.4 at a reduced rate of interest from what was said initially of 18%. They negotiated all the way down to 10%, all the way down. This happened in November 30 of 2022. it amounted 29,000. So this is from 35 now to 29. So this particular item is saying the subject property is vacant land and is assessed, and it gives the amount of assessment of 21,000. The lien owner is offering said amount, and that's what the item is before us. This was the item that was on the tax rolls, tax books. It was sold at the auction. Someone came into the tax collector and said, I want to buy that. And that's what's before us. That's why this item should be before legal committee, and it should have went to finance. It's not as easy as we're saying, oh, we could vote. It should have been properly vetted. Even though it's in the document and stated, there should have been a proper vetting through the committees. That's what's stated before us. I just want to put it on the record to the viewing public, and that was not done through either committee. Thank you, Council President.
It did go to finance, Council, Madam.
When did it go to finance?
Go to prior meeting. It did
When?
go to
Which private?
finance.
There was, which meeting? Because last meeting, we were told that there was no finance meeting.
He was meeting, he was on the agenda.
So
We went to the
in that
before
meeting, because we don't have any minutes, what was decided in the finance meeting?
We moved it forward, that's why he was on the workshop.
So it was decided in the finance committee to move it forward with
That
no
was
questions.
a couple of weeks ago, and it was on the workshop agenda.
Well, even if it was a couple weeks ago, I'm not on finance committee. So if
But
something
you was
discussed,
you was in the workshop, nobody asked any question.
well, I'm
So you was-
asking now.
You was in the workshop.
I'm asking now.
Good.
We could ask questions at any point.
Yes.
I'm asking now.
Hold on, Councilwoman, there's no point of need to go back and forth.
No, I'm
You're
not.
making it seem
I'm-
like it
but-
just showed up on the agenda.
No, but
it didn't.
I
It was on
didn't,
the
that, Council
workshop.
President,
It
that
was
is
on the
not what I
workshop agenda
stated.
last week.
I did not state that. I said it should have been properly vetted. You're
It
saying.
was better than the finance,
Well,
yes.
it was not vetted through legal, and there was a negotiation and a settlement, which means we have a legal committee that is in place
If-
on the council, and it should have went there as well, not
If you
just
need
one
to go to
stop.
Corporation Council, if you need to go to the legal table.
It should have went to legal as well.
Send it
Thank you,
to-
Council President,
We
for
have
that- for that
we have a
inquiry.
similar, same kind of items for next workshop. We discussed it tonight. Both
Yep.
of them should go to
They should
legal
go to
too.
legal.
then.
Thank you, Council President. So, as an initial matter, tax resolutions such as this do customarily have not gone through the legal committee. They're finance items, and this did go through Finance Committee. It was
Yes.
presented. It also went through workshop, and I believe it was Dr. Mims that asked that it not go on consent, that it
Right,
go on
exactly.
on regular, if recollection serves me correct. But these sort of proposed resolutions normally do not go through the legal committee. Legal committee is normally reserved for items that are pending litigation. And as a result, this doesn't go in there, through there. As Council President stated, we do have a very similar item that went through Finance Committee today. It was discussed through the chair and the committee members, and we actually had another assistant corporation counsel appear as well and provide responses. So hopefully that response satisfies your request,
But
council members.
Corporation Counsel, even though we say litigations, anytime there's wording in a document that talks about negotiation and/or settlement, it should be still in the legal committee. Whether it's been done in the past or not, the legal committee is a new committee on this council, and this should still go through the legal committee. Although it went to finance, it still needs to go through the legal committee. It has those words in this
Well,
document.
I appreciate that, Council President, may I?
Yes.
Just very briefly, I will do whatever the council requests and suggests, and Dr. Mims, I'm always, looking
know.
forward to having one-on-one time with you, so if you ever have any questions, we can certainly get together on that. But to the extent that committees are going to be designated with reviewing certain things, I think that has to come from council as a whole, or at the very minimum through Council President, since he designates the committees and their associated power. My understanding is that the litigation committee has always been aimed at that the legal committee has always been aimed at litigation, and we've always presented litigation matters. We just had a legal committee a week and a half or so ago to discuss potential resolution of litigation matters. So to the extent that the charter of the legal committee is going to change and the function, I'm more than happy to comply. I just think that it needs to be done in an appropriate way.
So I'm going to end on this point. There's no charter for the legal committee. It was my idea to create the legal committee. So let me put that on record. There was no council president that said, this is the charter. There's no clear definitive as to what happens in the legal committee. The purpose, council president and most council members here were present. The reason why it was committed because it was created was because there were a lot of litigations that were in they were stuck in, like, almost like a portal. They were stuck there, but the purpose was to provide oversight and to give guidance. So at that time, we had former Councilman Rivera was president, I was vice, and that's when it was put in place. So there's a new committee, there's no clear definitive. I just think, and I believe, based on what's here, it's just to provide oversight, but it definitely needs to be in legal committee. It states negotiations, it needs to go there. It doesn't mean it'll stop it, but it definitely needs to give some oversight through that committee.
Council President.
I think that,
One second, Councilwoman. Are you finished?
Yes, I'm done.
Councilman Velez?
So, first of all, I just want to, we had this conversation today with another issue that came to finance. Not because they say legal, it means that it went to a court, okay, it's a department, right? And the only one that really comes to legal department should be the settlements of legal matters in court. Now, or workers' compensation. Now,
Councilman Burr,
yeah.
there is a different, those litigation that
Correct.
we discuss in
Correct.
legal committee, usually in court.
Correct.
This is
A
off the
tax
court. This is
appeal.
a one-on-one negotiation.
Correct.
For us to get some of this money.
So the good
that we
thing
put
is,
on those days.
and that's what I was saying, and I want to commend the legal department, also the tax assessor's office, to sit down, because if you look at the whole scenario, they sell it for $18,406, they gained $16,000 and came out to $35,000, and they are paying back $29,000, so we only losing $5,899. So at least we're not losing 3/4 of it, you know, of the lien, or see the word purge, that would be a little bit concerned. If I see the word purge taxes, at least we're getting back 29 out of the $35,000, we're getting back $29,000 out of it. So it was sitting there, and if you look at the lot, if you Google the lot, that don't, for me, that don't not even worth to $15,000. Let me tell you something, because it's so.
It's not
Thank
fifty.
you,
Right
thank you,
now, in the
Councilman.
market,
No, I'm
it's
just
too
saying-
small.
Thank you, Councilman.
Too small.
Thank you.
I just need to
Councilwoman
say,
Cotton?
yeah, thank
You
you.
could put
I'm just,
one
you
regular
know,
apartment
even, you know, to me, when you have your committee meetings and whoever's the chair of the committee, you know, nobody from finance explained nothing. Like, we didn't, whoever's in finance didn't explain nothing, like.
Councilwoman.
So that's why, no,
Okay.
if I'm a chair of.
Okay, Councilwoman,
like
I'm in the finance committee
Yeah,
as
but
well.
nobody came out here and
It
said
was,
nothing.
it was on the workshop. When this item came up, I don't know which council member said, put it on non-consent. We put it on non-consent. You did, right? So if there was any question,
Well, you
somebody
know
should
what,
have
I
asked
don't
on the
remember even
workshop.
seeing this, I questioned it.
It was a workshop in December, when we had one meeting.
I questioned it, but
Yeah.
I'm saying, it's like Velez, when he's chair of DPW, he do his best to explain
Thank
stuff
you.
that go on in
Wow.
the meeting. You do your best to explain. You know, I'm in my committee meeting, I do my best to explain what's discussed in our committee meeting, that's all I'm saying. Like, you know, I'm just saying, the chair of the committee should do their best to explain to the other 5 council members that are not
Councilwoman.
that are not in the room. that's all.
Councilwoman, it was on the workshop. Workshop is for discussion. Nobody
Yeah,
had,
but I
nobody
don't
had any
remember-
question.
I'm saying to you, I don't
Nobody,
remem-
nobody
I
had any
don't
question.
remember seeing this because this name
was
wasn't
there.
here. Where was I at?
I don't know. Last
Right,
workshop,
but
were
this
you
name right here, I mean, I'm not gonna say it on TV, but I mean, he ain't no great person.
You in TV.
He not know of this business, I can tell you right now. A lot of stuff done came through with his name on it.
Councilwoman Mims, you want to vet it in your legal committee?
No, we gonna do it because we
I
gotta get
think we
paid.
should
This is
continue. We
2015.
This is not-
No, I think it should, I think for tonight, we can do it, but I think in the
Yes.
future, these items should go to legal committee.
Thank you. Roll call on item number,
58. Roll call on
50.
item number 58 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see this as a very positive way.
No,
Listen,
okay,
real
yeah,
estate, it's booming, and people, they have lien in those property, and they want to satisfy those lien because they either want to sell the piece of land or they want to build. Simple as that, and they have to pay the city back the demolition lien or any other type of lien before they move forward, before they do anything with the property. That's the reason why we have this in front of us, and I see this as a normal business. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
No, they don't.
Thank you,
They know what they
Councilman
be
Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
doing. I know what
So
they-
Patterson, I just wanted to be duly noted that it's now 12:35 a.m.
Yes.
And we are still here voting on the city's business. I want it to be duly noted and the record to reflect who's here. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yeah, so if, Councilwoman, you chair legal, right, correct?
I created the committee and they moved me off from chairing and co-chairing.
Oh, but you, okay, so what I'm saying is if we recommend to put this in one committee and the other, we just keep in mind that please run it along, but we don't delay any process, especially when it comes up to payment or recuperating any revenues.
Councilman, we don't have to repeat ourselves, please.
I didn't repeat this before, I just
Yes,
saying,
yes,
you know, it just
but
came up.
somebody else did.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you.
My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 58 is hereby adopted.
Next item, item number 62, Madam Clerk.
Item number 62 is resolution honoring John E. Ming Jr. on his retirement and dedication to the city of Paterson. It's sponsored by the Honorable Municipal Council. It's City Council Resolution 23052.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call on item number 62, please.
Roll call on item number 62 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton?
Honoring Mr. Ming, behalf of council.
For his retirement.
I know. I had spoken earlier, John Ming, that we truly gonna miss you. You are a great, great person. You know your cameras and your TVs, and you help build the system that everybody's watching right now. I want you to enjoy your retirement, and just do what you love to do. And I know you love making movies and videos and documentaries, and continue to do all the documentaries that I know that affects our city. So I'm saying congratulations, Mr. Ming, on your retirement. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
I said it earlier, Mr. Ming, thank you for all you do. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine? Yes. Councilman Velez?
So about a week and a half ago, I told Mr. Ming, please send me your bio. He said, I will do it. He never sent it. But today, I got to wait to get it. So, Mr. Ming, congratulations. And the reason we did this is because I think that you had to stand out of anything that the mayor's office do, but we as council members are grateful for your friendship and whatever you did and you have done in the city council, especially for the viewers out there. If the viewers out there knows about this meeting, it's because Mr. Ming did not ask for makeups, only he asked for a satellite to transmit this meeting. Congratulations, Mr. Ming, and thank you for your service.
Your vote, sir?
My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Mr. Ming, I think you're doing the right thing. Enjoy your retirement. My vote is yes.
thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 62 is hereby adopted.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
We don't have an item for 63, so let's
Second.
go to second reading ordinance.
Resolution.
63,
No,
we
but
don't
we could
have
do
that
that as a
item.
title.
The title.
Yeah, but this is Black History Month. Everybody knows that. No, but then.
Councilman Velez, we can't make up, the last item that we had the big discussion
Which
for
is fine,
Jackson.
which
It's fine?
Yeah, we
fine.
just have to call a special
But-
meeting to do it.
But this one would not. This is, yeah, correct.
We're gonna have a special meeting on the next workshop. We could vote on a
I'll
special
still
meeting.
bring him in. Let's do the second reading items, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. The first item is item number 1. It's a second reading ordinance amending Paterson Code, Chapter 337, noise. It's sponsored by Councilman M.D. Farid Udin. It's a City Council ordinance 23001.
Second.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Udine, second by Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Mendez. Public hearing is now open.
See no one, move to close.
See no one, move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on closing the public hearing, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Corporation Council, Councilman Udine. The resident out there needs to know that this is going to be enforced. You don't need a meter now to say it's loud or it's low. It's based on the judgment of the police officer, of his approach, and the complaint that comes every day. And the fine went up too. So PD, utilize it. Summers around the block. Loud music, that needs to be.
Public worship.
My vote is yes. I'll close the public portion.
Thank you.
It's the time, man, and we never get that so late.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Public hearing on item number 1 is hereby closed.
Roll call on item number 1, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 1 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
So this is my very first ordinance that I'm introducing the City Council. I'd like to thank, this is the very first one, yeah, of course. And I'd like to thank my council colleagues for supporting this unanimously. And this is our second reading. And in my experience, that the noise ordinance we had that was adopted in 2014 is not adequately protecting residents from adverse experience of the noise impact. And I believe that with this ordinance, which is, we don't need any more decibel meter to measure the decibels. I'm just stating that if any sound can be heard from 25 feet direction of far from your house, this ordinance can be implemented, and the person is going to violate the ordinance will be punished. And this is timing from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. in the morning, and the punishment is minimum $500 up to $2,000. And I'd like to thank my corporation councils for your cooperation with this. And I believe with this ordinance, with the cooperation of our law enforcement department, I believe we can protect our community from the noise adverse experience. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Councilman Velez?
What was it?
Yes, your turn to vote.
I know, but I just want to use my 2 regular meetings,
You spoke.
I know,
What you
but it's good
should not have.
it's good to, Council President, it's good to advise the community, especially we got a lot of friends that like making a lot of noise, right? To let them know that this is going to take effect. And when it takes effect, for example, Council President, you come during the day here, and every time I had to tell that store over there that they had to load the speaker because we can't even hear the secretaries right in front of the City Hall. The noise coming out of the music, because you concentrating working. Sometimes I'm listening over there. This will be addressing that loud music, Madam BA. The only thing we need is enforcement. Zero tolerance when it comes up to noise. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 1 is hereby adopted.
Item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Item number 2 is second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. It's establishing an always stop control at the intersection of 7th Avenue and East 26th Street. It's Public Works Ordinance 23002.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez and Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President.
Public hearing is open on item number 2.
See no move to close.
See no one move to close by
Second.
Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on closing the public hearing on item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 2. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilman Udine?
I said yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam
The
Clerk.
votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. The public hearing on item number 2 is hereby closed.
Roll call on item number 2.
Roll call on item number 2 for adoption, Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. In this section of the third ward, there's been so many accidents. I press the last accident. I've been having conversation with all the residents, and I'm very satisfied to see the into fruition. And there's more to come. And so my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
It only took 4.5 years to get this done, so I just have to put that on the record. I've been advocating since I've been on this council, and finally, something's gonna get done. So prayerfully, this will curtail some of the accidents in that particular area, and we'll have some signage out in 20 days after tonight. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Come on, Councilman. It's almost
She
1
voted for
o'clock.
me, yes. That
He
mic-
said yes, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, the microphone was off. She said yes.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 2 is hereby adopted.
Next item.
Can we take 3, 4, and 5 together?
Yes.
They're all handicapped.
Those
Yep.
publishing. We will do it together.
Item you want me to take all 3 together?
Yeah, because it's establishing on all city
Yeah.
roads,
Those
and not
together.
county
3,
roads.
4,
So item number 3,
4 and
4,
5
and 5 are second reading ordinances
together.
establishing handicap parking spaces in various locations on City Road. Public Works Ordinance number 23, 003, 004, and 005.
You have to read the addresses?
Public hearing. I have to read the addresses on each.
Yes.
Into the record.
So for ordinance 003, it's 11 Bird Street, 20 Garrison Street, 881 East 23rd Street, 451 East 32nd Street, 36 James Street, 86 North 3rd Street, 20 Rose Street, 232 Warren Street. For item number 4, which is ordinance number 23004, the addresses are 82 Arch Street, 25-27 Cliff Street, 978 East 22nd Street, 576 East 25th Street, 970 East 28th Street, 238 Liberty Street, 88 Paterson Avenue, and 105 Ryerson Avenue. For ordinance number 5, which is 23005, the addresses are 86 Butler Street, 811 East 23rd Street, 496 East 25th Street, 407 East 29th Street, 52 James Street, 201 North First Street, 170 Pacific Street, 109 Redwood Avenue, 3 Woodruff Place, and 195 4th Avenue.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Public hearing is now open on item number 3, 4, and 5.
See no move to close.
See no one move to close by Councilman Mendez,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Roll call.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item 3, 4, and 5, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing on items numbers 3, 4, 5. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Public hearing on items 3, 4, and 5 is hereby closed.
Roll call on item number 3, 4, and 5, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on items number 3, 4, and 5. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes?
Councilman Mendez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine. Mr. President,
Yes.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Items numbers 3, 4, and 5 are hereby adopted.
Item number 6, Madam Clerk.
Item number 6 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. It's designating Summer Street between Broadway and Godwin Avenue as a one-way street northbound. It's Public Works Ordinance 23006.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Mendez.
It was MEMS first.
Public hearing is
It was
open.
MEMS first, and then Mendez.
Say no to move to
It
close.
was MEMS, then Mendez.
Second by Councilwoman Mims and Mendez.
Thank you, Council President.
Public hearing is now open.
Say no move to close.
See no one, move to close by
Second.
Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Udine. Roll call on closing the public hearing on item number 6, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 6. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes?
Councilman Mendez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Public hearing on item number 6 is hereby closed.
Roll call on item number 6.
Roll call on item number 6 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 6 is hereby adopted.
Next item.
Next item is item number 7. It's a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. It's ordinance to designate parking by permit on Washington Street in the city of Paterson. It's Public Works Ordinance number 23007.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Public hearing is open on item number 7.
See no one, move to close.
Second.
See no one, move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 7.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 7. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Public hearing on item number 7 is hereby closed.
Roll call on item number 7.
Roll call on item number 7 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I just want to say this and make sure, I will talk to Bob Statuto, that this placard will have a license plate from the consulate vehicle. So anybody parked there should match that placard. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 7 is hereby adopted. Item number 8 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. This ordinance vacating a portion of Peel Street. It's Public Works Ordinance 23008.
So move.
Second. Oh, sorry, Ruby. Go ahead, Ruby.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez. Public hearing is open on item number 8.
See no one, move
See
to
no
close.
one, move to close by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on closing the public hearing on item number 8.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 8. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
No.
To close the public hearing.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Okay.
Oh, you want to
Yes.
keep on?
I'm voting on the.
No, for the public,
Councilman Velez?
Councilman Velez.
Oh, yes, I did.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Public hearing on item number 8 is hereby closed.
Roll call on item number 8.
Roll call on item number 8 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
I went over to the street. I took some pictures. Councilwoman Mem said she went over there. Like I said, it's maybe from here to the rail right there. It's in between two companies. They're picking it up on their tax rolls. So, but what I have discovered, and I want Corporation Counsel to know, and I need his help. There's some streets that have been vacated, and I'm not sure if, what I find is that now they have taken control, somebody like took control of it. I put this request in probably a year ago, 2 streets, and I'm gonna remind you again. One of them is 12th Avenue at the dead end off of Straight Street. The other one is East 16th Street between Carroll Street and Summer Street. They literally just took over a lot that was belonging to the city. So I need you to look into that. This piece here will help this company. You cannot go through it. You can't do any of that. With that being said, and now this piece of little land is going to be part of this company's tax, part of the company, their taxes. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Abstain.
You busy.
So let me state that I totally disagree to giving easement
You
or
want me to
giving
show you the pictures? I have them in my phone.
That's okay.
giving
No, because you-
ownership
I mean,
to public
you
property
should've went over
to
there and looked at
individual
it.
group
Councilwoman,
with just
roll
paying
call,
the
roll call,
taxes.
roll call.
Fine.
With that being said, my vote is no.
So, see, process is process, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah.
This application went in front of the board a long time ago,
Yes, it
June 2019.
Yes, it did.
All the commissioner agree on it,
Yes, it
okay?
Yes, it
And,
did.
and not only that, before we do something, what we're doing is blessing. If you know a street is not giving us taxes, at least this property, this part of the street is gonna add into the value of whatever taxes they have. And, and when it goes up to the planning board or any board and they vet it through there, and we just wanna do a blessing that they did the right thing. So my vote is yes.
It failed.
Yes.
Huh? Oh, that's all? Okay.
Wow, I see
Wow.
Commissioner Witherspoon voted on this.
Yes.
Oh, Witherspoon?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he voted, he was there.
He voted, he was in the planning
Oh,
board.
who was on the planning board?
All,
Commissioner
that in
Witherspoon?
2019.
Witherspoon?
Yes,
Remember he
yes.
passed away?
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
voted on this item as well.
Yeah, he voted there.
I mean, it's been vetted, you went through every steps.
Yeah.
And, we have to be business friendly. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 4 yeses, 1 no, 1 abstention, 3 absences. I defer to the Corporation Counsel for ruling on this one.
Wow, it passed.
Council President?
I'm trying to
Yes,
look for,
Corporation Counsel.
trying to look for the
An abstention vote, according to
Is
our
a yes
code,
vote, yes.
is a yes vote. As a result, the final vote respectfully should be
Okay.
5 in favor. You're welcome. ma'am.
No more item, move to close the the regular
There's no
meeting?
more items?
Second.
Move to adjourn by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Woodin. Roll call to close the meeting of Tuesday, January
Of yesterday.
17th. We already on Wednesday.
1 o'clock.
Move to adjourn.
Yes, sir. Right.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just have a couple announcements that I need to make. I'm having a community meeting, as I've been saying for the last 2 months, that I have applied with the state of New Jersey, with DCA, the NRTC, Neighborhood Revitalization Tax Credit, and we're having a public hearing, a community meeting on January 21st at Bethel Church at 2-4 Auburn Street. It's from 11 to 12:30. We're only in there for an hour and a half, so if you can please come out. It's a community meeting called Rosa Parks Neighborhood. It's consisting of the neighborhood from Lafayette Street all the way to Broadway, from the railroad track at one end by East 18 all the way over to the railroad track going into the first ward. So please, if you can come out on January 21st, which is this Saturday coming, at Bethel Church at 2-4 Auburn Street. Also, I just want to remind you also too that there's applications out there now for first-time home buyers. There's application out there now for if you need to have some work done in your house. You do not pay this back if you live in a house for so many years. And there are also application out there now too, and that's coming through the Community Development Department, which is at 125 Ellison Street on the second floor. If you're not sure, please call me. Then I can direct you to our director that's over there, Barbara McClendon, on how we can start applying for first-time home buyers money, and how we can also be applying for, if you need some work done on your property, that we may be able to do that. Don't forget that February 1st is our Black History Month program. Flag raising is going to start at 4 o'clock. Right after the flag raiser, we'll be coming upstairs to do the program. As you can hear tonight, that we have some excellent honorees that we will be honoring on that night. With that being said, I also, I can't find it. No. With that being said, also we're having I know, I have two things for you, Corporation Council. I've been calling since Wednesday about Harrison Street, 204, 206, the fire that was there. The property still has not been picked up. I've been in contact all week since Wednesday about that property. 204, 206, it was demolished, but it was never picked up. And this is going back since Wednesday. 204, 206, the 12 unit that caught on fire on New Year's Day. It was demolished, but it was not picked up. It was not fenced. It's a 12 unit house, so you can imagine how much debris is sitting on that lot. 12 units has been knocked down, but nothing has been picked up. It has not been fenced in. I have reached out to everybody since Wednesday to get that. I think that 204, 206 Harrison Street, between Rosa Parks Boulevard and Carroll Street. Right. And also, I have also King Street and Summer Street. They cleaned a lot. I just needed to know how soon that we're going to be able to finish doing what we need to do over there. Also, I have called my police chief for the last 3 or 4 days. People are coming out their house and cars are double parked. They're blowing the horn at 6 o'clock in the morning. The worst street that I have encountered so far, and I've been sending officers over there every day, is Lawrence Street off of Rosa Parks Boulevard, the dead end. They're double parking 10 deep. So when people got to get up to go to work, they got to blow the horn. The garbage truck can't get down there. I have asked for special attention in these areas. That I think that I want to make a request out here now that we, with our traffic division, if we got to have them work more past midnight, we just have to do that, because the double parking has gotten so bad that you come out your house and someone's double parking, you cannot move. So please, I have asked them, but Lawrence Street it's awful. It's just absolutely awful. So at that, no, but I just, can you imagine somebody blowing the horn at 6 o'clock in the morning, you ain't got to get up yet, and the horn is blown because they can't get out to go to work, and now you done made them late for work. But I need you to look into that for me, Corporation Council. Thank you. Madam Clerk, Mr. May, I love being with you, working with you. I wish you well. Our court reporter up there, I miss you. I love you up there, but you do such a good job. And I got one more thing now. When we gonna start into looking at the city clerk? This clerk office, there's a lot of work. So I don't know, we need to start looking into what we gonna do with that city clerk. Because I don't know how long it's gonna take, who we're waiting for. We gotta get started.
We agree.
We really gotta get started. I mean, because it's too much, it's a lot of work in there. People don't realize the amount of work that goes into running a clerk's office. I guess because I'm here every day, I see it. But it's a lot of work that's in, and so is Councilman Velez. I can say that to you. But with that being said, Madam Clerk, Jennifer, Madam BA, CFO, Corporation Counsel, we have a couple of weeks off now. We need a rest. With that being said, Madam Clerk, thank you, Madam Clerk, for everything that you do. You have done so much, and you continue to do. And I want to say to you, I truly appreciate everything you do, because you know your job. And when I say when people know their job, you know your job. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Wow, so it's 1:06 a.m. Before my vote, let me just take this quick moment to thank all my third ward residents for reaching out to me every time there's a problem. I'm getting a lot of calls, and I do appreciate that. I'm a phone call away. I'm always say this, and I'm always repeat my cell phone number, which is 973-930-1436. We're taking zero tolerance with commercial vehicle parking in the third ward. Our parking is very limited in the city, and we have people that they own some business and they're using the street to park those commercial vehicles. That's unfair. If you own a business, you need to have a yard to park those commercial vehicles. Otherwise, there will be ticket and towing. Driving around the third ward every night, parking is very limited. As I mentioned again, we have people, we here in the public portion, people that have to park 3, 4, 5 blocks away from their home. A lot of commercial business utilizing the street. So we got to be respectful, and we have to enforce the law.
Yes, it's
also, toward third ward residents, stay tuned for our next town hall meeting is coming up. And also Corporation Council, Madam BA, Park Avenue between East 32nd and East 33rd. I know the chief was here, he left. Please send an email to the chief. I need a special attention to Park Avenue between East 32nd and East 33rd. People double parking there, it's just out of control. They blocking the traffic, and the amount of people congregating right on the corner of Park Avenue and East 33rd, breaking the law, drinking, it's just unacceptable. So I need assistance on that area. I need a police officer to pay attention to that corner. Also, Corporation Council, 594 11th Avenue, close to East 33rd. I think everybody knows where that property, that abandoned property has been sitting there for over, I would say maybe 15, 17 years. The chimney is full to the side, and there's a two-family house right next to it with a lot of children. I spoke with fire chief. I know you're aware about the situation. That property have to be demolished. We cannot wait. The owner of that property is an LLC. They just don't care. That property has been sitting there close to East 31st. There was a fire, and I cannot allow that to happen with that property. We have family that live right next to 584 11th Avenue. We should demolish the property and put a lien on the property. If they wanna satisfy the lien in the future, 594 11th Avenue. And if you look at it, please send an inspector tomorrow. You will see the chimney. Nothing is holding that chimney. And if you fall to the right, somebody's going to get hurt, and the city is going to be responsible for that. And I've been requesting that for a month, so we got to take action on that. So we put a lien on the property. If they want to do something in the future, they have to pay the city. And we have a couple of legislation, one tonight and another one that is coming next week with the same situation also as well. So with that being said, Paterson, good night. Let's continue praying for our city. Paterson is a great city. We got to work hard to bring the city back to where it was. My vote is yes. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
So it is 1:10 in the morning, and you're doing what we should have done a couple hours ago. You are asleep. I don't think anyone is watching the council meeting at this point. You'll see the rerun tomorrow or whatever day, but I'm sure you are in your bed sleeping. So I'm praying for safe travel for all of us as we go home. Once again, thank you to Ming for all you do. Thank you to Nancy Greer, who works very hard for this community, Irma Linda, Madam Clerk, Jennifer, Madam BA, Corporation Counsel, and CFO, and even to the council members. Let's keep doing the city's business. Let's continue to pray for all those that are sick and or shut in, as well as all the families that are grieving in our community. Also, thank you to the 2 officers. I know the one is here, maybe the other one's in the hall, but thank you to the officers for sitting here with us. And I know sometimes people don't really understand how you are needed here. With all the concerns that go on, our safety is really important. And although others may want to be here, everyone doesn't carry. So I'm gonna put that on record. And they don't have handcuffs. They're not able to do what you do. You're here to protect and serve, and we appreciate it. I want to say that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for what you do, not just here in the chamber, but the fact that you walk us out and make sure we get to our cars safely as well. With that being stated, good morning, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Paterson. Have a wonderful night. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
So I just want to bring this up now. I know that probably tomorrow they're going to go and review it. The resident that came to the podium from 16th Avenue, okay, between Straight Street and East 18, I have 222 properties. 222 properties. Out of the 222 properties, I could say that 200 of them do not have driveways, don't have parking. The new construction that have been in 16th Avenue, okay, have been having new construction with parking. So for decades, 16th Avenue have not had parking. Now, the problem that we having is that we have a body shop that we've been addressing for the longest that been parking their cars outside that 16th Avenue. It's not my fault that that property is an I-1 zone, that is a light industrial property. They could do mechanic. They've been there way before probably this resident moving there. But one thing I have to say is, I don't carry a badge. I don't carry a ticket book. I'm not an inspector. We only do is report or serve report and make sure that the police do their job and the inspector do what they have to do. But I have noticed too that in some of those new houses, they have even constructed illegal apartment in their driveways. So it's not my responsibility as an inspector of the city. I'm not a police to issue tickets. I'm there only to enforce the ordinance based on the help of the police and based on the help of the inspector that we have in the city. Madam BA, we need to put zero tolerance when it comes up to quality of life. I know we are doing that with the police, but when it comes up to inspectors, if they driving and they see a car blocking the whole entire sidewalk, it means two things: illegal apartment in the driveway, okay, and the other thing is blocking the sidewalk. So saying that, last but not least, Councilman Mendez, and then I say to every other councilman, if I get any concern for any other places that is not my ward, I always call the councilman of their ward to let them know that this constitution called me. I would like to have the same courtesy when a constitution called them to probably already working on the problem and they don't know, right? So, Madam Clerk, Mr. Mean, thank you. And Melinda, God bless you. Thank you for being up since the last night. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Good night, everyone. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Meeting of January 17, 2023, is hereby adjourned.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Paterson.